things that, I said it every year I stood up here, get involved. We need Jamaica people involved. You are part of the merged district. If you are absent, then the needs and wishes and desires of the other people that are part of our merged district may overshadow the needs and wishes and desires of Jamaica. If you have a point, you can send emails to board members. It is the policy of the board that you not read emails during board meetings. If you want your comments and your concerns to be heard publicly on the television for everybody to hear, you need to show up in person to do those because it is the board's policy not to read emails into the record. They do go up on the website. Anything you send to board members is public record. But again, I've had some people who are like, well, why wasn't that read? It is the board's policy not to read emails or letters into the record. So if you want something out there in the public, come down and see and speak to the board. So get out and vote. Get out and vote on the budget. You got an at-large position that is up this year, and stay involved. Those are my advice for everybody.
Yes, CJ?
Would you just mention the informational session?
Yes, there's the informational meeting, which is, I don't need glasses.
March 24th.
March 24th, thank you. 7 p.m. is the informational meeting on the budget at Leon and Gray.
And that's the day before you vote.
The day before you vote, please come down and we'll hopefully be able to answer questions about the budget. If you're looking for the written kind of short synopsis that is in the book as to what changed that made your taxes go up. Remember, in this merged district, the 10% tax increase that Jamaica is looking at is not the same as what other towns are. For example, Brookline's tax rates go down in this discussion. So even though we are all working in the same budget, we're working all in the same school buildings, the cost to each town is different. So Jamaica is seeing a 10% plus or minus increase. Brookline is probably seeing a decrease. Townsend and Newfane are probably seeing something around 5%. So those are the kind of the factors involved in the budgeting and the voting.
Yes.
The next WRMUED meeting is the 16th at 7, down in Hudson.
I remember that your representative, Kelly Piella, will be speaking, having a public meeting up at Wynn Hall this Thursday, the 5th, from 6 to 7. So if you have some questions and observations about what's going on up at the State House, this is your opportunity. Yes, Clara?
One more thing. As Drew said, this 10% is for the Jamaica school right now. I mean, this is for Jamaica taxpayers. What I would like to say is that the Jamaica Little Village School is an asset to this town. And whether or not something happens that we don't have this, your taxes aren't going to go away. They're not going to go down because this Jamaica, you can explain, there's a small school grant that is built into this tax, and it's needed. So you need to think about it in that aspect. It's not like you can. It's besides being your tax dollar, it's an asset to the town. So we need to make sure we're there with our faces.
Stephanie?
My comment is not about schools. When we're done, checking down.
Oh, no. There's other things besides school. Yes.
I can explain that if you'd like, if somebody wants to know briefly. With the merger, there used to be what we call a small schools grant. There still is a small schools grant, and that is based on the size of the elementary school. We get a chunk of money into our district. That money does not, however, stay here. That money is because of the small schools here, but it goes into the general operating budget of the entire district. During our budget discussions, one of the questions I asked was what happens if Jamaica School is closed? That grant funding that comes to support Jamaica School also goes away. So what that means in the grand scheme of things is it actually doesn't save any money because you lose the offsetting revenues of the small schools grant associated with it. So I know there was fears that people were at the district level trying to shut down Jamaica School. That is not the case. And there is no financial incentive to do so. That being said, they keep changing the rules on us. So there also was supposed to be a 5% hold harmless on your tax rate for 2 more years. There was fine print somewhere that nobody can seem to locate that's allowing our taxes to go up 10%. So what's been explained to us and what's been put out there as these are hard rules seems to keep changing as we go through this merger process. So I will caution you that I can't promise what they're going to do.
Any other questions or observations?
I did have a question about, if you can't make both the 24th and the 25th meetings, is the 24th informational meeting going to be televised? And I know it usually takes a couple of days to get it out, but is there a way that we can watch it without having, we can't?
So the 24th will be the informational meeting, and the next day is a ballot vote. So you'll have to cast your ballot on the 25th, or you should be able to cast that now, right? So they are available by absentee if you want to cast your ballots early.
Okay.
You're welcome to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on this? Yes.
I don't have any questions on school, but I would like to talk about, on page 12 of the town hall, the town
Town
meeting,
report.
is they're talking about the census. And the census, I think, is going to be this year. It's once every 10 years. It is very, very important. We had a presentation at the Senior Solution about what they're doing this year. They're doing it a little bit differently. And every single person who is counted on the census is going
We have quiet, please. The meeting has not adjourned. Thank you.
And one of the things with Vermont, oddly enough, is that many, many people in Vermont are not counted on the census. One of the reasons is because they live in isolated areas, people don't go. Now this year, they're going to have a completely different way. They're going to ask you to do it online. Then they're going to ask you again to do it online. Then they're going to ask you a third time to do it online. If you have not responded, and if you have a post office box, they will drop something at your house. It is different. And what I am trying to do, Senior Solution had a man who gave a presentation last week, and he said there was a small amount of money that would be granted different towns to have a meeting in the town to inform people of how to do it and how important it is. And I am trying to get a nonprofit group. I have spoken to Karen, maybe with the Historical Society. It has to be a nonprofit group that asks for this grant. And I'm hoping that maybe with the Historical Society or maybe another nonprofit who is interested in it. It is so important because that is how the federal government allocates monies to the states. And Vermont has always, always been underrepresented because, now oddly enough, the single guys don't fill the census. And senior citizens are sometimes responsible for not filling the census. So I would like to maybe organize a group with a nonprofit, I've spoken to Karen about it, to really give information. There is information there, not that difficult, and people have to understand that every single person will be counted that is in your house. It's going to be counted. They're not asking a lot of questions. It is completely private. They cannot give that information. You are not asked for your Social Security. The thing you're asked for is there's 9 very simple questions, and I would just like people to be aware that, you know, it's happening this year, and we hear very little about it. I mean, I've only heard about it at the Senior Solution, and I know that there's a man by the name of Simmons who's going around Windham and Windsor County and trying to give as much information as possible. We had him come and speak at the Senior Solution. We had him speak at the benefit, but that's a very small group. What we want to do is we want to really, really get, you know, the majority of the people who are here represented, because that's where the money's coming from.
Very
That's
good.
how they allocate it. It's for the next 10 years.
Excellent. I think people are well advised, and thank you.
So I'm going to try very much to work with, like I said, it has to be a nonprofit. I have to find out what it entails, what the grant entails. But between Karen and myself will try and get something going, and maybe get a general meeting to get community. Like we had a meeting about Meet Your Candidate, and unfortunately, so many people didn't know about it, and it was such a wonderful meeting that we had. And I think that an email from the town clerk, emails from the town clerk would be very, very, very important.
I think your advice, thank you.
Yeah, I think that that would be very important, so that we know what's happening,
Very good.
you know, and we don't.
And I see Stephanie back here.
So all I wanted to say is that, yes, we did do candidate night. We tried to reach everybody. If you're on Facebook, please sign up for the Jamaica Facebook page, because that's where we're getting out a lot of our information. And so please do that. We definitely posted it multiple times there. We did have send out the emails that we have. But I'm wondering, would you be willing to start a new email list that people could give their email address to you, and we could be sending things around? It was really helpful before.
We spoke about it in the office, and it's been asked, and if that's what the town wants, I'm your town clerk and I work for you. But I just want to say that if there is such a list, people are going to come and want random things shot out to the whole neighborhood. And that's where the problem comes in, because how do you say, well, your stuff isn't important enough for us to send, or yours isn't relevant, but yours is, and I don't want to make those decisions. I'll gladly send anything you tell me to, but that's my concern.
And if I may throw in, if we do it, it's public.
Yes.
Yes, so
Everything is public.
if your email is on a list, it is public record.
Okay, so if people don't want to do that, that's fine. But if you want to get information about candidate night in the future, come talk to me and I'll take your email address down. Okay?
Very good. So, are there other? Yes, Tom.
Well, I just want to talk about, there's a show this weekend here at the town hall, Winter Animals. Jamaica Community Arts is putting it on, and they're a local band from Peru. So please come on down at 7 o'clock. Hope to see you all there.
And
Can we get in touch with the Arts Council if we get anything going on the census?
Sure, yeah, definitely.
Karen?
Contact.
Karen?
I just wanted to say something about the emails. Pam Tweedy, when she was the town clerk, she used to send out something, was it weekly or monthly?
It was like quarterly.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Or whatever, but.
Monthly would be nice.
The public records law has changed, so we actually don't even email documents anymore, because we get requests for people's pay rates and social security number, all kinds of random stuff, and if we don't do it at all, we can say to these people, no, we don't do that, we don't email anything. If you want to come into the office and get the information, that's fine. We don't email it. And then we're not liable for, putting something out.
Tom?
They also, I work on the town website and try to keep it up to date. I post the videos of the select board meetings when I remember to do so. There's also a calendar on there. It's not necessarily kept up to date, but Sarah and I have talked about, getting events. So if you have an event, we can put it on the town calendar, and then you can go to the town website and it will be listed there. We have select board meeting and planning commission meetings on that right now. And last year I did schools was off and those types of things. I don't think I did it this year, but that is out there as well as a resource.
Okay, so we can tap in multiple ways. Are there other business to come before the body? As we slowly dwindle? Okay. I just wanted to say one thing. Anybody who's been elected, remember, see Sarah, you have an oath to sign. I'd like to thank everybody for voting who hasn't voted.
Don't forget.
Oh, lunch.
Waiting for you.
Lunch is waiting. And so thank you all. Have a good 2020. Officially adjourned.
Good evening. This is the New Fane Select Board meeting, March 16th, 2020. We welcome everybody here, and for the people at home, we really hope everybody's doing well and taking good care of themselves. So we have a lot to talk about tonight, and the first thing is for the amendment to call to order, which I am. And the second item on the agenda is additions or amendments to the agenda. And I am adding an addition to the amendment and that, to the agenda, which will be covered under approval of minutes. And that addition is that we are going to be voted on the amended bylaw, Article 3, Section 343, for the conditional use of the amended bylaw for the natural burial ground. And we're going to take a second vote on that, another vote on that tonight. Okay. So may I have the motion for approval of the March 2nd town meeting preparation?
I make a
Minutes.
motion to accept those
I'll
minutes.
second it.
Okay, is there any discussion about that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that is approved for the March 2nd minutes. I just have to interrupt myself and say that Shelley is not here in person, but she is here via telephone tonight. The approval of the minutes for March 6th, the organizational meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept it.
I'll second them.
Okay, is there any discussion on those minutes? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are passed. And now we move down to the March 9th public hearing meeting. And that meeting did not have an agenda because it was a public hearing meeting. And we did not have an agenda for that meeting. And at the end of the meeting, before we closed, it was requested that we vote on the amended bylaw for conditional use of the natural burial grounds. And we did so, we voted on that during the meeting. Later on, we were informed that actually because it was a public hearing and the purpose of the public hearing was purely to discuss the issues, but not to vote. And if we wanted to vote, we could have voted after that meeting ended that night, or we can vote now with it as part of the agenda. So we're going to do a vote on that now. And so anybody, Mike, you made the motion last week.
Yeah.
Can you repeat it? Do you remember?
I got it somewhere.
I made a motion to approve the amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay. And the amendment was to add to the bylaws that natural burial grounds under conditional use would be acceptable in that. So, any other? You
A
seconded it.
resource area.
In the resource district, yes, thank you, Mike. So is there any discussion on that? Okay, we can take a vote. All those in favor of passing that added to the amendment, please say aye. Any opposed? No. So the ayes have it, and that amended bylaw now is accepted. So thank you very much for that.
You also have to approve the minutes. of
Excuse
that.
me?
You have to approve the minutes.
Yes, and
of
now
that.
we can go on and approve the minutes of the public hearing. Is anybody,
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
No second.
okay? Any discussion on those minutes? No. So all those in favor of accepting the March 9th minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those minutes pass. Thank you very much. The next item is road business, and we have road foreman and road commissioners report. So Jay Wilson, would you begin, please?
We updated more signs on the Depot Road, Dover Road corridor. I think we're waiting for 6 more signs, and then that road will be completely done. And then of course, once the warm weather comes, we'll do the painting for the stop bars and the speed limit painting. The sand salt shed project has received the V-Trans comments for the engineer and now is on to the environmental review process. The Depot Road Box Culvert project is on to the Army Corps of Engineers and the state wetlands permits, which the engineers are working on. We have posted Parish Hill, Baker Brook Road, and South Wedge Road areas for mud season. We received the building inspection report from BLCT for the garage. He didn't find anything too exciting, and everything is either that he has suggested is either done or in the process of being done. And Pete's Tire Barn was the low price on the greater tires when we figured out the installation. They were about $120 a tire cheaper. And that's it.
And that's it. Okay, then you just, we have to have a motion first.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on Jay's report on the road conditions and road?
Only thing I'm gonna say is, we've got some dirt roads that aren't the greatest, but they're all passable. They're in pretty good shape. These guys have been working 7 days a week on these roads the last couple of weeks. And I appreciate it. You've done a good job. You've got a few complainers, but you always have them, so.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so let's vote on accepting the road foreman's report. Please say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the ayes appear to have it, so we accept the road foreman's report. And thanks, Chris, for adding.
Did you put the tires on the grader yet?
No. Just gonna order them.
Did you have a question?
Just asked it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Jay, for your report, and thanks, Chris, for your comments. So we're up to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please.
I've been working on revising the appropriation letters, thanking people for volunteering. These should be finished and sent out by the end of the week. I've completed 16 overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. On last Wednesday, there was a V-Trans audit here with Megan Brunk, Mark Pickering, Tyler Birchmore, Christopher J., and myself. As a result of the audit, there's a form that requires the select board signature, stating that we certify that our standards meet or exceed the requirements from the state, that we have a current inventory of highway-related conditions and estimates cost of repair for standards on bridges and roads. I will then email it to Megan at V-Trans tomorrow. At this point in time, all activities that were previously scheduled for Williamsville Hall have been temporarily postponed. Do you have any concerns at this time as to following the other towns in limiting access or suspending meetings by keeping the office staff to help by phone or emails?
Okay, can we move that into when Jay talks about the emergency?
And that's the end.
Okay, thank you, Juanetta.
Make a motion to accept their report.
Thank you. Second. Is there any discussion on anything that Juanetta said? Juanetta, you said that we have to sign this,
Yes.
and so this is the budget.
We had previously adopted it last year. That's the result of the audit that they gave us.
Okay. So we have 2 places to, okay, Chris, do you want to start? Any other discussion? So can we vote on accepting Juanetta's report, please?
We just did that, didn't
And it-
we? I thought we just accepted the report
I thought we were
Mike
under
made a
discussion.
motion and Angela seconded it, but
for the, for Juaneta's report.
Yeah, and then, oh, this is a discussion. So
Oh,
we didn't vote on it yet, right? We have
to
the
make a motion to sign the annual financial plan for the town highway?
Yeah,
No, a separate
No.
report too.
just the.
Aye.
uh,
There we go.
So we'll just-
Okay. So we have this Winetta, and
thank you.
we move on
Mhm.
to scheduled members of the public. And Jay Wilson is here. He's emergency management coordinator, and you're also on the committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Carol Hasselbeck, town clerk, is here, and she will probably be adding or suggesting some things. And also, Winetta will be discussing your questions. Okay, Jay?
So the town's emergency plan doesn't address this kind of, it's more suited for when we have to shelter people or infrastructure's damaged, so this is a whole new thing. So there's been, oh God, I can't tell you how many hundred of emails have been floating around about it, but the only suggestions they had for the town at this point was to potentially close the office to the public and to consider whether or not you want to still hold your meetings in public and or do them electronically by phone or whatever. Other than that, we did make sure that if for some reason the office has to completely shut down, Melissa is able to still do her work from home. And I guess we determined the rest of them could, you know, either come in as needed or whatever to do theirs. So we're gonna meet tomorrow night at 7 just to get together for a few minutes. But there's really a lot of it's being done by the Vermont Department of Health, and that's where people should be getting their information, is from their website. There's a lot of internet information out there, but it's best if you go to the Vermont Department of Health and get your information from them. Other than that, I just didn't know what your thoughts were on whether closing the office would be appropriate or.
Okay. Anybody have a comment, question? Carol? Mike?
Would you close it just so they can't come into here, or is still everybody still working in their office in here, right? I guess if that's what you want to do, maybe if the people come to the thing, just check with them, make sure they don't. I don't know. I just don't know what to believe about this whole thing right now. Anyways, I mean, I know it's serious, that's for sure. But Jesus Christ, everybody can't stay home.
To be available by phone and then put a sign on the door that you're closed to people coming in.
And if attorneys absolutely have to come in to do a title search, they have to make an appointment with me and only have one of them here at a time.
Yeah.
And then clean up after,
That makes
sanitize everything after they're finished. But,
Well,
because
do
that
people-
protects them as well as us.
Right.
Do people generally call you before they come, or they just come on their own?
Most of the time, people just come. However, today I was getting phone calls. Are you
Oh.
there? Can I come in and do my dog
Oh, I see.
license? And the Vermont Bar Association and some realtors associations and stuff were asking people online, are your offices open? Should they call? What should they do? Now, our land records are online. They can go back to the early 1980s online through Record Hub and do most of their title work in their offices. And that's what I'll tell them, but if they need to go back further than that, then they'll have to make appointments.
Yeah.
And then if it turns out at any time that you're totally closed, everybody would have to put that on their voicemail.
Yeah.
Juanetta, as somebody who works here, how are you feeling about keeping the offices open to work in?
That's fine. I'm good.
You're good?
We're good with it.
I mean, as far as a dog license or something like that, if you had to, if they'd give them an extra 30 days or whatever, if you don't want them, I'll just flock in here, you know?
They can mail me a check and I'll mail them the license. They can call and find out if the dog is up to date on the rabies, and if they are, all they have to do is send me the check and where they want me to send the license, and I'll do that. Otherwise, and I definitely don't think we should be charging a late fee if they don't make it by April 1st. A lot of the towns are extending the date till May 31st. Instead of April 1st, I say we just go with the flow and see what happens. But definitely not start charging the late fee on April 1st, because there are people who are not gonna wanna come in and not gonna want me to mail them things, so.
And truthfully, I'm one of those people who gets a dog license, and I'm glad you reminded me, because, you know, we're so inundated with all the rules and regulations we're supposed to follow now. It has slipped my mind, and I'm sure, you know, other people would forget too. And not want to be late, but you just don't think about it because there's so much else to think about.
And we will, have Bauman put a notice on the website that
Okay,
the
that's good.
office is closed to people coming in. Call us and we'll talk you through what you have to do. And,
I also think that it's important for employees that are working here, if they're experiencing any symptoms, and if anybody in their family are experiencing symptoms, they stay home, so that it doesn't pass.
Yeah.
What about, is there any plans if you need to clean the office? You know, if somebody did come in that was ill, do you have any plans? Anybody in mind that would come and do that?
For us, in this starting a cleaning service, industrial cleaning service, let me tell you what.
Well, how are things going here in the office? Are you telling people that you need to have social distance? Are you wiping surfaces?
but I think we're doing all of that, sure. People come in.
So that's good to know.
Yep.
That kind of gets me with this whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but everybody's worried about catching it. But they're all flocking into the stores by the Grove, fighting over a roll of toilet paper and a can of water. You know, I mean, thousands of them in there. They wipe right off the shelves as quick as it hits. But they're all worried about catching this disease. You know, well, this is throughout the whole country. Walmart and every one of them flocking in. It looks like Christmas time going on around there.
Well, it's important to remember that anybody can become a carrier and not even realize it. And that's, you're right, people are concerned about themselves, but we have to also be concerned that we might unknowingly be a carrier, so we don't want to be close to people who could catch something that we have, even if we don't know it
First
yet.
thing is young children can carry it, and they don't even really get it, but they can carry it on to somebody else.
Right, exactly. Is there any more discussion about this? Jay, when you meet with the committee tomorrow, would you let us know the results?
I'll be attending the meeting too.
Oh, you will?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We did cancel bingo just because felt that was probably a gathering that didn't need to happen,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, all the cancellation, what's it for, just 2 weeks or something, is that what this is, I don't know.
Schools through April 6th at least. Yeah, I think they're kind of, I mean, it changes daily, but at least it's a couple weeks.
I think right now it's to the beginning of April, and then they'll decide what's happening at that point.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Well, that's what they're saying, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
There is something here. I have something I can read now. This is called 15 Days to Slow the Spread, and it's the President's Coronavirus Guidelines for America. Listen to and follow the directions of your state and local authorities. If you feel sick, stay home. Do not go to work. Contact your medical provider. If your children are sick, keep them at home. Do not send them to school. Contact your medical provider. If someone in your household has tested positive for the coronavirus, keep the entire household at home. Do not go to work. Do not go to school. Contact your medical provider. If you are an older person, stay home and away from other people. If you are a person with a serious underlying health condition that can put you at increased risk, example, a condition that impairs your lung or heart function or weakens your immune system, stay at home and away from people. So those are the guidelines. Anything else that we need to add? So I think in summary, what we're saying right now is, right now, the town hall and the employees in town hall can come to work. Anybody who wants to come in for an appointment with Carol, if you're listening to this, please call her first and make sure you're in good health. And anything else that?
Oh, with all the offices, taxes, zoning.
Yeah.
All the offices within the town office.
Exactly.
Call, make an appointment to come into the office, and then
Exactly.
they can screen them the way they want to screen them out. And
Right. We have Melissa, who's the treasurer, we have Winetta as the assistant, administrative assistant report, and also Merle, zoning administrator. So the best
And
thing
the
is to
listers.
call first, and the listers, of course.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes, sure.
That someone should be posting something on the door of the building.
Yes, that's a good idea, Shelley. It was mentioned already, but thank you for repeating it. That's, okay. Anything else? Okay, so I think that's it for now, Jay. Basically, things change from day to day, as we all know, and we'll just have to be careful, listen to the Department of Health reports that you can get online or on TV or the radios. So, that's it for the scheduled members of the public. Thanks, Carol, for being here, and Jay. Okay, we do not have any, oh, are you, we do not have any unscheduled members of the public. We do have a visitor here. Okay, old business. Town Office Building Committee. Do you want to discuss that? I think there's only 2 out of the 3 of you here, or do you want to postpone that?
We can reschedule it because I did give the plans to David Cotton today. He's going to do a proposal. I told him what the budget was. He does have to file certain standards with the state for access for handicap development and different things. So if we could reschedule that for another another meeting,
And can we
Okay.
invite him to come to that meeting?
maybe by phone.
Perhaps.
What did you ask?
To have him come to the rescheduled meeting
Oh, that's a good
to
idea.
discuss.
Yeah, of course.
And
Excuse me, so is there something that has been decided on the building committee?
Nothing that's been permanent other than the plans that you were already given back 2 months ago on the proposed,
so this is essentially the proposal.
yeah, but
Okay.
there's certain guidelines the state requires being a commercial
Is
building.
there, yeah, but is there a proposal that we need to vote on? I just saw a sketch or something.
No,
Whatever.
David's gonna be working on the proposal.
Okay.
Okay.
Have we committed money to that?
We have in our building fund for the town office, a certain budget that's already been allocated for it. We're
Was
not,
that voted on then?
it's been put aside year after year after year.
What we're
Right.
actually trying to do is just trying to come up with a rough estimate of what we think it might cost, and then we're gonna put it all out to bid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, so, you know, it's just a three-sided wall with a foundation and the roof and everything, and, what we was actually looking at too, we weren't sure if we wanted to put a room up over it, like this one's got, or just have the stairways going up into this with a cathedral ceiling, which we could almost lower the roof a little bit at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I know we've been talking about it, but I didn't ever get understand there was a formal vote or anything on it.
no, we haven't, we just,
We're not there yet.
we got that, like the committee did, we're just trying to come up with a rough idea what we might cost to just throw something like that up, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, there's no vote, no vote.
And then we'll put it up to vote and see if we've got money enough to do it, or if we gotta borrow money to do it, or whatever.
Right.
I think we've got probably close to money enough to do it, but
So have we agreed to expend a certain amount of money on the preliminary proposal?
I don't think anything's been agreed on or voted on right now. This is just the beginning process in the new.
Yeah, but is there any cost associated with the proposal, I guess, is my question.
haven't had one so far, no. Not yet, not yet.
So we haven't agreed on any of
No.
the preliminary drafting cost?
No,
Okay.
no.
Any other discussion? No. The next one is the volunteer committees. Whenever you want, do you have the list there? The vacancies for the different committees that the town has, the openings for positions or committees.
Animal control is available.
Okay.
Planning commission? 2.
Wyndham Regional is another one.
Is that, because I signed up for one of those positions, is still a vacancy?
There's still
Yeah.
one because there's 2 positions available. And you
Okay.
took one and Pete resigned.
Right.
Planning commission.
Yep.
Has 2 spots available.
Town Energy Coordinator. The Senior Solutions, Doris has resigned from that one, but she will stay on as the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. So that Senior Solutions has a vacancy. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at this point that are vacant. Yes, 5.
If anybody watching television would like to have something to do to support the town of Newfane, we do have the vacancies that Lynetta just named, And please feel free to come in. Just call first at this point to see that the office is open, or you can call Winetta at 365-7772, extension 4. And you can ask her about the positions that are available and let her know if you're interested. Okay, and that can be put on line again, right?
Yes.
In Town of New Paltz. Thank you, Winetta. And also, thank you for writing those acknowledgement letters. That's really important. Do you want to say that again?
I'm revisiting and revising the appropriation letters to thank people for volunteering, rather than just, will you resign? I'm thanking them, and
That's very nice. I think it's very important to acknowledge.
yes.
So thank you for that. Okay, so the personnel policy, you said that we need to.
I forgot to do that today. I'm
We
sorry.
adopt it and sign it. Do you want to do that today or not?
I forgot to do it today.
Okay. Well,
do it at our next meeting?
We could do it the next meeting.
Thank you.
Just one other thing, not nothing to do with this, but I just wondering, is
Sure.
school board still having their meetings for the budgets and stuff?
We were just talking about that, whether they'll postpone the meeting or.
Because it's supposed to have like a public meeting up front and then the votes of next day or something, is it, or 2 days later?
Yeah.
As far as I've seen, they're still on and haven't been rescheduled.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Regarding the appropriations, I know Renetta was talking about appropriations letters, but it reminded me that there was a vote on the floor at the town meeting of special appropriations, and there was an increase, and I'm just wondering if that got resolved as to which organization was receiving money.
Winetta? Is that something that Melissa is more aware of?
It is something that Melissa's more aware of. I know there's going to be a deficit of about $2,000 because the figures that they came up with amongst themselves at town meeting didn't match the appropriations. And there's a question as to whether they were including the appropriations that didn't request funding.
Mm-hmm.
Are we appropriating for that?
I believe there was only one that was excluded that didn't get any.
All the
Send a
ones that
letter.
are zeros shouldn't get nothing, right?
Well, the only one that was mentioned that I recall was New Pain and New, because they didn't send in a letter, and Lynn Forrest had stood up and said that it should be this without them, because I do recall that,
Right.
but I don't recall any of the others.
I would make a suggestion that when Melissa comes back, Winetta,
Mm-hmm.
maybe she can attend a select board meeting and we can work on it then. Is that okay with everybody on select board?
Yeah, that sounds good. I just don't want it to go, we forget about it or whatever.
Because I see 5 in here that did not have a request.
That's what Winetta said.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will be addressed when Melissa is available to be at our meeting. Okay. New business, water quality at town office. And that's something that I'm bringing up, if it all can be fixed. Because particularly at this time, where all one hears about is how many times a day one has to wash their hands and make sure everything's clean and use water for washing. And unfortunately, the water in this building in Town Hall is not the greatest right now. It is, I don't know how you would say it, it's filled with sulfur, it has a lot of sulfur in it, and it's odorous, and it's very unpleasant. And
Has it been tested?
Last fall we had treatment done, but I don't know that it was actually sent out to the state for testing. I know there was work done in the well itself.
So first of all, we have employees and people who work here every day. Then we have the public who comes in here to see people, and in case they request washing their hands or using the restrooms, it is very unpleasant. And so my thought and hope is that maybe we could have a plumber come, if that's the way to start. And apparently we have a town plumber, is that correct? That we could call and have him just come in and check it and see what he suggests. So I would like to know if people are willing to do that.
Well, I have a question. Who had done the treatment and what treatment was done on the water?
I can't think of his name. Melissa recommended him because she used him before, and they did some chemical in the water itself.
Okay, can we get a report on that?
I don't know if she has a report, but we can get a...
We could probably check the invoice and see what was done, but...
Right.
Yeah, might as well check with that first and see what they did do to it and what it does need.
Even if you had to call the plumber and ask him to write out what he did. So in layman's terms, so we understand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could probably, first thing you do, if nothing else, just go get one of them things, a test kit, and you fill the bottles up and you take it to that place in Keene, they test the water for you.
In Keene?
They can test it for minerals and for...
They'll tell you what's wrong with the water, if it needs and what it does need.
Yep.
And at that point, then you put it out to whatever it needs, you know, and if it's gotta go out to bid to hire somebody to do it, or if it's just something simple or what, you know. Maybe you gotta put a whole filter on it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Filter system with the salt and all that stuff to clean the water.
Well, I know that's something that people do. I don't know if that's the only choice we have. I don't, so I really think, so if you want to, what?
There is concerns, you know, for water in this area. I mean, it does have issues.
Right.
So it's not abnormal. I don't know if it's something that's happened over several years, it's changed, or if it's always been that way.
I don't know what it is, but my feeling is that people work here for many hours each day, and I think that it would be great if we could have clean, acceptable water for them.
Well, if the water's tested and if the water's good, unfortunately, there's a smell to it, and, you know, we can look at, as a select board, we can look at what we can do for it, but there is water that we pay for drinking, you know, and, you know, any kind of, you know, preparation for food or for lunch or whatever. But I'm just wanted to get the facts of what's going on currently, what's been done, and what could possibly be done. And then we can vote on it, you know, as to what we want done.
So we should start with the report from the fall and go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have to make a motion about this? No.
No,
I don't
because we
think
just need the report from the
Right.
fall, and then we make a motion when we want somebody else to come in
Okay,
and look at
good.
it.
Okay, any other comments or discussion about this? Okay, thank you. We are up to correspondence.
The highlighted part down at the bottom is, at the bottom of the page, the highlighted.
Yeah,
That's,
this is the
yeah.
one.
And then there's two
You know,
paper
I'm in a
clips.
meeting, I can't talk on the phone every minute.
Well, that ain't his girlfriend, you know,
Aye.
It wasn't me.
Renetta,
Yes.
this is Albany. I just need
All right, I gotta
the,
go. Well,
I just need the original letter, not all the comments and after.
No, it's all of this right here.
But she's the most
This
important.
is,
No, Steve, that's not,
fine.
that's not. the
Hope you weren't
letter.
expecting dinner tonight, Chris. When you get home. That just went out the
this is
window.
Kirsten.
Good thing Rex is on the
Yeah, but
way.
she's responding, this is, was the serious.
I got some dinner
Yeah,
out in the garage
this
anyway.
is Kirsten writing to,
Deborah,
but I
but that's not the one for select board.
this is the one that she forwarded to us from her. And then this one was Lisa Harris.
Yeah, I hope that old virus don't get too bad, 'cause I can imagine being quarantined in my house for 2
One
weeks.
for,
All bundled up there.
that's the one for executive
I know,
session.
but not the. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I just
Then sit on the
highlighted
porch
this
and watch cars go by.
from Lisa Harris. And
But
then
after you
what
been
she's
locked
saying
up
about
2
the
weeks,
ramps
the
and
old
stuff.
ladies,
Okay.
be
Well,
running
you
for
know
one
what?
of them cars that happen.
This is not the letter we got. It's not, I don't know why it's written to Deborah, anyway.
She forwarded it to me from the email. We never got a letter. This was just forwarded.
Okay, well then this is really correspondence.
Okay.
Okay.
And
What's
then
it?
that's the thing from Brattleboro.
Okay. This is a letter to the select board from an organization called Compassionate Brattleboro. And it's written by Jim Levinson for Compassionate Brattleboro. Does anybody?
Is that the one from Lisa Harris?
No,
No,
No.
I said from Jim Levinson.
Yeah.
I think we've discussed this in the past. This is about being compassionate, stating that Newfane, do we want to be part of this compassionate Brattleboro?
I'm compassionate.
That Newfane, as a town, would join in with compassionate Brattleboro. As you know, the town of Brattleboro voted overwhelmingly in 2017 to join the International Charter for Compassion. 125 cities and towns around the world, a movement initiated by Karen Armstrong and the Dalai Lama. And it continues with, while much that we do uses Brattleboro area, there may be considerable value in having towns in the area sign on officially to the charter. This will permit many joint endeavors and also provide these towns with a recognized means of addressing local compassionate issues. Might you be interested in considering this? I know this came up in the past.
I'm not really sure what they're asking, and
Old Dalai Lama.
I'm not really into the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to join that or not. Probably not.
I
don't
think what
so.
we'll do is have this
If the worst come to
available.
worst, they're compassionate, they'll let us in on the. Jesus.
I think what we'll do is leave this for the select board to look at it privately, because it's something that was asked a while ago, and we didn't join in at that time. Perhaps we might want to join in, but I think people should read it on their own.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there is a letter from Lisa Harris that was sent to Deborah Luskin about town meeting day, and that there was a problem. She said, Lisa Harris responded to Deborah, because Deborah reached out to her and said that she heard there was a problem, that there was snow, and the ramp was not cleared. And so Lisa responded to Deb and say, I wasn't actually able to attend town meeting as I was sick. But then I voted later in the day. I noticed that the accessibility ramp for the hall had some snow in front of the entrance. It might have been tough for a wheelchair to make it through it, as well as some of the less mobile on foot. So the concern was
The snow in front of the ramp.
that there was snow
I
and
think they
ice.
kinda handled it a little bit that day there.
Yeah,
There's one or two people with wheelchairs, and I think I see Jay and a couple of them out there one time helped them through the snow.
yeah,
I mean, it was clear off to one side, there was a little bit still
yes.
on the ice, but
So
it seemed to
there,
me that everybody seemed to get through everything all right that
Yeah.
day, all right, but.
I mean, what I noticed in going up the ramp and up the steps was there was a lot of salt on the steps and on the ramps to make it easy to go up. And that doesn't mean, as Mike said, that there wasn't any snow or ice, but it was taken care of in the best way that could have been done that morning.
Well, they assisted the people with the wheelchairs, so.
Yes,
No, it definitely should have been cleared off the
I
rest
know,
of the
I
day.
know
but
people
the
actually
ice was
were
bad.
assisting wheelchair people.
Yes,
and
they
they
were.
didn't have any complaints.
Right.
yeah. Well, the only thing that we can say is we will try our best again next year, and whenever that building is used, I know that people who take care of the building are very committed to make it as safe as possible, so I'm very sorry that that happened to some people, that they didn't feel safe, and we will do our best again next year. Any comments about it? Other things to say? Okay, I think that's it. We have one other item on the agenda. I'm going to put the correspondence away, and that is we are going to go into executive session.
So there's another one, Kristen Turner.
Yeah, I mentioned that name.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Kristen Turner, and but there were two people who wrote about the conditions.
Oh,
Lisa Harris. I just had the one for Kristen Turner.
Kirsten.
Hmm?
It's Kirsten Turner.
Kirsten Turner, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to it now.
so
Here, wait, I have it.
Okay.
Kirsten Turner. Hello, Deborah. This was the scene last evening. Access to the handicap ramp was covered with ice, so my wife had to pull herself up the stairs to vote. Anyone in a wheelchair would probably have needed help to get through the snow and ice to the ramp. We recall that this happened the last time we voted at Union Hall. While we did not attend town meeting and likely will not in the future, if the ramp and the path to it were clear of snow and ice, then people who use canes, walkers, and wheelchairs would feel more welcome. Thank you for all your fine work. Kristen Turner, South Newfane. Sorry, I mentioned the name, but I omitted reading the letter. Any comments about that? Okay, again, we will try our very best to make everything safe. So the next item on the agenda is executive session. And thank you, Jay, for being here.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I make a motion to go into executive session.
Okay, I need to read.
I have to read the.
Yeah.
Gotta hang the phone up.
Okay, the reason for executive session is basically
Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board being held on Monday, March 23rd, 2020. I just want to make sure I hit the record button properly on this. If it's making volume things, then I'm good to go. Perfect. Yeah. So we are recording, we are live, everything has been done properly. And Jan, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, it's a short meeting tonight. We have a few quick orders of business to take care of so that we can keep town government running smoothly during these uncharted waters. The first thing that we are going to do is have an appointment of a select board member to fill the vacancy that was created by David Skoll's resignation, which many of you probably saw, I believe came out last week. And David, who served this board very well for I think 7 or 8 or 15 years, I'm not sure, is now going to put all of his attention into the school board. And so we are going to appoint somebody to come on in and take that spot. Indeed. And the person that we're going to appoint is none other than Ian Goodnow, who of course won the election, and had this been a normal year with a normal representative town meeting, we'd be swearing Ian in right now to his regular spot, but instead we are going to be doing an appointment. So,
Would you like the motion?
I could make a motion.
Yeah,
you
That's all right. Yeah. I'll make a motion to appoint Ian Goodnow to fill the vacant seat on the select board for the remainder of the term to which David Scholes was elected in 2017.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. All right. Motion carries. And now, directly following this, we will swear you in. Please find your X. And the swearing in will be done tonight by Jan Anderson.
Thank you. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ian Goodnow,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board member
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board member
for the town of Brattleboro
for the town of Brattleboro
for the period to which I have been appointed,
for the period for which I have been appointed,
and will therein do equal right and justice
and will therein do equal right and justice
to all people
to all people
in the best of my judgment and ability,
in the best of my judgment and ability,
according to law,
under the
pains and penalties of perjury.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the table.
Yeah, please join us at the table, which we are, of course, practicing social distancing, so Ian is way over there.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay, so with the exception of Daniel Quip, who could not join us tonight, this is your sitting board. We are now going to move into election of officers, and what that means is this is the opportunity for people at this table to give out nominations for chair, vice chair, and clerk. Currently, I am chair, Tim is vice chair, and Liz is clerk. That's going to be a big shakeup. Peter.
You need to adopt a motion to conduct the election since it's not a reorganization.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have this right here. Before I do that, I want to say that I will not be seeking and have not been seeking any of my colleagues' nominations for chair, as I am not seeking to be an officer of the board. I am seeking to just be a regular old board member for the remainder of my term this year. I am now going to be looking for a motion to elect select board officer for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board, right? Perfect. So I would look for that motion.
I move to elect select board officers for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Whew. Motion carries. We get to continue our work this year.
4-0.
No shakeups on that one. Okay, at this time, we are going to go ahead and do the election of officers, and the first position that we are going to be looking for a nomination for is for chair of the board. Liz.
I would very happily like to nominate Tim Wessel for chair. He's currently serving as vice chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Are there other nominations for chair? Okay. nomination closes. Do we do these one at a time? Does it matter if we do the whole? Okay.
Yes, you do.
So for chair of the board, the only nomination on the floor is for Tim Wessel, current vice chair. All those in favor to appoint Tim as chair or elect Tim as chair of the board? Aye. Motion carries. Phew. You can breathe now.
Should I have abstained?
No,
No,
Okay.
you were allowed to vote for yourself.
my mother said you should always vote for yourself.
That's right. You should be the first boys we hear. Okay, moving on. I am now going to be looking for a nomination for vice chair of the board.
I would like to nominate Liz McLaughlin for vice chair.
Excellent.
That's in order.
Very good. Are there any other nominations for vice chair of the board? Okay. Seeing none, I would say Tim has made that motion for Liz to move into the vice chair position. All those in favor? Aye. 4-0 again. God, we're just keeping it too easy up here. And last but never least, our final officer position is for clerk of the board. I would entertain a nomination for clerk of the board.
Yes, you were going to do that.
Okay. I was until 30 seconds ago, clerk of the board. And I would be happy to nominate Ian Goodnow for the position of clerk.
Excellent. I have a nomination for Ian Goodnow for clerk of the board. Do I have any other nominations? All right, then Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Good job.
Oh, wow.
That's how you do it, Tim. Take note. Wonderful. So we have your sitting board for the remainder of the 2020 select board term. We have your officers who are Tim Wessel, Liz McLaughlin, and Ian Goodnow. That's what we have. Is there any other business to be discussed? Is there any member of the public who would like to participate this evening? No, there is not. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 5:38.
Oh, I move to adjourn.
Excellent. Ian has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, BCTV. We'll see you soon.
That might have been a record. I think we're good.
Okay.
I know.
We will call the meeting to order at 7:03. Sure. And I guess the first thing is to call for late additions to the agenda, which I have a few, and there's probably a few others. Things are happening fast, lots of stuff. A few of these things I'm going to kind of lump into number 8, which is just kind of an update on the COVID-19 situation, town operations, things like that. I think I'll kind of bucket yours into there too. Volunteer thing was one of them, and the internet access type discussion, if you want to comment on that, town internet access. So, the other was there are a few overweight permits that are come in. Want to discuss an appointment to the Jamaica Planning Commission, and also discuss the possibility of setting up an authorized member of our board to sign off on pay orders and things like that if we decide down the road that we're not holding meetings or things like that, so we can kind of keep rolling along. Did you have others, Paul? I know you had mentioned, but I think a few I covered.
You got the one for the, from the fax from DLCT, you got that one. The draft, that's under your 8, right?
Yep.
Okay, and, oh, I have one quick little letter we got today from West River Valley Thrives, so we get at that later at the end.
Okay, anybody else? Good? Nope, good. Hopefully we have a lot to talk about. Hopefully, though, we can stay on track and move along. Next item, to approve the minutes of the March 9th, our last meeting. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read it, or any comments? The only thing I did have one, I just wanted to, I think down underneath the transfer station, this is regarding you, Jessica, does say Wyndham Solid Waste Management Assistant, should say alternate.
Alternate. Where's this again?
At the very last, second to last line on the town appointments on the first page of the minute.
Okay, should be alternate. Gotcha.
Anything else?
I move we accept the March 9th minutes with that correction.
Second.
Second by Paul. Any other additional comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Got 4 approvals. Any opposed? Thank you. And now next to approve the minutes, this is something that we missed at last week's meeting, but to approve the minutes from the town meeting. I didn't see anything on there. Anybody else?
I didn't really study them, to be honest with you.
Want to defer it to the next meeting? Or you want to take a minute now and read it?
Did anyone look at them?
I read through.
I read them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nothing jumped out. I'll make a motion to approve.
No, but Terry, did you read the numbers? That was the only thing that in the minutes.
But I gave her the numbers to put.
You gave her the numbers, got it. That would be my.
So I'm thinking that she.
Right.
They're the same.
In which case.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing that I wasn't sure about.
Well, I'll move that we accept the town meeting 2020 Jamaica, Vermont minutes.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, perfect. And as we always do, we will move the approval of the timesheets and the pay orders and things like that to the end of the meeting. There have come in, I guess I actually had that on the agenda. I thought I was going to add it, but it's already there. The approved, there are 6 overweight permits that have come in. They all have their, they've all paid and all that good stuff. And we will move them to the road commissioner. Any
Just the names of them.
Okay, we can read that for the record. There is A.S. Clark and Sons of Newfane, Plimpton Excavating of Wardsboro. We have Newton Construction of Middlesex, Vermont. We have A.R. Sandry Incorporated of somewhere close by. Greenfield, thank you. And Suburban Propane of Manchester, I'm going to assume. And one other, Miller Construction of Windsor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
It's all in case there's something, what company any of us have.
Okay. Yep.
I move to pass the overweight permits to the road commissioner.
All moves, I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good to go. We'll move those along. One item I did put on here, just so people know, and everybody, I mean, I don't know how quickly this gets posted online, for the people that are not here, the school district vote, I guess they're meeting tonight or tomorrow at their meeting, where they then will vote to postpone the vote. So other than that, I don't know anything, but I'm just threw it on there just to let everybody know that the vote is going to be postponed. Stay in touch with your school board, and we'll find out when. It's an important vote. Hopefully everybody gets out there when it does come up. And now the big item on the list, kind of updates on the COVID-19 and then office operations. That was kind of the first thing that came up, and then there's obviously a lot of things that have been tagged on there. I guess we kind of don't want it too big of a bucket, but we've got a nice bucket here to throw some stuff in to talk about. The first thing, Paul and I met last week with Terry and Sarah in the office and just addressed some top-level issues, concerns with people, a lot of people coming in and out of the office. So right now the office is operating with a closed door. All functions are going on inside, answering the phone, doing the computer work and that kind of stuff. But we then also drafted some alternatives if we need to go further. And I think tonight's discussion would be to formally approve these, but also talk about what these next steps are, if we can kind of forecast that a little bit. Right now, we're on step 1, I guess, and I'll just read this for the camera. Given the current spread of the COVID-19 virus throughout our region, the town of Jamaica is taking the following steps to protect the health of our personnel and the public. They will be implemented immediately and continue until cleared by the State Department of Health. The first step, which is what we've kind of implemented right now, is the office will remain open during normal business hours. However, walk-in service will be eliminated. Any business to be transacted that cannot be conducted by phone or email may be arranged with the town staff by calling the office and making an appointment. And from our feedback, that seems to be working fairly well. There's definitely been a reduction in just in general the amount of traffic anyways, but it's nice to be kind of distanced from people just coming in and out of the office and get our regular work done. And it's nice that somebody's there to answer the phone and kind of relieve maybe some people's anxieties about what's going on, answer questions and things like that. So step 2 would be that we would fully close the town office and transfer phones, computer applications and things like that to the treasurer's and the town clerk's homes. This would be if the state moved to go into more of a lockdown type operations. We have moved our main software to the cloud, Nemrick, which handles our just about everything, probably.
All of mine.
So all of our pay orders, all of our accounting functions, things like that. I think land records are there too. So a lot of the different operations for both the treasurer and town clerk are moved to the cloud as of now, and you guys have worked that and tested it, and it's functional.
First day and it works great.
So we're able to do that now if that comes about.
A little less than a sentence, maybe.
And then, actually, yeah, I didn't quite finish reading that. Should the occasion arise that something must be done from the office, the staff, they will come to the office as needed for the particular project or as they feel necessary. And that somewhat will be dictated by any mandates that come down to say what we can and cannot do.
Right.
But we obviously want to remain as functional as possible and, you know, provide services to the town as needed. Any further comments or?
I think one of the things that we don't know the answer to is how long we're going to be in this position. And the longer we are, the harder it's going to be to have the place closed. So there may be a time, if it goes to that, to the end of the fiscal year or later on when they may need to go into the office to do some things, that's part of the plan. We build that in there. But it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I mean, despite some noise coming out of the White House, I think realistically it's going to be a while because I think our governor, based on his most recent press conference, you know, while he's not there yet, I wasn't quite sure where he was going, but it's, you know, regardless of what the White House dictates, you know, each of these governors are going to lay down the law as they see fit. I'm not sure there's going to be just kind of the types of activities that might make the town office, make it increase tension with the town office being closed would be commercial ones. I don't think there's going to be an increase in commercial activity, so I don't think we have to worry about that. If there was another, you know, if for whatever reason we became involved as a town in activities around the virus and we needed access to the town offices, I would defer to Sarah and Terry on that, what that would be, or if there were another natural disaster, right? But other than that, you know, with the access to all of the data through the cloud, you know, I think it could probably subsist the way it is. I mean, I thought the document, as you've just described, is kind of, I don't know that we really need to do anything to it at this stage.
It's simple, which is nice.
Simple.
But it covers.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing that it's not mentioned specifically, but it's got to do with how long this goes on, is I believe, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you not need access to the printer in your office to cut checks for the road crew?
Well, I just talked to a road crew into going to direct deposit.
Good.
And on a normal week, they were really the only 2 checks that I wrote.
Okay.
So I can do direct deposit from home if I have to, because
Good.
I just need to take it with me. And if any of you want your checks direct deposit, just give me the form and there's one other person that works in the library that I got a check for, but I believe the library is closed right now, so I don't think that I will be paying her. But I do have a question about the librarian.
I think Greg said the library's closed, but she was still working in it.
The librarian is, I'm not sure.
Oh, regular librarian. They're thinking about,
The other one.
Yeah,
that's true, yeah.
And the other Greg, so I don't know.
No, the other Greg, yeah. There's lots of Gregs. We have plenty to choose from.
And I do have a question about her pay, but I don't know
Does-
when that would come up. so-
Does Dan's pay go to the automatic or is it in a check?
Say that again?
Dan.
Dan is direct deposit.
This is direct deposit? So
Yeah, the 2 highway guys were the only ones that were the holdouts, and I basically told them they needed to
Make
do
sure
that.
they
And
get
they
paid.
did it today. I mean, I just did everything today, so.
Yeah, I mean, it alleviates some uncertainty. I mean,
That's for sure, because the banks, most of their lobbies are closed
closed
now.
too.
And this, I said, you know, you'll get it 12 hours after you would normally get your check, so it's.
Without having to go to the bank.
Right. And if I had to take the printer home for some reason, I mean, my printer that's near my desk is pretty compact,
Portable.
so I can just take it.
would you have any need for the, well, if you guys, let's go to paragraph 2. If the 2 went home and started working strictly out of the office, if for some reason we had to close the office down, there's one phone line. How do you envision dividing up that in the fax line? How would you divide that up? Have you thought about that?
Well, fax would answer itself, obviously, when it's a fax in there. And the only time that line rings is when our first line is busy. So if we're on the first line, it'll roll to the fax line. So if nobody is there to answer the first line, I believe if it's transferred to one of us, that second line wouldn't ring anyway. They would probably get a busy signal, and then they would just call back if we were on the phone. But truthfully, in the last few days, the phone has not been overly busy.
And I think if we did move to transfer one of the lines, we could always ask Consolidated what kind of functionalities out there as far as forwarding things like that.
I mean, we've forwarded lines in the past, like, I don't know what the situation was, but it was fairly recent. It might have been when the town garage phone was out. I had it transferred to the town office so that I could, you know, if somebody called the town garage, it would just ring in there.
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff to move the phone.
Yeah.
We just have to come up with who's forwarding it and when does it ring and all that kind of stuff, I guess. Do we want to go through that right now to determine or deputize somebody to run the operation once we get there?
Are we gonna have another meeting in 2 weeks here?
I think right now we're somewhat going through some items to not have to.
Okay, I didn't know if that's...
But it's a good question. I mean, it may get worse. I think we're all comfortable in here if everything's given the same, but there's one thing that came about that we'll add in for discussion. Maybe now's a good time to bring it up. Is the, signing off on the pay orders. We do have to do that as part of the open meeting law. We can't just say, come on into the office and everybody sign off on your own thing. But we, according to this statute here, and this is some information from VLCT, is that we're able to designate somebody to sign off on the pay orders. And so my thinking is that we'd want to do that, again, for Plan B. If we don't meet in 2 weeks, we'll have somebody authorized to sign off on the pay orders so that we're not forced to meet.
Before this, in the select board handbook, it says that the select board agrees, I mean, I don't know if this would ever come into play, or if it's even about what we're talking about. But the chair and the vice chair, if the select board says it's okay, like they decided on something, one or the other can sign.
Right.
I don't know if it applies to that or...
No, I think it's exactly that.
But the chair and the
you just
vice
have to
chair...
say who it is. It doesn't, I don't even think it has to be the chair or the vice chair.
Well,
that
there are
makes
things
sense.
in the if this wasn't going on.
Yeah. Oh, that even without this?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to authorize it. Oh, okay.
I don't know if
maybe
that pertains to checks, but it said if the select board approves of whatever it is, that the chair or the vice chair can sign. Didn't say what, whatever needed to be.
Right, so when it's like the board of directors, if a board of directors authorizes a loan, right? Any authorized officer is allowed to sign. It's essentially the same construct. But I think in this case, what would be cleaner for us would be to say, Greg, if you're comfortable with it, we are acknowledging that as a board that, we're investing in you the authority to sign.
And I'm very comfortable with it, and I think that we should, I guess we do have to vote on it, so we can't say vote on it contingent to having another meeting, but we do have to say it. And if we have another meeting, we can always unvote it, so to speak. And I think that makes sense because in my thinking too, it's not gonna immediately get better, and if we can have an option to not have a meeting, there may be other issues that we need to have the meeting, but if we can eliminate a couple, that's great.
Absolutely.
I think you should maybe we should follow that rule that it's maybe two signers. If you can't make it or you get sick or that the vice chair could do it.
Sure, right, absolutely, yeah. And Tom has actually expressed that since he's in town, he could be the person too. So not that I can't get here, but Tom has offered to be one of those people.
Right. Are you comfortable? Well, Andy is as well, and I'm in town, but Andy is vice chair. Do you want to?
Yes, because it's in the manual already.
Yeah.
There's in the handout that I gave you, there's actually a motion, tentative motion written in the second paragraph there. This is not to be a motion, just reading it says. A motion to give such authorization might be phrased as, I move that we appoint, for example, the chair and the vice chair of the legislative body members to approve and sign orders for payroll, for example.
Say that.
What's that?
I was just about to say that without this, but yeah, I'm happy to
no,
make
I'm just
that
saying
motion.
this.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
For till 1st of July or something.
Oh, this is from the FAQs, okay.
Yeah. I'm not this creative. And then any orders approved under this authority must state indefinitely the purpose for which they are drawn. The full legislative body must later be provided with a record of all the orders. So we just have to keep record of everything that we sign. Terry was talking earlier about sending the warrants to us all, and that if there was, if none of us had any questions or disapproval, then we could just send a note to you saying, yup.
Yeah, or just to voice concerns if something we looked at.
And if there's a problem,
questions or
exactly.
whatever. Yeah.
Or if there was an invoice that you had a question about, then I could send that to you. And the other thing is that I have a Google account for my treasure. I have a Gmail account. So I could set up the drive to put the invoices on, and then you could look at them all.
And if you would invite us all to it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Is that, it's legal, right?
Yeah, because all of this has to be transparent. So
Right.
putting it on Google is consistent with.
And there may, sounds like, the legislature is in continuous discussion of making these types of laws still fit the law, but be a little bit more less stringent in a situation like this. So this may become, not this, but in general, things may become
Hasn't
easier.
happened yet.
Yeah, I think
Tomorrow, I think is scheduled.
Last week it was last Wednesday, and this week it's tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've
So it's
heard that there's grumbling,
Yeah.
so I
Kicking the
would
ball
be
down.
great if it happens tomorrow, but it may not.
Yeah.
So are we all, do you want to make the formal, in the interest of moving along? or-
Sure, I don't have any problem with that. Let's, do we like the idea of sending the warrants? That's independent of the motion, that's just the mechanics of how to affect it. So the motion would be to have the chair and the vice chair.
And it would be both or either?
It's the chair and the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is not available.
Okay.
You want to just one, or I don't know if it needs to be two? What do you think?
What you just said.
I think it should have to be four, not eight.
Okay, this doesn't put or in here, but
Nope.
we can put that in ourselves. All right, let's try this phrase. I move that we appoint the chair or the vice chair of the Jamaica Select Board to approve and sign orders for payroll or operating expenses for
Put it out there.
April, May, June.
We can always
I would say until the,
3 months.
until the board reverses it.
What's that?
Why don't we do it until the board reverses it?
Well, they just say for a period of time.
Um,
It's suggested to say a
I'm
period of
just,
time.
yeah.
And we can always still reverse it.
Here, yeah, here's
Put
the
it a
thing,
date
don't
out
change
there.
it. There
and
may
we can
be a
always-
and
provision.
I would do 12 months until we reverse it.
I still don't understand what you just said.
I understand that it says for a period of time here, and I
Yeah.
think under ordinary circumstances, you would do that. But in this circumstance, my recommendation would be, don't. Either do a very long period, unless we decide an earlier time. Just gives us maximum flexibility.
And my thought on that was when I read this the first time was there may be something buried in the bowels of the legislature that says in order for us to do this, there must be a discrete period of time. Perhaps.
I've done some research.
So say it's a year.
It's not going to be an
Say
invalid.
it's a year and in 6
Right.
months if
If
we
we
come back.
say 12 months, it's not going to be an invalid resolution of the board.
I feel more comfortable just saying it July 1st and we can re-vote it again.
See how things are going.
Yeah.
July 1.
1st of July.
It may require us to convene though to reverse, the re-vote.
If we don't meet between now and the 1st of July.
Exactly.
we can
That's
most
why
likely see that.
that's why I don't recommend it.
We can't say indefinitely.
No, but a longer period than 2 months.
No, I'm asking, I'm like, indefinitely
You actually,
isn't specific enough.
not really, because then you're in essence, you're changing the function of the board and the roles of some of the members of the board.
Okay.
So I think this is, to address, but I don't think July 1, I would just go out farther. I'd go 6 months, and then.
We can always turn it off.
Yes, and it's reasonable to say 6 months, just, it's, if you meet a reasonable man standard based on the science and what's understood about what we're facing. So for the board to have said, for this length of time, and knowing at any time, if it resolves and things are great this summer, we can always, shut it off.
Okay,
So you're saying 6 months, go to the 1st of September then?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Do I hear a second to that revised, do you have this wording, Terry? It's the standard wording that's.
I'll give you a copy of this, Terry.
That's in the
I think I
VLCT.
have a copy of the office.
Just before we do the resolution, so Terry's payroll and operating expenses is a big enough bucket in terms of the orders that gets, are there any other, only because I'm new to this, so I don't know what other types of orders.
I was wondering what we call the other orders, but operating expenses is good.
Is
Does
good
that cover it?
enough?
That covers it?
You have a colorful claim with that.
I mean, there was some emergency, but it would still be operating expense, so.
When you look at what we end up signing all the time, it's basically how the expense of running the town, operating
Right.
expense. That's why I put them both in there.
Right, okay.
So,
Do you want
is
to
the
read that?
motion
Motion.
lengthy to read back? I'll second it, but I don't,
Read it
Well, I
again.
have the wording here.
Okay.
So I'll put it in there. And then you can next time fix it.
So we can read it again, though?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so I seconded it, so.
But you like
Reread the motion.
Read what we've got.
I want us to do what
Let's
Terry
read-
wrote.
Read what Terry's gonna write.
Or Terry, do you want to read it for us?
Or I can.
Between the two of them, I'm gonna put this together, because I think I wrote something totally different than what, was on the sheet, so.
It's right there in the middle of that second bullet.
So you moved that we appoint
The chair.
Chair and vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
or the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is unavailable. I'm reading my stuff too. So,
Yeah.
to approve and sign the orders for payroll and the running expenses.
Through September.
But this is, okay, so through.
September 1.
All right, I had expired.
For the period of
but
6 months, or, okay.
Through September 1, 2020. And I don't think the rest of it is part of the.
No, that's good.
explanation.
So-
Yep.
Now, do we want to say do we want to say in the minutes, because it does seem to be saying here, you want to be making clear why you're undertaking this, and this is, in response to steps the town is taking to address the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's enough. I don't think we have to say any more than that, but we
Right.
do have to say why we're doing it.
Right.
Well, it might clearly say to modify our town select board procedures in light of the COVID. Because we're not actually attacking COVID with this, we're attacking our procedures.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the
I'm
same
fine
page.
with that.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, just as long as we're stating what the reason is, yeah.
So what are you gonna say after this?
That this is.
This motion
this-
is in
In
response.
support of the modification of select board procedures in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And see what it says in here about the legislative body must be later be provided with a record of all orders. Terry, if you just send us the warrants, that's basically a record of all orders.
Yes.
So by doing that, then we cover that provision of the law as well.
Now, when those get sent, who sees them? Just
All
us?
of us. Right.
Okay, but is that public?
Well, I'm gonna send them to everybody.
Right, but if someone wanted to see these, can they walk in the office and look at them? Okay.
not going
But I
forward,
just,
though,
it
the
has
office is
nothing to
not.
do with the motion really, but.
But
But
we could
it's,
then share
right,
that.
so someone would have to make a
someone-
request to
Right.
see them, and then Terry could give access.
Right.
Okay.
But that's not really different than today, when you
No,
go,
that's correct.
someone wanted to see them, they
No,
go
I
to the
kinda
office. Yeah,
was saying that for the camera.
oh, okay, perfect.
Yep. So we're comfortable with that? Or are you still,
I'm comfortable with that motion as it's being recorded by our secretary. Not quite sure how it's worded, but I'm all right with it.
any further discussion? Sounds like, Terry, you've got it, right?
Yeah.
You've read it back.
I
Yeah.
hope so, or you're gonna have to change it the next time. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I think that was one of the bigger items in that bucket. There was a few other things that I mean, more or less can just, maybe we'll get into some stuff that Chris is he's got some detail on. But we've, I mean, these just make logical sense. I mean, at the transfer station, the operational hours are, continuing as normal. Dan's taken steps for his personal health. We have closed the swap shop though, partly due to a tight space, and also we don't need goods coming in or out of there that may be contaminated. There was the discussion of extending the dog license deadline to May 1st, which I think is pretty, I think that I've heard that's a logical extension.
Yes.
And I think as a board, we may need to vote on that just because that's part of it is a statute, it is a town statute.
I can tell you that just personally, I have a pet who needs his rabies shot, and I can't get one. So
And all the clinics are not going.
They're not.
I missed the clinic. I was gonna bring him to the vet, like I usually do.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
they only do an emergency.
Exactly.
So that too, we may end up
Sure.
extending a little bit. I mean, obviously, we
Of course,
want
they want
pets
to
to have all their shots and all that good stuff. I mean,
Right.
there's obvious reasons why we do want to have all the licenses, the dog's license, but given the practical sense. do
Is
we
that
need to-
long enough, May, or?
I know, that's what I was just thinking, I don't know if my vet's gonna be open by May 1.
Is it a real, like, public health issue that dogs might get rabies in Jamaica? I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just
Yeah, but that's
thrown
more of
in
an
on
issue
top
that they
of
can't get
it.
the shot versus they can't get their license.
Right.
So we
Right,
don't
but you
have a-
can't get a license if you don't have your,
Right, but we don't have control over the shots.
Right.
So
Right.
it doesn't matter what date we set for the deadline.
Well, what we have control over is we could waive the,
that, exactly,
Penalty.
waive the penalty,
Waive the
that's the issue.
Penalty, and you have a select board member with an unlicensed dog.
we'll waive that too.
Traces.
So do
It's
we,
too late.
I don't know, do we need to vote on that as a specific item?
I think we need to vote on the waiving of the
Yeah.
penalty because it involves funds, expenditures.
I'll make a motion to waive the penalties associated with the dog licensing deadline of April 1st. And I'll throw it out there as June 1st,
Sure.
until June 1st.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? One other one that was brought up to me as a possible fees situation was to waive the pay-as-you-throw fees. I don't know, I mean, I can see the reason from somebody who's able to afford that, but I don't know that we have the authority to do that because it is a state. I mean, it's this state law, so to speak, that instituting the pay-as-you-throw.
Someone asked for that to be waived, is that?
That was brought up to
Oh,
me,
okay.
to say, here's something else that we may have people in town that are, unable to get a bag, unable to afford the bags, that they're out of work, those types of things. So acknowledging that that may be an issue, I said I'd bring it up. But I don't know for sure that we have the ability to waive that since it is mandatory.
Right, that's a town of Jamaica edict, right? That's a.
Pay-as-you-throw is an ordinance in
Well, you
Jamaica.
pay, you throw is ours.
Oh,
Okay,
it
but
is?
isn't it state mandated though that we
I'm trying to remember now.
because of the mandatory recycling, that.
How we do it is up to us.
Yeah.
We chose to do the bags and the
Okay.
bags, so that was something.
Okay, so we do have the ability if we.
The question then is how do you secure or control what's going into the bins?
It opens up a whole lot of.
Oh, it does. If we say no more, you don't need a yellow bag anymore. Have five outside.
Can I just say that,
Yes, all
Karen-
around towns were required to pass an ordinance that requires waste haulers to bundle the cost of recycling and trash collection at 1 fee for residential customers.
But how you do that? We did it with the pay as you throw.
That was
But if
just
we-
one component.
But if we undo it, then we have to institute something else.
Something else, right, exactly.
Yeah.
So Karen sells the bags at D&K's and Rossingville Marketplace also.
Right.
So obviously they pay us for the bags, so I don't think they're gonna be giving away bags. But could we put something in where, I don't know, if somebody was really desperate for that they could either call us at the
Yes.
town office and we can, I mean, we were giving the school free bags up until they merged, now they pay for them, but I just think the stores are not gonna be able to do that, but we at the office could certainly say.
We can make it an exception. Yeah.
And we just keep
Situation by
track.
situation.
But we need to set up some sort of an objective criteria so that you guys aren't saddled with picking one person over another without some written objective criteria.
Yeah, or you just say, if anybody asks, you can have, you know, I don't know, 5 bags or 3 bags, but that's your limit for a little while, I suppose, and then we wouldn't have to ask anybody any questions, or even 1 bag, I mean, then if they really had to come back. I don't wanna be the
Yeah, you don't wanna be
questioner,
the, you don't wanna be the
right.
person that
Yeah,
the arbitrator, right, yeah.
certainly, if we had the authority, you know, if somebody said, I really can't afford the bags right now, and we can say, well, here's 3.
Do there still is an organization in town called Jamaica Cares, correct? That Joel's associated with? Does he still do that? I don't know either.
Not familiar with that.
It was kind of a loose knit thing, I think, maybe structured, or he started to get off the ground prior to, maybe to help initiate the channeling of stuff through the Muzzy Fund, but I can't recall. But maybe there's an outside organization that could vet this a little bit, and they could come to us and say, hey, we've got 6 people that can't afford this, but I don't know who that is. I think we get into a little bit of a difficult situation trying to have the office manage that.
I would suggest we let this go for a couple of weeks. Table it, and see how things work.
Yeah, okay.
Because it just puts them in a terrible position.
I don't think it can be done there. No, I mean, it has to be somebody else.
Well, those are the only places that they can get bags, are the stores.
Right, but it has to be somebody through us or some approval process, say, yeah, go see Terry and she'll give you a bag. Whatever.
I agree with leave it alone for now, and if someone has a problem getting rid of their garbage, that they call the office and one of the select board, or we could deal with it.
Yeah.
On a situation
On an ad hoc
by
basis.
situation or ad hoc basis.
Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of these things, and that could be caught up in some of the volunteer level of things too, so. Okay, I threw it out there, somebody had asked. For now, we're suspending all events here at the town hall. There was discussion of public internet access. Chris can chime in. I know there was a broadband study that went out through Wyndham Regional from the state.
Yeah, we have not filled that out yet. Did you send it? You didn't send it in yet, did you?
I didn't send it in, but I think it also went out to a number of people in town, because I know Karen forwarded it to me, and I think maybe you had too.
This is the request from Wyndham County, or Wyndham Regional County, from the state that went through the county, WRC, to get an identified, everywhere in the state of Vermont, pockets of free Wi-Fi.
Yep. So that's why
You answered that.
That's why we're bringing it up. I don't think it was answered yet, but we're now addressing it.
Well, what I'm saying is, on the internet tonight, we are listed. And we have listed the school, and we have a little black spot near the library, and then the town is listed as no Wi-Fi. So that was something that we were going to discuss.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. They sent, Sue West has sent an email to the broadband rep saying follow up with the town clerks on the survey request that the WRC did. And I talked with Sarah, and she asked me to fill out the survey, so I did. And the library and the school's open. The library's posted their password on the door, so anybody can use the library. And I entered the town hall as there was a category about, are you thinking about making the password available? So I put the town hall under the thinking about it category.
Right, it is blacked out right now. I've got stuff to add to that too if you want. Go ahead.
Let's getting back to this. According to the map I read tonight, the part about possibilities next to the library and one for the town, next to the town icon said no. But let's get back to the library for a second. I was talking to Jen. Her concern was that anybody who stops to use that Wi-Fi location clogs up the road because there's no parking right there. It's just the road. And she said that you get far enough away to get out of the traffic pattern, and then you can't get the Wi-Fi. So her request, my understanding was this is supposed to be vetted through the select board tonight. And that, I didn't know that you had done it. I was surprised to see us on there.
But it's our jurisdiction. I mean, we
can
have authority over our, I mean, this, I think Chris was just providing public information at that point. I mean, now we need to discuss whether we open up one of our town networks to the public. And I've done a little bit of research on that too, just to know, I mean, I'm talking to Tom basically, because we talked about restricting the one at the town office because we're concerned about security on there. But this does have its own network here.
Right.
So we could talk about opening up the password for this building. Go ahead.
That was, today's request from Chris Campany was, if you've got more information, submit it. Right. So
yeah.
So if you
and I could you say, hey, somebody can pull in my front yard and use mine. I mean, that's how general this survey was.
Well, Jen's request to us,
and that makes sense,
was that we not advertise the one for the library outside of our immediate little family because of the safety issues on that very narrow stretch of road.
Yep, and that makes sense, and especially if we can provide alternatives, like here at the school, I mean, somebody can drive 100 yards away.
So the question then for us today is whether we want to put the password for the town hall across the entire state of Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, if you look at that map, there's so many access points. I mean, there's quite a few, and I imagine more will be popping up. And this is a bigger issue. I mean, this has to do primarily with schools being out. I mean, I think those are going to be the people that are going to use it the most, and we want to support our kids and parents and whatever.
Well, the school works out good. First of all, they got a pretty good Wi-Fi, but they also have plenty of parking.
Yeah.
What would be the drawback to adding a town hall Wi-Fi to
the drawback for the town hall?
For this building.
Not the town office.
Town hall. I thought you were saying town hall, you were a little reluctant.
Well, this building, right. I personally don't see any.
I don't see.
I don't think there's network restrictions because it's on its own hub versus the town
exactly.
office. So it's independent.
Exactly. It's not used much, so.
No.
It depends on how good the firewall is on your computers, whether people could hack in through the open Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and so that's one of our concerns at the office, but it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be that concern here.
So if we offered the school and the town hall,
I think so.
That would be.
That email I was reading, I was reading into
an intermediate possibility of giving the password to individual students who ask for it. If you know who their parents are and trust them.
That would not secure. You talking about the town hall or town hall?
No, even for here, somebody would call in the town
doesn't matter.
And say, hey, I need access.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the town hall.
No,
it's the town office that has me concerned.
I wouldn't give it at all for the town office, whether they ask or not, because we're providing this. That's my opinion.
Well, again, this
and we have the
school at the other end of town. There's not a lot of parking right here, so the school's a better one, but also the school has a much more robust system down there. If some of you recall, we paid a lot of money to the school to get a very robust Wi-Fi for educational opportunities, so they probably have a much better connection.
What were you saying? You were going to say something?
They have a parking lot too.
just about the email, if I got the same one, that I was reading into it, is it like also for like safety, like if someone needed to access the internet, or is there just the scholastic or information, or that they're mapping out all the Wi-Fi hotspots, you know, just for the camera? That's what in Wyndham County?
Right.
It's statewide.
It's statewide.
Well,
But through
WRC's asking us how many we wanna, but I don't know, I may have read it into it a different way, that it wasn't just for that, it was for like if someone needed some help, like
I agree.
because of the virus, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
No, for any, so absolutely. So these two passwords would be available to anybody who is having difficulty getting access to either government-issued information, central government,
right.
or this municipality, or any other research with respect to the virus or any other safety issue. I think that the emphasis was just this in this time.
Right.
Where people don't have access to their schools or to their places of work, or even cafes where they might have previously had access to the internet. This is to substitute for that as best as possible. So I would agree for the camera.
Read it. I just wondered if you guys and girls thought that's
Agreed.
part of the email.
Agreed wholeheartedly.
The gist of it, or part of the gist.
Well, I'll make a motion that we share the password for the network here. I don't know the name of the network. I think it's just called Town Hall, or maybe Jamaica Town Hall. And I'll make that motion.
And the school. And the school.
And the school. Well, the school is kind of independent. I believe the school password, that's up to them to provide their password.
Did you say they put it on,
The school is already.
The school's already provided that.
And the
So-
education agency.
the password goes right there on the map.
Right.
It shows it right on the map.
Right.
Perfect.
So the school is already kind of taken care of, and I will make the motion that we offer the password for this network.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? And password is Jamaica with a capital J and an exclamation point for the password for, I believe it's called Town Hall, or maybe it's called Jamaica Town Hall, but it'll pop up. Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Who's gonna tell Chris Campbell?
Do you mind, or I could?
I'll do it if
Thank
you want.
Yeah. So Chris will forward that to.
And check,
Chris to Chris.
Chris, just make sure I'm right on this, but check on the map, because it looked like they had the little two black squares for the ones that are potentially available. And that's what they have the library listed as, so I was surprised to see that. But maybe, but check it and see,
This thing?
the map, yeah. Is that the current map?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I think they probably would have said, any town, facility, school, or library is a potential. And that's what it's listed there as a potential.
There we are. And if you click
guys
on
zoom.
that, the box comes up and then you can scroll through the locations.
Okay, this is not the same map I looked at today. The one I had today had 3 spots for Jamaica. This was one of them, but it also showed the school and us.
Maybe
So maybe it's dated, maybe it's up.
Or,
a later date.
Well, it wasn't today, this is the 23rd.
well, it's probably
Today's the
updated
23rd.
time.
I don't know, I zoomed in on it, that might have made a difference. We'll talk later, yeah.
So again, the other thing that's under here, one more, at least one more. There's some discussion around town, and Chris jump into it regarding any coordination of volunteers, and kind of blessing that, so to speak, I guess. Obviously there's a lot of grassroots efforts for volunteer coordination all over the place. A lot of outside organizations that are doing this in Brattleboro and everywhere else. My thought is that we can kind of act as a dissemination of information point, but beyond, I don't know if we want to go beyond that. I mean, Jessica and I talked a little bit about any liability with the town. I mean, we could authorize somebody to go do something and it's still covered under our town employees / volunteers policy. But I don't know. I mean, that conversation that I think the planning commission was discussed coordinating some volunteer efforts, or asked if they could be assistants in that regard.
Volunteer for what?
Well, in our neighborhood, the Amiot Londos have formed a little network to take care of everybody on Wyndham Hill, to check on them, make sure they're all right, or go for things if they're not. And I thought the Planning Commission thought there might be a need for volunteers at some intermediate level between the emergency responders and these neighborhood volunteer groups. And particularly if people start getting sick and quarantined and the small neighborhood groups, start falling apart, a town-wide group of volunteers might be really important. And so,
bringing food to shut-ins and all those type of things.
So the idea is we're wondering if you want to task us to set something up or give us some guidance, or.
So can I ask a question in this regard? So I think volunteer efforts are a support to kind of what actions are being taken on a more official basis. So I know we had some back and forth about the LEMP, and I know that there's been some coordination in your role around activities. Could we hear kind of from you in terms of those things? And then the volunteer piece would fit into that. So for example, volunteers would understand what resources are available through the fire department, through emergency management, through EMS, and then what, you know what I'm saying? Is that, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Maybe we could hear the.
There's just one other entity, the How Are You Doing Today program or something the Sheriff's Department has implemented. I forgot to bring it. You get on this list if you're maybe elderly, maybe you're in a bad way, maybe you get sick, and they'll check on you every couple days or make some sort of contact either by phone or in person. I don't have that whole thing, but that came down to the town somehow. I read it.
I don't recall it either. We could look into that.
That's part, for sure.
It's through the sheriff's department. They've been doing it for years.
Right.
And they will call you every day to make sure that you are okay.
But I have.
And you just have to get on the list.
On the computer, it gives me, on the email I got, you call and get on the list. Terry just said. So that's happening. That will take care of, that's for Jamaica.
It's for
I don't know, well,
in Wyndham County.
right.
Oh, it's Wyndham County?
Let me give you a little bit, on this volunteer thing, a little bit of history in Jamaica. When we had Irene hit, we started getting a lot of volunteers. This is a great town. Everybody came out of the woodwork to help us, incredible. But it got a little out of hand because it was hard to manage. And so Ed, Daughter UK, took over sort of the volunteer coordinator for a couple of reasons, because it was crazy in the command post and he had a little bit of space to do it. After that initial surge was over, we then ran into difficulty about assigning people to do stuff that would cause liabilities for the town. Specifically, people were volunteering to clean houses and clean basements. The problem with that is because of the potential toxicity of what they were cleaning, we incurred a liability by sending people down to do that.
Someone sued the town? The town was sued?
Well, what we ended up doing was working with neighborhood associations, our neighborhood connections, and we then referred the volunteers to them. They then vetted and trained and assigned the volunteers around the whole region. But that's what we did, rather than take the risk of incurring liability of sending. There was a group of some kids from another part of the state.
The World College kids that were supposed to clean
exactly.
the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail, which was closed down. There were a lot of them looking for something to do. That was just one group of volunteers.
Yeah.
There was a deluge of different
people came out of the woods. They went into the woods.
The Rubicon guys came in.
Yeah.
And it was just, we were real wary of not someone getting hurt.
Injury potential.
Like working for Jamaica.
And so that's kind of the history of our use of volunteers. And when you and I were email we shared back and forth. My concern is along those lines, as I said, sadly my now retired chair hat thinks about the potential liability of all this stuff. I don't know what Neighborhood Connections is doing right now. They've always had a pretty good history. I think this has been 8 or 9 years since the personnel turnover. But if a neighborhood does it, it doesn't have the town's authority to it, or imprimatur, I'm going to get carried away. If the town agency, such as the Planning Commission, were to coordinate this, then I believe the liability flows back to the town.
I'm new to this law, but the law seems pretty clear that if we're talking about a response to an infectious disease that would affect everybody in the state, if not the country, that is not a discretionary act. It is an act which is for the benefit of all people in Vermont. So for example, any work that was done to repair a waterway that flows through Jamaica but affects other individuals within the state, or to repair a road, that liability, the town would not lose its sovereign immunity. Similarly, what I understand in talking with other lawyers, any action that we're taking to protect the population of the state, and which would include, by the way, checking on individuals who are making sure that they are not leaving their home or don't need to leave their home, potentially spread the illness, supporting them on quarantine. This town would not lose its sovereign immunity, especially, and it would not be foiled by the fact that we have VLCT group insurance. Group insurance is there's case law on that it doesn't eliminate the fact that you have it. So I think if we could go back to, and I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'd love to hear, I thought we were going to hear kind of what actions are being taken our EMT and the fire department, what have you. I know there have been activities. Let's see what that's yielding, and then we could go from there.
Well, if you're asking what the fire department does, it responds to emergency calls for fire or medical assistance. Whether it's somebody's house or somebody's car or car wrecks, if we get a call for a medical emergency, we respond to that. Right now, we are responding cautiously because obviously certain kinds of medical responses are overwhelming the system. And what we will do
is that happening in Jamaica now? It is overwhelming the system in Jamaica?
The system around the country.
Okay.
So hospital, EMT, most of our real serious medical, all of our medical calls get a response from rescuing. And so our current process with the limited staff we have is to respond as best we can to make sure that we're preserving life. And if somebody's seriously injured, we're going to put the appropriate suit and personal protection equipment on. But usually that's going to be Rescue Inc. that's going to come in and that. But that's a response to a call. We don't go unless we're dispatched by Keene Mutual Aid. So independent of a dispatch assignment, we don't respond.
Right, so you get and it's the fire department kind of is looking at things like protective equipment and that's being stockpiled, or
PPE. We had
is there access?
Where each individual was given his own set of PPE that he has with him or her to use as necessary for the response. So far, we've been lucky. We've only had a couple of responses that have been questionable, but most of what the fire department does not involve somebody calling in with a cough and a fever, for example.
Right.
You know, we have other kinds of things we still have to be careful about. But as far as what we respond to 911, think of it as 911 calls.
Right, and so 911 calls could include, in the future, someone who's sick at home.
Exactly.
Right,
What they're doing with 911 right now, if you call 911, that call goes to PSAP, which is a public service state police. Can't remember the other. Anyway, they will then, the 911 will shift the call to the PSAPs. PSAP will then try to get some sense from the caller what he's looking for. Mm-hmm. And recently, in the last few weeks, for example, A lot more specificity is being requested about fever, travel out of state, travel out of the country, coughs, dry cough versus, there's a lot of things that they're asked. Then that information is passed to, in our case, Key Mutual Aid, which is out of Southwestern Mutual Aid, out of Southwestern New Hampshire Mutual Aid, which is the dispatch agency for all of us around the area. They then would call us, tone us out, is the phrase, and give us the information they have, and we would respond accordingly. So anything we do by procedure has to have basically a tone out from Key Mutual Aid.
Okay, and just in terms of prepare, like, anything that you want to share in terms of actions specifically, other than each person who responds to an emergency call having PPE, anything else, or that's kind of
well, we've all
where
gone
things
through
stand?
specific special training
Okay.
that we keep up to make sure that we have a good understanding of how valuable the PPE is, but also our EMT people, of which I am not one. I'm a fireman, not an EMT.
Okay.
But the EMS team has done special training relating specifically to COVID virus. Yeah. So the training's there. We provided the equipment. We do not have enough, but we have enough for emergency meeting right now for a short while. And then massive backup from rescuing. They do a very good job of backing up and showing up with the right PPE.
And that the backup is from
Rescuing.
Rescuing.
Yes, are you familiar with rescuing? Let's chat later. We don't need to go on.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Andy.
Back to what Chris was asking. Has the select board received any instruction to do anything more than we usually do concerning the safety of the town? Or would we expect, has anyone got anything from to the town health officer, which is right now the select board, or the Jamaica Board of Health?
I have not. No, I think Chris was trying to
No,
be
but I'm just saying, I think that when if it ever comes down to the governor or the Vermont Department of Health giving us instruction on what to do as this thing evolves, as they, I suspect, test more, and everybody's been watching and reading, too much probably, but then I just don't want the select board or the planning commission to get out and doing things that we don't do.
Yeah.
Not to dismiss what Chris is asking, but I don't know how, as a select board, we would go about coordinating volunteers through the planning commission.
Well, I think maybe I'm misreading it, or I think there's three tiers here, kind of. One is what Chris has talked about, those really true neighborhood volunteers, and that's going to happen, and that we want to encourage that. The other is at the other end of what Paul's talking about, emergencies. I mean, serious 911s, whether it's COVID-19s or anything else, and to continue to do that. And I see maybe, and then I'll let Chris jump back in again, but I see we can not get involved on the day-to-day, you go do this, you go do that, but we can act as kind of an informational point, and maybe it's through one of us or through sharing with the office that if someone calls up, I've got a situation, you think, well, here's Neighborhood Connections phone numbers, here's UNICEF's phone number, I don't know what else. There's hundreds of organizations that are already doing this, and like you said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel we don't need to do them. We need to push it onto somebody else, and if anybody in town wants to volunteer for these organizations that are out there already, then we encourage.
I think it ought to be clear that the volunteering for the organization, that's independent of
and we can just steer
the planning committee.
That's how I see we can help, how the town can help, as opposed to getting to that level. But go ahead.
A couple of things. The school has set up a program to feed the children by having lunches that being picked up in a tent out in front of the school every day. I talked with the school, and they said if that starts breaking down, they would more than welcome help from the town to get the lunches to the children. The second thing is, if there were to be a volunteer course set up in the town at this intermediate level, it would require some gophers to do the delivery of things and somebody to coordinate it. Now, the point about neighborhood connections is great, and maybe the best thing to do is raise volunteers for neighborhood connections to coordinate. So maybe what we ought to do is check with neighborhood connections and see if that's a workable plan.
From the question she's asking about the fire and emergency, I really like the fact that this town rallies around the situations and they get out and they do these little ad hoc committees. That saved our butt during Irene, absolutely. But this particular situation, if somebody's going to check on someone and they aren't prepared for the potential of running into the virus, we're causing a lot more grief than we're helping with. So those kinds of events and those kinds of volunteer, I don't even know how to say it, the little pockets of volunteers around the whole country, all around the country people are doing things for this. Anything that involves potential contact with another person can really provide us with a real nightmare to fix, because they don't know. And we're trained to not go, frankly, into something that we aren't that sure of. So in that sense, as much as I like the idea, instead of having one victim, we've got this victim and maybe 2 or 3 more at home when she goes home to fix dinner before she gets tested. So there's, really quickly, then I'll shut up. Years and years ago when I was stationed in Washington, D.C., we had an airplane that left National Airport that got as far as a bridge and crashed, and people were scattered all over the lake. And the story that I remember, for whatever reason, was an off-duty EMT, I can help, dives into the lake to go rescue, into the river to go rescue people. We now have 2 victims who have hypothermia and possibly drowning, instead of the one that we started with. So I think of that, and I've always taught that in my experience, because it was all over the national news, as it turned out. The idea is, one of the things we're very cautious about is not becoming victims to the extent that that takes me out of any ability to help the next victims. So part of what's going on with the training in the first responders around the entire country is, we used to say, first do no harm. First do no harm to yourself. Because if you get quarantined for 14 days, whether you get sick or not, that's 2 weeks. Our very small little department doesn't have you. So yes, we're trained to help. We're also trained to not get in more trouble than we're already in, to not cause any more trouble. So that's what I really think this is a really good idea, except, and that's the part where the old stuff kicks in. Sorry.
As a select board member, I don't know what you guys are getting, but I'm getting plenty of direction and information about what the state is doing and what other people, they think other entities should be doing. More than I can read sometimes from, the different entities, the Department of Health, the governor's office, there's the Corona website for the state of Vermont, and then all the stuff that's trickling down to us.
Right.
There's a lot to absorb, but it all says, keep your distance, stay home if you can. We all know this, but I think that if it comes down to where they want us to do more as a select board or a planning commission, we'll get that direction from up north, from the Department of Health.
This afternoon, put out a call for non-profits and individuals to think outside the box and come up with innovative ideas. Also, the health department has put out guidance for home-based service delivery, which, well, it's not that extensive, but it addresses your point of don't become a vector for the virus. So, the only thing I can say is, if a whole lot more effective if the town of Jamaica put out a call for volunteers rather than Brian, Patrick, and Chris did. So that's why I brought it to your attention. Now, one more point. All this will be moot if the worst that happens is what's happened. Where we are now, where we're 6 feet apart from each other. If it gets as bad and lasts as long as some of the experts are saying it's going to, we've really got to do something.
Well, I think if there's a lot of, like Andy said, there's a lot of information out there. I think we can help channel people's discovery of this information. If somebody, provided internet access, or if someone calls the office, I'll gladly take a phone call and I'm sure every one of us would if Sarah had a question that somebody called in. So if someone's looking for help, certainly let us know. I mean, and if the worst case scenario, it's not worst, but the best case scenario is we can point them at other entities in the area.
I believe.
And Paul there's 211. I mean, there's
Just dial
211. If someone's in need, and I would certainly encourage these small little neighborhood help groups, or whatever you want to call them.
I believe that's what we're charged to do.
Right, I would say right now there's not, those types of documents and those types of links are not on our website. So the LEMP is not on our website, it's not on the Wyndham Regional site,
in
which gives
general,
a lot of
the
information.
state website, like Andy said, there's so much stuff coming out. You go to VLCT and there's 100.
We should.
Right, but we could distill it down into links and particular information that's unique to Jamaica that would be helpful to people. And I do think there's, unfortunately, there may be a time when we do need hands as a town. Hopefully not, God willing. We're a relatively small hamlet, and at least from the research that I've done so far, Paul, there's not a huge influx of second homeowners that are using their home. But as I get more information from caretakers, I'll give that to you. But it sounds like from what you've described, really what the fire department and emergency management does is respond to emergency calls. And that's it, which leaves a whole host of potential support that individuals in this town, particularly vulnerable members of our community, might need some support. So we don't all have to agree on everything. That's what a select board is for. I would say I'm a little bit closer to where the planning commission is thinking that we should be prepared to potentially have specific targeted goals of helping our, specific needs that arise and develop, and that we as a select board could support the planning commission in terms of calling for specific support or asking specific agencies, nonprofits to help, what have you. But that's just where I stand on that, and I don't see potential liability after my research as being a reason not to be open to those steps.
Maybe think of it simply as, like right now there are kids, they get the lunches and they need the food delivered to them. Let's expand that to kids, adults, elderly that get sick and now require quarantine. I would rather see food and medication delivered to their doorstep than them getting desperate and going out and creating a lot of vectors by going into a store or going somewhere. Just having that maybe in place, or at least organized or talked about, where an action could be taken to make sure they stay isolated.
We could resolve that the planning commission is going to be looking into this and coming back to the select board with proposals for specific volunteer efforts that we could then consider.
I think that's great. It's not in the scope of our duties as select board. We're to govern the town, to do the town business right now. I believe until we get other instructions from the state, like, could you do this, could you do that? Beside passing on information like we've already talked about 3 times, like the sheriff's department thing, the other websites, and I got no problem with that, but as far as stepping outside of our regular duties, I don't know if we should be doing that. I mean, we can talk about it, but I don't think we could execute anything like that.
Right. I don't see us all putting on a special hat and organizing efforts, but to understand what is being considered, I would want to know what's being considered, how it's being proposed to be effectuated. Again, we don't all have to agree.
Yeah.
If for whatever reason you guys choose to do that, before you do anything at all, I think that one of us, you or I or somebody, should get in touch with the town attorney because it was under his guidance way back when. And I'd like to maintain the continuity to make sure we're all doing it the way that he worked out the first time. One of the reasons why we, as a fire department, have masks, gowns, and goggles, although we don't have enough, but one of the reasons we have what we have is because I don't remember which one it was, somebody who was down, one of the groups that was down cleaning basements, we had to abort that mission immediately because of the potential liability. And I just kept all the stuff because FEMA didn't want it back. So I've had it in my closet now for 8 years. And we're one of the few departments who actually had stuff to immediately to give our guys. So there's these little pieces of history that accumulate that make me concerned. But if for whatever reason it goes forward, let's get together and make an appeal to the town attorney to review his earlier guidance with the current situation.
Yeah, and I'd like to, I mean, we can easily ask the planning commission to come up with that looks like. Maybe, I mean, I apologize because I'm probably not seeing it fully either. I mean, obviously it's connecting people that have a need and somebody could fill that need. And it could be simple, could be a huge complicated thing. I don't think we want to go there, but if it's just as, you know, one example like you just said, I mean, the school needs one more person to drive. I mean, it's not the select board telling them to go drive, it's them volunteering to drive. So we're just making these connections, so.
Agree.
And it boils down to raising volunteers. We sure don't want to get to town in a situation where they're liable for anything, but there's got to be a way to dance around that.
Yeah.
Or get people sick. And,
right.
That's outside of mine. I have no expertise in what's going on with any of this, with this virus, except for what they're instructing us to do. I'm an armchair scientist. That's what I was called the other day when I gave an opinion about something. So, I don't want to get sick. I don't want Jessica to get sick or anyone else. This is going to get worse before it gets better. I'm just parroting what I've been hearing. I mean, we're kind of somewhat helpless as far as, going, knocking on someone's door with a gas mask on or whatever. It's not funny. I'm laughing because I'm fearful about it, but, I believe that the governor and the health department will give us further instructions. They may tell us all to stay home.
The instruction, you're exactly right, because I'm getting stuff daily from all 3 different agencies. Health
I
department.
get what you get.
Yeah, like I said,
because I took that course.
They still love you. That's why they want you back. But the thing, wash your hands, cough into your elbow like that. Don't go out if you don't have to go out. Keep 6 feet from any physical contact, and stay home. Well, I said that already. Stay home. They say it over and over again.
Especially if you're sick.
Right. I mean,
if you're sick,
we should say, I would never want to encourage a volunteer to breach law. Like that would not, if at some point we get more specific requirements issued by the governor, we're all going to have to comply with those unless there's an exception for someone who's in emergency management.
Yeah.
So that's.
Okay, well, I think, I was going to say we can encourage, we'll encourage anybody to come up with solutions to, to these needs, finding solutions.
Besides the attorney, go and check with the health department, see what they would say about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Vermont Health Department, Vermont Emergency Management, give me a couple others. There's a number of websites, and if you go through them like I end up doing, they're all saying pretty much the same thing. Wash your hands every 20 minutes, apparently, or no, for 20 seconds, but try every day. Wash your hands a lot. Cough into your sleeve. Don't go out if you're sick, stay home. Don't go to work if you don't have to, and stay home again. But there's not a lot anybody can do about this because there's no vaccine and there's no anecdote. But there's plenty of websites available for real information that pretty much boils down to that. But all the other specific details are available on the Vermont Department of Health website, Vermont Emergency Management website, Town Health Officer's website. I'm trying to look at my email list. It's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super discussion. Any other comments? I mean, I'll gladly jump in. I mean, I think any one of us would. I mean, if you guys got ideas, we'll come back and forth. And if we need to go to the attorney, I mean, it should come through me. I mean, I can appoint somebody else, but I mean, right now it's not anybody just calling up the town attorney. So, but any of those issues, I'll make a point to call Neighborhood Connections just because I'm curious now too, and we can keep this discussion going. I mean, we want to help out. I mean, not trying to sound cold in any ways. I mean, any one of us are going to jump in here in a heartbeat, but we just need to be cautious, more for the health reasons than anything else.
And I go back to Irene. This town jumped all over the place to help everybody else out. Incredible amount of volunteerism. Sadly, right now, some of that volunteerism would have been this guy jumping into the river to help the other guy who's got hypothermia. We don't want to make anybody else. And I'll tell you, as been doing this for a long time, it's hard to not help. When you see someone in distress, even if you're trained to not go there yet, it's hard to not help. So we're asking people who haven't been trained to not go into it. The chances of that infection being spread is even higher. Call us.
Okay.
Just one little quick thing.
Okay.
When you're at the end.
Okay. Well, I've got.
I thought you were doing that already.
Well, I've got one other thing regarding the new additions to. I passed around some information. John Suhikian, who's an interested person in joining the Planning Commission. He actually attended the Planning Commission last week. He was hoping to attend the meeting here tonight just to introduce himself. He's had a second home here in town for a number of years. He's a full-time resident now with his wife, and they're involved heavily at Stratton. They've been pass holders for a while. They also run the Vermont Challenge, and super engaged person. And I think the Planning Commission will appoint or recommend that he join, and I'd like to propose that we appoint him to the Planning Commission.
I'll second that motion.
You guys have any? I mean, I know both of you are supportive. So, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Oh, any opposed? All in favor. So John Suhikian, welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Now we have one more position to fill on that board. That was all I had for added things. I think, unless I missed something, there's something.
This is one letter I got today. This is a letter we got from the Meg Gonzalez, is the director of West River Thrives. It's West River Valley Thrives. It's just information, and I'm reading it quick. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Veggie Van Go, the logo here for you camera guys, the Veggie Van Go food program will be providing fresh produce at the Leland and Gray parking lot this Thursday from 12 to 1 p.m. It says, please help spread the word and let's remember to practice social distancing during pickup. Word has been spread.
How did that come down to you?
Email. Just send to me.
As a past chair?
No, just Fraser Brew.
Okay.
I think we find, as you're going to find
Sarah
someday.
got that today too.
Huh? What's that?
Sarah got it.
Sarah got it too? Yeah. It may just be, everybody on W.
After a while, you're on so many.
I'm on so many different lists that I yell.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all I had. That just came today, I think. Yeah.
Any other public comments? Thank you to the Planning Commission members. Thank you. Nice snowy night. Anybody else?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 8:27.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We have a coronavirus stimulus deal that has finally been reached. And as some of you might have heard on my live streams, every day there's like 3 proposals floated. And maybe it's going to happen, maybe it's not. And then it gets canceled or replaced with something else. So because we've all along, if I had talked about every possible deal, the entire show would have been just possible deals that didn't become a reality. We just decided we're going to wait and then we'll discuss the deal once it's actually done. The priorities for me are we've got to bail people out, people with bills, people with expenses, people who need money and may no longer have a job. We've got to do something about small business. Very, very important, because a lot of small businesses can't weather this. I'm talking to small business owners all the time in my neighborhood and other neighborhoods in Boston who say, you know, I can make 30% of what I was making before, but the problem is my rent is 40%. So I need something. I need some kind of bridge to get me there. And you want to provide capital strategically to reduce interruptions of different kinds, prevent the unemployment rate from exploding as much as it would without some incentive for small businesses to keep people on, etc. This is the largest stimulus package in American history. Now, a stimulus package, the concept of a stimulus package is it's a Keynesian idea, the idea being government spending can lessen the severity of a recession, stimulate the economy, boost employment, boost spending. That's the framework. It's a Keynesian framework we're talking about. This deal was reached just hours ago, around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, very early this morning. Here is Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announcing it.
At last, we have a deal. After days of intense discussions, the Senate has reached a bipartisan agreement on a historic relief package for this pandemic. It will rush new resources onto the front lines of our nation's healthcare fight, and it will inject trillions of dollars of cash into the economy as fast as possible.
As you can tell there, Mitch McConnell just overwhelmed with emotion over this historic deal. So what's in it? Some of the details are still being worked out. Some of the language is still being written as of this second. But here's what we have so far. It'll be a $2 trillion stimulus package. People, individuals earning up to $75,000 in income will get a $1,200 one-time check. Couples, double the money for double the income limit, $2,400 if as a couple you earn up to $150,000. You get an additional $500 per child based on what we saw an hour ago. Again, some of the final details may change. The $1,200 check starts to phase out as you approach $99,000 in income as an individual, or $198,000 as a couple. And once you get to that level, $99K per person, you lose all the money. You get zero after that point. Unemployment insurance will be expanded to include people that are furloughed, gig workers, freelancers, right? People that would not normally qualify for unemployment insurance. They will also be adding, and this is one of the things that's a probably, but we don't know for sure yet. It looks like they're going to increase the unemployment payments by $600 a week for 4 months above the state base. Different states, unemployment insurance is state-based. So the benefit in Massachusetts may be different from the benefit in Florida or in California. That'll be upped by $600 a week by the federal government. There will be an employee retention tax credit for businesses to keep people on. So we've seen 2 versions, between $25 and $50 billion for passenger airlines, between $4 and $8 billion for cargo airlines, $17 billion for companies determined to be important to national security. The details, of course, still remain to be determined there. Roughly $500 billion in a corporate liquidity program. These would be loans to businesses through banks. Very important to understand. That would be through banks. And then another $367 billion, roughly, through a small business loan program through the Small Business Association. $30 billion in education funding, $25 billion in transit funding. So this is the bulk of it. Now, there's a question about the income limit on the $1,200 check is $75K. What's the process and verification of that? If it's based on 2019 income, a lot of people haven't filed their 2019 tax return. So what happens there? We don't know. There's the idea that you would use 2018 income if you've not yet filed your 2019 tax return. Excuse me. Could that be gamed in some way? We don't know. But this is part of the detail that still needs to be worked out. Another question is, how does this impact self-employed people? There are some other specifics that need to be sorted out, but it's finally happening. It's happening far too late. It's happening after a lot of personal financial damage has already happened to people who have been laid off for 1 week, 2 weeks, even longer in some cases. Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader, says that Trump's businesses will not be eligible for any of this stuff. That's an assertion from Chuck Schumer. I've not yet seen any language that makes that clear. This is the framework we have so far. In the background of all this, Donald Trump increasingly wants to reopen everything or close to everything on Easter Sunday, April 12th. I want to talk about that next, and we'll be doing a sort of deeper dive into that a little bit later in the program. So we are now really getting down to the core of the argument that is becoming the argument for Donald Trump and for the people that back him up and many Republicans, which is we've got to open up the economy soon. We've got to stop the physical distancing in a lot of places. We've got to reopen business. And for lack of a better term, this is what Dr. Anthony Fauci calls letting it rip. When this was mentioned a week ago or so, feels like months ago, Fauci referred to ending all of the provisions in distancing and just letting the virus do what it's going to do. He referred to it as letting it rip. More people will get the virus, more people will die, but the economy, or really what is in Trump's mind is the stock market, right? But he's talking about the economy. It might improve, but a lot more people are going to die. So fundamentally, when you boil this down, especially when you look at who is mostly dying from the virus, the question is, how many grandmas, someone's grandmas, how many of them are worth allowing to die in order to save the stock market? It's about older folks dying, mostly older folks, to save Wall Street and the stock market. What is each life worth to different people is essentially the question here. How much economic downturn is justified based on how many additional people will likely die if we stop distancing and we reopen stuff? For days now, Trump and people around him have expressed an interest in ramping back up because they don't want the cure to be worse than the disease, as Donald Trump and Larry Kudlow and others have started to say. Yesterday, Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "Our people want to return to work. They will practice social distancing and all else, and seniors will be watched over protectively and lovingly. We can do two things together. The cure cannot be worse by far than the problem. Congress must act now. We will come back strong." Then yesterday, during a Fox News town hall, Trump floated for the first time a specific date, which is Easter Sunday, April 12th.
Have to do that. I'd love to have it open by Easter. Okay, I would love to have it open by Easter. I will tell you that right now. I would love to have that. It's such an important day for other reasons, but I'll make it an important day for this too. I would love to have the country opened up and just raring to go by Easter.
Now, this is insanely soon to even be thinking about this. Now, if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing this on April 12th no matter what, how would you suggest that it be done? In that scenario, if I were Trump, I would say, listen, I want to do this on April 12th, but in order to do it, I need your help. I need all 50 governors, not 18 plus 2 more doing partial stuff. I need all 50 governors to shut down stay-at-home order, shelter in place until April 12th. Everybody's got to do it because remember, 30 states aren't doing a damn thing yet. If Trump did that, then maybe you could partially reopen on April 12th outside of hotspots with older folks still staying home. And again, this is like if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing it April 12th, how would you say he does it? But this reminded me of a video of a young guy who confronts economist Milton Friedman decades ago on this issue of what's a life worth. How much should we spend or fail to earn, forego in earnings, in exchange for each life. It's a very utilitarian argument, almost psychopathically so. So let's look at this. Here's a guy asking Milton Friedman about the Ford Pinto. The Ford Pinto is a vehicle that was very poorly designed. Many deadly fires related to gas tanks that ruptured during accidents. And Ford knew about it, and they could have prevented it with a $13 part on each car. Let's look at this video clip.
I have just one more. This has to do with the Ford Pinto. I'm not sure if you're aware of the recent revelations that have come out about the production of that car. Ford produced it knowing full well that in any rear-end collision, the gas tank would blow up because they had failed to install a $13 plastic block in front of the gas tank. And Ford estimated in an internal memo that that would cost about 200 lives a year. And they estimated further that the cost of each life would be $200,000. They multiplied and they found that the cost of installing those blocks in each of the cars would be more than the cost of saving those 200 lives. And over the past 7 years, the car has been produced and over 1,000 lives have been lost. It seems to me that Ford did what would be the right thing according to your policy. And yet that seems to me to be very wrong.
So the kid lays it out there, and here is how Milton Friedman responds, which is essentially the calculation that Trump and others are now starting to make, a very utilitarian calculation.
Well, let me ask you, let's suppose it would have cost $1 billion per person. Should Ford have put them in nonetheless? You see, you're really only, you know that you're really only arguing about price. You're not arguing about principle. No. Because you cannot, nobody can take the principle. Nobody can accept the principle that an infinite value should be put on an individual life. Because in order to get the money involved, in order to get the resources involved, it's not money. In order to get the resources, they have to come from somewhere.
So the kid says this cheap part could have prevented all of these deaths. And Friedman says, well, at what point would it not be logical for Ford to spend the money? Like, in other words, if it wasn't $13 per car, but if it was $1 million per car, do you still force Ford to fix the car at $1 million per car? And the conversation continues, and here we are skipping ahead a little bit.
Right, and therefore you're not arguing anything about principle. You're just arguing whether Ford used $200,000 was the right number or not.
No, I'm not arguing
Suppose
that
it were
at all.
$200 million.
No.
Suppose it were $200 million. What should Ford have done?
$200 million for what?
Suppose it would have cost $200 million per life saved. Should Ford still have spent that $200 million?
You mean per...
That's not the question.
That's not really the question.
Yes, it is a question.
Yes,
that's the principle of the question. That's the only principle involved. I don't know whether Ford came to the right answer or not. That's a question of whether these numbers are valid numbers for the relative costs of different things.
So this kid wants to focus on the question, which is here we know $13 per car would have prevented all of this death. Milton Friedman says, what's the principle, though? Where is the line where we say this level of expense to save a life makes sense, this level of expense to save a life does not? And unfortunately, this entire framing is logically fallacious, and it's what Republicans and Trump are doing. How many additional lives do we lose if we reopen the economy versus the economic cost? Are they mostly older people? Are they mostly younger people? How much is the life of an 80-year-old worth in economic terms versus the life of a 20-year-old with many work years ahead of them? And that's the implicit question, but it's not this simple. The question of what is a life worth to the economy is a very different question than are we willing to essentially sacrifice people in their lives because on some calculation made in Washington, D.C. or to wherever Donald Trump is doing these meetings, it's worth more to the economy. But the reality is the argument Friedman makes is a fallacious argument. Very often, economists whose views are those of Milton Friedman will take these situations to infinity to be able to defeat them. The reality is that this is never the case. Think about the Ford situation. The idea of if it was to cost Ford $1 million per car to fix the Pinto, should they still do it? It's bogus because the Pinto cost $3,500 at the time. That's the retail cost back in the 70s. If the cost to fix the Pinto was $1 million, they wouldn't produce the car. And that's why we shouldn't fall for these to infinity nonsense arguments. The kid isn't arguing human life has an infinite value. The kid's arguing the life has a value that is more than the $13 that it would cost Ford to fix the Pinto. In the same way, Trump is calculating that grandma's life is not worth what he believes the economy will lose if he keeps the economy closed. And people are bringing this to infinity. It's not viable, that we can't do this forever and we can't do it, period, to infinity. But what we're talking about is a temporary economic slowdown to save so many people. The curves are the difference between a few thousand dying, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of people. This is one of the oldest economic arguments, the pushing to infinity. Trump is quickly getting his way on this, and a lot of people are going to die. Now, I hope you're staying home, and if you are, and if you're looking for something to do, tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern is the David Pakman Show viewer chess tournament. I am the 2019 champion because we had one game. I beat Pat at the end of 2019. We now have a proper chess tournament. We'll be playing tonight. Follow me on social media for info. I'll be streaming 8 p.m. tonight. Join us. Don't miss it.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on your support, and the easiest way is through membership, which includes the world-famous bonus show, as well as commercial-free audio and video streams of the show just for members. Sign up today at joinpakman.com. Coupon code saves you 40%. Vote soon 18.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Chris Hunter and Andrew Tuttle. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that folks have been stepping up and signing up when a lot of people are understandably, tightening their belts and eliminating subscriptions and that type of thing. Makes total sense. Really appreciate the folks who have been able to step up and support us at this important time. Also want to say thanks to Santiago Serrano, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Santiago's been a member almost 5 years. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Okay, we were speaking earlier about killing grandma to save the stock market, essentially the calculation that Donald Trump seems increasingly comfortable making and erring on the side of the stock market instead of grandma. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says that many grandparents like him are willing to die to save the economy for their grandchildren. And if nothing else, this pandemic has really exposed how incompetent and immoral or amoral so many people in positions of power are. So now I bring you a segment from Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson's program where Dan Patrick makes, is this a patriotic argument? Is that what he's calling it? That it's a patriotic case for letting it rip?
Living in fear of is what's happening to this country. And, Tucker, no one reached out to me and said, as a senior citizen, are you willing to take a chance on your survival in exchange for keeping the America that all America loves for your children and grandchildren? And if that's the exchange, I'm all in. And that doesn't make me noble or brave or anything like that. I just think there are lots of grandparents out there in this country, like me, I have 6 grandchildren, that what we all care about and what we love more than anything are those children. And I want to, live smart and see through this, but I don't want the whole country to be sacrificed. And that's what I see. I've talked to hundreds of people, Tucker, and just in the last week, and making calls all the time. And everyone says pretty much the same thing, that we can't lose our whole country. We're having an economic collapse. I'm also a small businessman. I understand it. And I talk with business people all the time, Tucker. And my heart is lifted tonight by what I heard the president say, because we can do more than, one thing at a time. We can do 2 things. So, my message is that let's get back to work. Let's get back to living. Let's be smart about it. And those of us who are 70 plus, we'll take care of ourselves.
That's a so-called pro-life Republican saying, let's let the grandparents die so that we don't sacrifice the economy, by which they really don't mean the economy. They mean the stock market. And the funniest or the craziest or sort of the most tragic thing about all of this is that he and Trump, they're all talking about, let's go back to doing stuff. 30 of 50 states, roughly, have done nothing or almost nothing. In other words, they want 30 states to go from having done nothing anyway to continuing to do nothing, while the other 20 states, including places that are significant hotspots, would have to take would have to choose a path that would lead to significantly more death. It's only been like a week. I'm like 8 days in now to the self-isolation, and we've already got Trump and others saying, let's let more old folks die in order for the stock market to recover, in order to not take as big of a GDP hit as what we are undoubtedly going to take, in order to prevent as big of an unemployment increase as we clearly are going to see on April 3rd when the March unemployment numbers are announced. It's essentially a death panel. Remember back when Sarah Palin and other Republicans, when Obamacare was being negotiated, they said Obamacare has death panels where politicians get to decide if you live or die, if what you need does or doesn't get paid for. Now, at the time, we pointed out this is absurd. We already have death panels, which are called insurance companies. Insurance companies already decide, is this treatment or that treatment considered medically necessary? Does this treatment or that treatment get covered by insurance? We already had what is and continue to have what is essentially a death panel. But the more absurd part of this is they're essentially saying, we've decided some old people have to die. It's a death panel to save the economy, by which they mean the stock market. How is this going to play, by the way, with Fox News's own disproportionately older audience? I mean, in all seriousness, I'm wondering about that. And then moreover, Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, if he wants to sacrifice himself, maybe there's something to talk about. But he's deciding for other people. He's deciding we should sacrifice lots of grandparents for the sake of the economy and the economy for our grandchildren, as he says. It's actually almost cultist. Surrender your life to the Trump stock market, which now, by the way, is a net decline. Donald Trump's major accomplishment, as he claimed for the first 3 years of his presidency, was the stock market. Now, all along, we knew that stock market growth under Obama had actually been better, stronger, bigger than under Donald Trump. Now he doesn't have that. And you've got people like Dan Patrick saying, I would sacrifice myself, and many grandparents would, volunteering essentially unknown and faceless grandparents as he knows them or doesn't know them in order to save the economy, meaning pump the stock market so Trump can claim that he did something for the country while he was president. It sounds very much like the opposite of small government, deciding to sacrifice grandma for the stock market. But of course, it seems that that is no longer the priority of small government conservatives. Okay, so let's now continue digging into the Easter thing. Slowly but surely, we've learned that Donald Trump wants to let her rip very, very soon and get the country opened back up. He wants to do it on Easter. Now, the absurdity of talking about opening up a country where 30 states have not closed anything down is ludicrous and incredibly dangerous. I'm getting emails from people in Amsterdam, where there are some provisions in place until June 1 in the Netherlands, hearing from people in Italy, Spain, so many places. They are horrified by what Donald Trump now wants to do. So they want to open it back up before 30 states have even done anything. But they also are talking about opening it back up when the death toll is exploding. It's growing exponentially. We have case numbers growing like crazy. And of course, the more we test, the more cases we will find because we've been under testing. But Donald Trump is being very clear now. He wants churches packed by Easter, Sunday, April 12th. So look at the evolution of this. Sunday night, Trump tweets, "We can't have the cure be worse than the disease." We've already covered that with you. Monday, he tweets, "People want to work and we've got to get them back to work." Showed you that tweet earlier. Tuesday, Fox News town hall. Trump floats for the first time, "I'm looking at Easter, April 12th. And then after yesterday's town hall on Fox News, Trump was interviewed also on Fox News by Bill Hemmer. And he said, "I want churches packed on Easter." Here's the video. And you'll notice also Trump has adopted a new voice, which I call Corona voice. It's a very unusual delivery which he uses when talking about coronavirus related stuff. That makes no sense. Usually he uses a voice that I think he thinks sounds empathetic. It sounds very, very fake. But when he's delivering news that equates to people are going to die, Trump has adopted what I call Corona voice. Take a look, take a listen.
During our town hall today, you threw out a date where you think America can be working again, and that's Easter Sunday. That's 19 days from now. How did you come up with that day?
Well, it's 19 days, but add another 7 because we've been doing this now for 7. So that's from the time we heard about it.
7 and 9.
From the time so from the time we close it up. So you could add 7 to 9. Look, Easter's a very special day for me. And I see it's sort of in that timeline that I'm thinking about. And I say, wouldn't it be great to have all of the churches full? You know, the churches aren't allowed essentially to have much of a congregation there. And most of them I watched on Sunday online. And he was terrific, by the way. But online is never going to be like being there. So I think Easter Sunday, and you'll have packed churches all over our country. I think it would be a beautiful time. And it's just about the timeline that I think is right. It gives us more chance to work on what we're doing. And I'm not sure that's going to be the day, but I would love to aim it right at Easter Sunday. So we're open for church service and services generally on Easter Sunday. That would be a beautiful thing.
My instinct is that if indeed churches are packed on Easter, it'll be funerals, not for Easter service. And I asked yesterday on my Twitter account, is there any metric or data point that anyone can point me to that indicates Trump is right, that we've turned the corner and are now on the tail end of the, as he calls it, war against the invisible scourge, or scourge, as he has referred to it? I was hoping someone would point me to something. Like even if it's a weak case for having turned the corner, I was hoping someone would respond to me on Twitter and say, look at these numbers, look at those numbers, we have turned the corner. But nobody could. And I looked at the numbers again this morning. Cases are rising every day. The death toll is exploding. Every day we have more new cases than the day before. Yesterday we had 11,000 new confirmed cases, which probably means somewhere between 4 and 10 times that in actual cases, because we're really only testing symptomatic people, unless you're rich or famous. The death toll is exploding. More death every day. Deaths nearly doubling from Monday to Tuesday. Monday, we had 141 deaths. Tuesday, we had 225. There is no responsible metric by which we are even remotely ready to talk about packing churches on Easter. And again, if I said this before, if Trump said, listen, I really want to open up some parts of the country to younger people on Easter, not older folks, not the hot spots. We got to get some young people back to work. I would say if you want a shot at that, you need every governor, all 50 governors, to shut it down. From today until April 12, work with me, Trump should say, in all 50 states, stay home order, shut down non-essential businesses, take out only at restaurants, spacing people out at grocery stores, all that stuff. That's what I need you to do to give me a shot at giving you some good news on April 12th. It would still be very risky, but it might be defensible in some way. Trump saying, with 30 states still doing nothing, I want churches packed on Easter, is as insane as it is dangerous, as it is irresponsible. And this is the calculation that they've made. And what it seems to me is going on is that they are all skipping all of the headlines that will happen for weeks and months if they do this, of the death toll exploding, of people dying at unprecedented rates, and that they'll just see the stock market going up and they'll see an unemployment number that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. They'll see a GDP decline that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. And they're envisioning getting to the other side of this scot-free and being able to claim some kind of heroic victory. I don't know. Maybe he's right. I mean, as tragic as it will be, is it true that many people in the country would accept a higher death toll to feel as though the economy is doing better and people are working? Like, maybe my perspective is wrong. And when you look at the approval polls of Trump, which we'll talk about on the bonus show today, his approval rating is higher than it's been in a long time. More than half the country believes Trump is doing a good job handling this. Like, maybe I'm the odd man out. Am I the one who says, am I the one who is the outlier by saying this doesn't make sense? The economic situation that would eventually recover anyway is not worth killing so many additional people. Maybe I'm the crazy person, let me know. We're covering this on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. While you're there, if you want to see my behind-the-scenes video of my home studio setup, that's on my personal Instagram, david.pakman. Quick break, right back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome today John Tye to the program, a former NSA whistleblower and a lawyer who back in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid, which has provided support to the anonymous Ukraine whistleblower, among many other things. John, great to have you on today.
Thank you so much, David.
So let's start with your path. Executive Order 12333. What is it, and how did that turn you into a whistleblower?
Thanks. I was at the State Department. I worked in the Human Rights Bureau from 2011 to 2014 on internet freedom. And in that role, I had a top secret clearance. So I was reading intelligence from various countries around the world. And in June of 2013, the Snowden disclosures became very public news. And I was part of the diplomatic response to those disclosures, both with Germany, Brazil, other countries, the United Nations, the Human Rights Council in Geneva. And during that period, in the 9 months following that, I got a couple of briefings from the NSA on the scope of U.S. signals intelligence collection. And what I learned was, for that whole year following the Snowden leaks, there hadn't been a single story, despite front page stories almost every day, hadn't been a single story on the main legal authority that the NSA is using to collect Americans' data, which is, as you said, Executive Order 12333. I was concerned about this. I was interested. I obviously care very deeply about human rights and Americans' privacy. And so basically, this is a legal loophole where the NSA is using an authority originally intended to collect foreigners' data to actually sweep up most of what we do online, including U.S. persons, American citizens. This concerned me. It wasn't being addressed in the policy responses to the Snowden disclosures. And during that period, I became a whistleblower. I did not want to go to prison. I did not want to flee the country. And so I hired a couple of lawyers. I paid them $13,000. This would have been in 2014, probably March, April 2014, and went through the lawful disclosure process. So I met with the State Department Inspector General, the NSA Inspector General, House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and others, and eventually went through the pre-publication review process and published an op-ed in the Washington Post about this problem.
So essentially, you believe that Order 12333 was being misused in order to surveil Americans when, as it was written, you believe it was not meant to apply to Americans.
Yeah, that's right. It was originally, before the internet, there were two legal regimes, a statutory regime for intelligence agency operations inside the United States, which is under FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And then 12333 was meant to cover all the operations outside of our borders. With the internet, that distinction between inside our borders and outside our borders became almost irrelevant, or much less relevant. And a whole bunch of Americans' data is stored in data centers around the world, and it's treated as foreign persons' data and collected as such by the NSA.
When we think about the government's treatment of prominent, and again, even the use of the term whistleblower versus leaker, it's the subject of debate and controversy. So I'm not trying to sort of like prime the discussion in any particular way. But when we think about the treatment of folks like Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, etc., you have a very wide range of opinion as to how these individuals should be treated. On one side, you have the idea that, strictly speaking, if information was released in violation of how that information is classified, or if the information was obtained in a way that violates the law or whatever, that's essentially all that matters, that the content really doesn't, and individuals should be punished as such. On the other side, you have those who believe that these are merely heroic acts that should be celebrated and acted upon to change what is the misbehavior of the government, including, as you say, the misuse of an executive order in the case that you discuss. What is your general approach as to how individuals should be treated by the government and by the justice system?
Well, our motto at Whistleblower Aid is report government and corporate lawbreaking without breaking the law. So we are a legal organization. We would never help anyone to leak classified information. With that said, these are very difficult questions. There aren't easy answers. And I think reasonable people can disagree on some of this stuff. We created this organization so that people wouldn't have to choose between, following their conscience and, avoiding harm to themselves. So we try to help people follow the available lawful disclosure process. There are often more options available than many people realize, and open up more options so that people can keep their careers, don't have to go to prison, and still try to inform the public about what's going wrong. With those cases you mentioned, those people didn't feel like they had other options, and we are here to try to help people not have to put their career or their freedom in jeopardy.
Not to be overly conspiratorial or dystopian or whatever, but one can imagine situations where one would believe that the information they are trying to disclose, or what they are trying to blow the whistle on, is so damaging to the government that going through the process you describe might put them in jeopardy, might put them in danger, might allow them maybe to be silenced. So is it at least theoretically conceivable that people could be in a position where they want to go the route that you help people go, but they believe that starting that process actually puts them at risk or may prevent the information from going public?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risk. There's no easy things here. And the more important the disclosure, the more significant it is, the more risky it is for the individual. And there's no way around that. We're doing everything we can to minimize those risks. But the very first thing I tell people when they come to me is, look, the safest thing you can do is go home and never talk to anyone about this again. So, most people, by the time they get to me, they've crossed that bridge, and they want to explore their options for going forward. But, it's risky, and I would never say otherwise.
Can you talk a little bit for folks in our audience who might be thinking about WikiLeaks and the way that WikiLeaks has been an intermediary with much information that have been released? Can you talk about how what you do is completely different than what WikiLeaks does?
Absolutely. We are not WikiLeaks. We do not help people leak classified information. We would never, help someone. Julian Assange has been accused of attempting to help someone to hack a government database. We would never help anyone try to do that. Look, that organization has been credibly accused of, working wittingly or unwittingly with Russian intelligence. We would never do anything like that. I swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution when I was at the State Department. I'm still bound by that oath and take that very seriously. So we are very different from that approach. With that said, I'll say I don't agree with all of the charges against Assange, in the sense that, if the allegations are true, and I don't know the facts, it certainly would be illegal to try to help someone hack a government database. I think publishing things received from someone else is not illegal and should not be illegal. So it's a complicated legal matter.
When it comes to the Ukraine whistleblower, can you talk a little bit about, do you believe that, I mean, this is an individual who became the target of so many prominent people in the public eye in the lead up to Donald Trump's eventual impeachment, et cetera. From your perspective, what did they go through this process in the correct way?
Absolutely. So they immediately sought legal counsel. My colleague Andrew Buckeye and Mark Zaid were the lawyers for that, who are a part of our team here at Whistleblower Aid. From the very beginning, they were planning how to do this in a lawful way that would not expose the client to criminal prosecution or even dismissal from their job inside a U.S. intelligence agency. That person is still employed. They did follow all the rules. They are entitled to legal protections. I think they're an example of how the system, of how people do sometimes have more options than they know about. The legal processes here are very obscure. Some of these statutes haven't been tested very often, and so we saw that with the attempts to get this disclosure to Congress. It was bumpy. The White House did try to block Congress from receiving this in violation of the laws. But ultimately, the lawyers, Andrew and Mark, were able to get it to Congress. So I certainly wouldn't say that our system is flawless, but there are often more options than people understand. And in this case, the client did an amazing job and is a true hero.
Were you able to, or let me phrase it a different way, before the attempts to out and create backlash against the whistleblower started, had you already anticipated that it would reach the degree that it did? And how did you advise the client to be prepared for that in terms of security, in terms of practical things?
Well, I have to be a little circumspect here. First of all, I never had any direct contact with the client. Andrew and Mark, my colleagues, were the ones representing the client.
Yeah, you as a firm,
were in direct
I'm saying,
touch. Yeah, our firm. So I can't confirm or deny any kind of things about that person's identity or anything like that. Broadly speaking, as soon as it was clear that this implicated the president and the 2020 election,
yes,
it was obvious that this was going to be a very high-profile matter, that there were going to be security concerns. From day one, we brought in top-level security people on the digital side, on the physical side. As you may know, Mark Zaid, one of the lawyers, he was getting death threats. We had armed guards on Mark Zaid 24 hours a day for months. And now the Department of Justice is bringing a criminal prosecution against one of the individuals who was threatening to hurt Mark. So it was a very serious situation. We knew that from the beginning. And from the beginning, we were taking steps. That's really all I can say.
Is this, once you understand the scope of what is going on, and again, without revealing anything particular in general terms, do you do extra? I mean, I know that you say, you always say to a lot of the folks that come to you, the easiest thing for you is to go back home and never speak about this again. But are there more conversations than normal of that type, given these particular circumstances?
I was not, I never had a conversation with this client, so I'm not going to speak to that.
Fair enough. When we look going forward, is there anything that you believe took place in or surrounding the Ukraine whistleblower situation that may sort of change the way these things are potentially handled in the future, both by a firm like yours representing someone like this, but also the way that Congress, the House of Representatives, and others worked in receiving the information?
Yeah, clearly threats, intimidation, starting with the President of the United States, the President's family, senior officials, U.S. senators, attempts to identify, intimidate this person are extremely harmful, arguably illegal in some cases. You could make the argument that any kind of presidential effort to intimidate a whistleblower itself constitutes, an offense. And So there were serious problems here. Some of those people should be held accountable for their actions. It is never right to try to identify a whistleblower with the knowledge that some extremists would threaten that person, possibly act violently against that person. There need to be stronger protections in place. Arguably, that kind of behavior should be criminalized, which it's not today, except in certain narrow circumstances. And Congress needs to identify the gaps that were apparent in the system and fill them with legislation. And certainly there need to be reforms. Andrew and Mark published a New York Times op-ed 2 or 3 weeks ago that laid out some of their ideas for that. So clearly there's room for improvement.
Yes, certainly an understatement, I would say. Room for improvement for sure, as in regards to a lot of the elements of how this all went down. John Ty, former NSA whistleblower and attorney, who in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid. John, so great to speak to you, and I really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we've been covering the sham treatments and cures for the virus from all sorts of different grifters. We've looked at some well-known Christian televangelist grifters like Jim Baker. He's been selling a so-called silver solution. We've looked at propagandist and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. He's selling a coronavirus toothpaste that he claims kills coronavirus. We've also seen people like Kenneth Copeland, who are making money by receiving donations for praying away coronavirus through the television. Today, I have something very, very different. Today, I have video of Okeechobee Commissioner Bryant Culpepper. This is Okeechobee County in Florida. This guy says the virus can't survive high temperatures. So what you can do is you take a hairdryer and you blow hot air down your throat, aspirate the hot air coming out of the blow dryer to kill the virus. Now, this is real, this guy says. He says, I was a paramedic, and this makes sense to him. Take a look.
This might sound kind of silly, but being in the medical field that I was as a paramedic, it started to make a lot of sense. One of the things that was pointed out in this interview with one of the doctors, foremost doctors that has studied the coronavirus, says that the nasal passages and the nasal membranes are the coolest part of the body. That's why the virus tends to go there until it then becomes healthy enough to go into the lungs. This sounds really goofy, and it did to me too, but it works. Once the temperature reaches 136 degrees Fahrenheit, the virus falls apart and just disintegrates, okay? And I said, well, how would you get the temperature up to 132 degrees? The answer was you use a blow dryer because it's capable of doing that. So you hold a blow dryer in front of your face and you inhale with your nose, and it kills all the viruses in your nose.
Okay.
There's an idea, right? Now, another person in the room immediately warned people about disinformation that is spreading quickly. This is not just dumb. It's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible to say. And here's the key part, okay? So he talks about this so-called cure or treatment. Someone else in the room says, you've got to be really careful about nonsense you hear on social media. And he says, no. I didn't get it from social media. I got it from OAN, One America News. That's that insane right-wing propaganda channel, which Donald Trump increasingly has been promoting. Take a look at this.
Social media, I would not even have brought that up. This was on OAN and One American News Network, which is the fastest growing national network on cable. And it's the new Fox News, if you want to know the truth. And it was a doctor, and it did have his credentials, that he has been one of the foremost doctors in studying, how this is transmitted. And that's where that came from. And I agree with you. There's a lot of baloney out there on social media. You've got to be very careful.
Proudly saying, I got this from OAN. Culpepper was ultimately shamed into apologizing for this. He posted to his personal Facebook page, I am sorry for comments I made. I was only trying to give comfort to those in Okeechobee who have no insurance to treat their families, THERE. I should have ignored the comments that I perceived as hateful and the embarrassment I caused to my fellow commissioners and our administrator and her staff. I will not offer any more suggestions unless they are tried, are proven. I ask all of you for forgiveness for anything offensive I've uttered during these exchanges. Now, I looked at this guy's Facebook page. It may not shock you that this guy's Facebook page is riddled with insane pro-Trump propaganda. For example, a few days before his apology, he posted absolutely when he tried to stop Chinese from coming into America, the left called him racist, capital L on left. When he tried to build a wall to protect Americans, the left called him racist, capital R on racist. His posts look just like Trump's tweets. Racist is the left's favorite word to destroy a Republican, when they, in fact, are the true racist. They didn't call Obama a racist when he locked up little kids in cages and separated them from their parents, and he deported more Mexicans, the Trump. And then once more, I mean, it's just like the capitalization, the grammar, the spelling, it's all like Trump's tweets. Just to give you a little more context about the guy tweeting, suggesting rather that you inhale hot air from a blow dryer to treat coronavirus, he posted about an MSNBC dolt, as he called them, saying, does this talk from a liberal surprise anyone? Let's charge Obama for the deaths occurring in his tenure like Zika, H1N1, Ebola, and swine flu, in which he did nothing. So that's Bryant Culpepper. Now, serious question. Why is it that lunatic Trumpists are disproportionately the ones spreading these insane cure ideas? Is it political? Like, in other words, they're so desperate to defend Trump no matter what that they'll tweet, hey, we've got a simple cure for this. This isn't really as serious as some people are telling you. Is it that if you're gullible enough to vote for Trump, you're gullible enough to fall for some of these sham cures? Like, what is it that is making this nonsense spread disproportionately and overwhelmingly from Trump supporters than from the left? I want to hear from you. Why is coronavirus killing more men than women, at a higher rate killing men than women? Early, we had just the case numbers and death numbers from China, and we immediately saw a much higher rate of death for men than for women. And the suggestion was that in China, culturally, men smoke more than women. Men are much more likely to be smoking cigarettes. And we know cigarettes weaken your respiratory system. They can depress your immune system. And because coronavirus seems to vary a lot depending on the underlying health condition of the person infected, men were more likely to die in China because men are much more likely to be smokers. It seemed plausible in any case. The trend, though, is continuing in a lot of different countries. And we are now seeing that in Italy, men are 60% of the cases, but 70% of the deaths. In South Korea, more women have tested positive, but yet the deaths are 54% men. The U.S. so far is not releasing this detailed level of information, so we don't know what's going on here. The U.S. should start releasing that data. But in total, for all countries where we have data, men are about 50% more likely than women to die after being diagnosed. Now, remember, 50% can mean if women have a 2% death rate, men have a 3% death rate. That's 50% more. I don't want people to misunderstand the numbers around that. So what's at play here? The smoking issue does seem to be a factor, and possibly alcohol consumption as well. We have world data from 5 years ago, and as of 5 years ago, 36% of men over age 15 smoke, where only 7% of women over age 15 smoke. That's a big difference. And if indeed smoking is essentially a comorbidity with coronavirus, that is important. Meanwhile, alcohol consumption for men is 11 liters, where it's 2 liters for women. That may be a factor. We saw that SARS and MERS also had higher death rates for men than women. So it seems not unique to COVID-19. And there's also a general evolutionary idea that maybe women have stronger immune responses to viruses in general because of pregnancy essentially being living 9 months of your life with a foreign body inside of you. It may confer some kind of survival advantage. There could be a hormonal element to this. And then also actual pre-existing conditions appear to be a factor. We know that pre-existing conditions increase mortality for COVID patients. Check out some of the gender differences. Men more likely to have heart disease than women. stroke than women, COPD, a lung disease, and slightly more likely to have high blood pressure. All of these conditions are known to increase the death rate from coronavirus. So the takeaways are the death rate is remaining higher for men than women in all of the countries providing data. We initially heard this out of China. Other countries providing us this data seem to be confirming the same thing. Number two, the U.S. is not providing data of this type, and the U.S. really should start. So that's the second takeaway. We're going to continue following this and see sort of where we come up as we get more data. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. We are trying to keep the voicemails non-virus focused. Here is a Biden voter saying she liked Bernie better, but voted Biden because she does not believe Bernie can win. Take a look.
My name's Mary O'Brien. I'm living in a large facility, and I'm voting for Biden. I wanted to vote for Bernie, but I didn't think he could win. I like him better, but I want Trump defeated. Thank you.
So I am hearing this from a fair number of people. The latest polls suggest either that Biden and Bernie are doing equally well against Donald Trump in hypothetical matchups, or that Biden's doing a little better than Bernie. But I'll tell you, with everything going on with the virus, I believe that the polling is going to be thrown completely out of whack. Joe Biden, his press conferences about the virus have not been great. His interviews about the virus have not been great. Bernie's been doing live streams and talking about solutions. I have no idea whether this will reopen the window of opportunity for Bernie. But there is one person explaining their vote for Biden despite liking Bernie more. Tonight, chess tournament, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be streaming it. It'll be on leechess.org. I invite you to join me. Otherwise, I will speak to you on the bonus show in mere minutes or tomorrow back on the program.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, so we are first going to call to order the Liquor Commissioners meeting at 5:34. And this is for the purpose of reviewing and approving the liquor license renewal applications that we have received for the general store, a second class application, Next Stage, a first class application, and the Putney Food Co-op, a second class application. And I'm sure in your agendas it says the Gleanery, but the Gleanery is not in at this time. Oh, we lost Josh.
No, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm looking on my computer at the same time, so I'll disappear.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I would entertain a motion to approve each of these as presented.
So moved. And seconded.
And we can do that as a slate because I said the second
Yes.
person. Okay. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Are there any outstanding issues on any of these properties that we're concerned about, Karen? I.e. utilities or taxes or anything?
No.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And hearing no abstentions, this has passed. Or no. Okay. And then I just sign these and they can come in later and sign them.
Yeah, but you should make a motion.
Okay. So we need a motion to, where was the language on that?
To have Laura sign now and then.
So we need a motion in order for me to sign now and the two of you to come in and sign as you can.
So moved.
Okay.
And second.
That was easy.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. So it's been passed.
So you can adjourn that.
Okay, so we are going to adjourn the Liquor Commissioners meeting at 5:36. And now we are going to call to order the Putney Town Select Board meeting at 5:37. And first on our agenda is, are there any adjustments to the agenda?
There's one, we will have an executive session. And when we get down there, we'll make the motion.
Okay. And then we have minutes, and there's another adjustment to the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the emergency meetings 15th, 16th, and 19th of March. So I would entertain a motion to approve each of the minutes.
So moved.
Okay.
And second.
So, and hearing, is there any discussion?
Any corrections or
Any
revisions?
corrections? Okay. Then, hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. So, it's been moved. Do we need the same motion for me to sign the minutes? Do we have to do that every time I sign something, or can we do a slate of like?
Yeah, David, when he.
Well,
David will be coming in to sign anyway.
Oh, it's David's sig, that's right.
Right,
Okay. Okay. Public comment on items not on the agenda. We're gonna skip that, tabling that, and then we have select board items. The emergency management director is going to report on coronavirus. Tom, are you with us still?
Yep, I am.
Great. Can you give us a report?
Yep, absolutely. And actually, I'll do this like I have in the past. Kind of break this up into two different sections. First, department specific. Obviously, every day planning is going on for different things as they come up. We're constantly reviewing and modifying plans, policies, procedures that have been in place, and modifying those as we need to, based upon guidance that we receive from the state and from the hospital in some circumstances. So that's ongoing. At this point, we're back to what we consider full staffing, in that we had a couple of folks that were out ill, had absolutely nothing to do with the virus. They were just out ill, and per protocol and policy, they were asked not to be with us during that time frame. Both of them are back to normal, and they're back with us. So that's a good thing right now. Obviously, we continue to work closely with other departments, other agencies in the region on both sides of the Connecticut River. A lot of planning is going on as far as not only the virus, but also how we're going to, should things worsen for us, all of us, in that we lose people, how we're going to back each other up, what large-scale responses are going to look like, things like that. So that's all in play. We all understand that at this point we're living and operating under new rules and so on and so forth. And we're gonna continue to do what we always do as long as we're able to. So with that being said, I'll go over this a little more in depth here in a moment, but we're being told, and we understand anyway, aside from that, that our responses are likely going to transition from very few responses region-wide to we're going to become very busy and potentially overwhelmed at times as things continue. One thing that we know, it's already starting to take place here. Mental health issues are going to start to come into play on the part of citizens. We're in talks with HCRS. We're in talks with the hospital. We're in talk with some specific counselors that I deal with on a very regular basis to see how we can best take care of folks as we begin to work with them. So those are things as far as the department goes. Any questions on any of that?
Is the hotline already established?
What hotline?
There was a hotline referenced in one of our public health notices, and a phone number was given that was going to be a hotline for people to call into. So I'm assuming that's just your regular number, and here, Karen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And we today there was definitely an uptick in the number of calls that we've gotten and are receiving. Mm-hmm. And I know that's going to continue over at least the next several days. So.
Yeah. That was my next question, was how many calls are you getting on average?
Today we had, with the exception of what's waiting on our phones, we had 28.
And are you able to answer all of those calls and direct people?
Right now, yes, and not necessarily me alone.
Mm-hmm.
A few other folks have been in helping me do other things and other projects, mm-hmm. and they're addressing some of those as well.
And those, Tom, are primarily just inquiries, or what's the nature of them?
Inquiries, requests for welfare checks, requests for guidance, things like that.
Yeah.
Great.
So I'll transition into the larger scope of things. Just a couple things that I think we need to put out again in writing, and certainly all of us need to be on the same page with all of this. At this point, with things transitioning on a large scale, for anyone, any of the citizens anywhere, for anyone that has not taken this pandemic seriously yet and have not adhered to guidance that's been put across, as of now, they need to begin to take this seriously. We had a conference call earlier today with the state EOC. There were many reps there from different agencies. And what we're being told is all of us in the region, all of us in the state, need to plan for a significant uptick in this disease, in positive test results. And the only way to prevent dramatic spread of this disease is to follow the guidance that's being provided to us and adhere to it. And again, that all comes down to the very simple basics that have been put across over and over. Social distancing, now with all the, adhere to all the directives that have come out of the governor's office. I know that the state, the governor's office, every agency of the state, they're relying on, as far as enforcement's concerned, they're relying on self-compliance. They're relying on all of us as citizens doing what's asked of us. First off, that needs to be put out. People need to understand, again, if they haven't taken this seriously, they need to start doing that now. Along with that, we clearly understand and recognize and understand and appreciate that fear factors are up, people's fears are increasing, people's concerns are increasing. There's still some confusion out there. We understand that, we respect it, we appreciate it. But what everybody needs to do, and really within the town of Putney, it starts with us being the select board, the town manager, department heads. We need to just relax and stay calm, and just concentrate on what we need to do, get it done, and just keep going. If people see us start to panic and us start to do things that are not necessarily routine, then obviously that's going to drive the fear up on their part, and it's going to drive the confusions up. Obviously, and this has been the case right from the start of this within the state of Vermont. We're facing new unknowns every single day, but with experience levels within different town governments, different services, again, both sides of the river, different experience, various experience levels, training, education levels, so on and so forth. We're actually getting through this very, very well, and that's from the state level all the way down to the individual municipalities and the individual services. So things are good. We just need to keep things in check as necessary. Understand that all this is new. All this is again, there are definite unknowns that we're dealing with every single day.
You still there with us, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So it sounded like you glitched out for a second.
Okay.
Was that it for you?
Nope. Okay. I just paused to see if there were any questions pertaining to any of that, or no?
Thank you for that. I'm really glad that you put out such a strong statement on folks following guidance and talking about us setting an example. Do you have any concerns with anything that we've done so far? Is there anything that we can improve on?
No. I think one thing that we need to do, and I think the citizens need to hear this from us, is, especially today, I know several of us were confronted with or received information about what citizens might perceive as known positive cases within the town of Putney. People asking why perhaps we as emergency services, we as town officials don't know where the specifics on people, whether they're being monitored by the state or if they've tested positive. People need to understand very, very clearly, and from my perspective, I would hope this is not to sound harsh, but I would hope this is the last time that we need to talk about it. The reality is, number one, we have not known, we will not know, and we cannot know by federal law who these folks are and where they are. And that's just simply the plain and simple of it. We're not going to know. So to counter that, what we do and what we do as an emergency service every single day of the week, anyway, is we protect ourselves. With this virus specifically, we're being given a lot of very good guidance on how to protect ourselves above and beyond what our normal limits are. And we're adhering to that. Again, when I talked earlier about policy and procedure changes, that's all being done to incorporate all the guidance that we're being given. We are not doing things today regarding any of our responses the way we did 2 weeks ago, and that may become more constricted as we move forward. But the reality is, we can't know, we won't know who folks are, where they are, and that's just the way it is. So if, as citizens make contact with us and try to explain to us or provide us with information, we cannot get involved with third-hand, fourth-hand, fifth-hand information. And legally, there's no true way for me to even follow up on things. It's totally illegal and inappropriate. If we hear of something, it's totally illegal and inappropriate for me to approach those folks and ask them any questions. Not that I would necessarily do that anyways. So I think it's important for the citizens to understand. I know that and I certainly appreciate that they think they're trying to help us, but everybody just needs to understand that there are ways we will find out for certain until we make contact with individuals directly. There's nothing we're going to do. We're not going to pay attention to what people tell us about third and fourth parties, and that's just the way it is.
I think one thing, and I'm not sure how we would go about this, but I've heard statements to the effect that people who are declaring themselves positive should be looked at as heroes in this situation because they are making that information public in a way that's helpful. And I think that in any way we can message that there should be no stigma attached to this. I mean, there's nothing bad about having coronavirus other than it puts you and others at risk for being sick. But, as we are all aware, the fatality rate is, even though it's much more significant than the flu, it's still relatively low. The contagion rate is high. So most people who get it are going to be just fine, but those people particularly need to stay home and really pay attention. I mean, everybody needs to pay attention to the stay-at-home order, but anybody who tests positive should be thoroughly encouraged to do that. And, you know, my personal opinion is if people are comfortable letting others around them know that, that should be welcome, not shunned.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And I'm actually glad you brought that up. If there are citizens of Putney who are either being monitored by the state of Vermont Health Department or have tested positive, if they feel comfortable in declaring that to us, please call me at the fire department or on my cell phone for that matter and let me know. Just like anything else we know about citizens, everything's confidential.
Right.
People can rest assured of that. If they choose to declare to us, that's fine, and actually it would be appreciated. But again, my big thing there was very simply, we can't pay attention to, and people need to understand we can't pay attention to third, fourth, fifth-hand information.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other thing about that's important to acknowledge, Tom, and I know this goes without saying, but for anybody listening, you will not respond differently. I mean, your response to a home that has somebody positive with coronavirus or COVID-19 will be just as prompt and thorough as responding anywhere else. You may respond a little bit differently as far as your personal equipment if you're aware that somebody in the house is positive, but I would assume that you are at this stage more or less assuming any call you go on that there's a possibility or likelihood that somebody is positive. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Again, we're gonna, for all things being equal, for as long as we're able to, we're still gonna be responding normally, in the broad sense to every single call for service we get. The difference in those responses will be some specific actions that we take no matter, in today's world, no matter what the call, whether it's a rescue call, a motor vehicle crash, or a fire for that matter. People will see us doing things differently, but as far as the response itself is concerned, it's going to be no different.
The best thing that I think I was taught in the beginning of this is act like you have it and can give it to everyone you come into contact with, and act like everybody around you has it and could give it to you, and that you're going to give it to your grandma and she's going to die. So, and that maybe that's a little extreme, but it's the reality of this is act like you can be a vector and anybody around you could be a vector, and that it could cause harm to people that you really care about. So thank you, Tom.
Okay. Just real quick above and beyond that, I'm staying in close touch with Hannah at the food shelf.
Mm-hmm.
We've done some different things just today, and talked about some different things that we're actually gonna put pen to paper on tonight and tomorrow regarding some services that we're gonna ramp up to possibly provide. And I know Hannah, I forwarded her a great deal of information today, and she's actually going to be reaching out to some different folks in town to talk about some possible assistance that we can all provide to them. So Hannah and all the folks at the food shelf, for that matter, have been great. And there's no doubt that as we move forward, the list of volunteer folks that they have in place, they're going to be a huge asset to us as well.
Tom, in the mutual aid discussion, the community mutual aid project discussion, the protocols for food that you are going to be putting in place that will be passed along to the food shelf, they were interested if that would impact the safety guide that they made.
Hannah and I are going to be talking. We talked a little bit about that today. I'm going to be doing some work tonight to kind of begin to address that, and then we're going to chat again tomorrow.
Okay. I know they were gearing up to try and send that safety guide out tomorrow, I believe. So I can ask them to hang in there for a moment. And maybe you and I can catch up separately about this.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So,
Tom, I'm just wondering, I don't know whether you know the answer to this and or if there is a correct answer at this moment, but it would be my assumption that anybody who tests positive would be reportable and therefore by default be being monitored by the state. Would you agree with that or not?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So just to reassure people, in general, anybody who has test positive, the state is aware of that, and they are, I mean, I don't know what monitoring looks like right now. I assume it's sort of different depending on risk category, but anybody who tests positive, the state is aware of them.
That's right. In addition to that, the state does a thorough screening of those individuals to include a detailed listing of who they've come in contact with, where those contacts were, their travel history, so on and so forth, so that as best possible, every individual who has been in contact with that positive is contacted, evaluated, screened, and if deemed necessary, they're tested.
Tom, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Great. We had talked a little bit earlier about possible testing for your first responders, and you said you were going to ask questions in your meeting this afternoon. I didn't know if you had any answers to that.
Actually, that question I did not ask in our meeting. I made a couple phone calls very shortly after you raised those questions to a different group, and the answers very simply were no, we won't be provided with testing, very simply because there aren't enough test kits available. Any test kits that exist are being held pretty much under lock and key everywhere that they're at for hospitals and physician testing. Along with that, it was mentioned, and I hadn't thought of it this way, but it was brought up with the PPE requirements that are in place in order for a test to be conducted. With the shortage of PPE everywhere across the country, if anyone started to just randomly test, those PPE stocks would be depleted immediately, almost.
can you tell me what PPE stands for?
Yeah, personal protective equipment.
Okay, thank
so
you.
In this case, all the gloves, the N95 masks, the face shields, the gowns, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Are you doing any kind of active monitoring of your staff and volunteers to just monitor their health from a day-to-day basis?
Yep. I'm in close contact pretty much every day with a number of folks. Right from the outset of this, and there have been reminders put out on top of that. Anyone who is feeling ill, to contact me immediately, and folks have done that. So it's all good. And people know too, if they are feeling ill to any extent, whether things progress and they get tested or not, then we don't want them here. The goal being, we need to keep ourselves as healthy as we can for as long as we can.
Okay, thank you. Some questions came up from constituents asking about the potential of the town doing robocalls to give, I don't know, like state of the town kind of addresses. And I don't know if that's more of a question for Karen or if that's more of a question for you. I'm sure I know we have the emergency system, But do we have a system in place that could do robocalls to maybe support the mental health of folks and get information out there for people that maybe don't use the internet as well or as often or have access to it?
To the best of my knowledge, there's nothing that exists in town on the municipal level for us to perform that robocall, so to speak. I think what might be the best is, and again, unfortunately, society is so reliant upon technology, and we always either forget and or very bluntly ignore the fact that there is still quite a population out there that doesn't use technology. So what I was going to say was perhaps we would be best suited to more frequently now and on a very set basis put out bulletins like we've been doing, except again just more frequently and set times. Again, that still doesn't capture those folks that don't have internet access. So I'm not sure how to capture those folks across the board, honestly. Aside that, I guess that's my answer, or my opinion.
Laura, I don't know what group might do something like this, but we probably could recruit volunteers if there were people who felt they wanted a phone call every X number of days or whatever. We could probably have volunteers do that. I mean, in our next public notice, we could potentially say, if you would like a phone call on a regular basis, please contact so-and-so and let them know that, or something along those lines, and we could create a phone tree of sorts. But I think that if there are people who are concerned that they're alone and they don't know what's going on, we can probably come up with folks to reach out to them pretty regularly, I would think.
And I think that that's much of the work. I know from sitting in on many meetings, that's much of the work that the assistance group is trying to do at this time in the information that they're gathering is connect people via phone, ideally, and especially people that are not able to help in any other way and want an outlet to support neighbors. So I think that that's actually already actively happening in our community. It was just one of the many questions that have come up.
So it might be, if we're going to put out a public notice, it might be worth including a phone number. If you want to be a list of people who are contacted, please let it go at.
So, yeah, and that's definitely something we should discuss, and we should discuss whether or not we bring that to the mutual aid group as something that they're including, asking them if that's something that they want to keep going forward with, because they've been doing a really, really excellent work at gathering information from the community about needs. And I know Tom has access to it. I don't know if he's had a chance to look at it. I'm sure in his world of many different moving pieces right now, that may not be the first priority, but and Karen has access to it as well. And you were able to see through an email that I sent information without names. I think at that point we had like 80 people gathered, and now last I knew they were well over 100. So it is working. People are subscribing, and hopefully that can be a component, since that system's already built.
And I was, Laura, that they are documenting well things they do. I mean, if they aren't, they should be. I mean, even if it's just a note to say, this phone number was called at such and such time, anything just so that there's a way of tracking it if we need to and want to.
So you're saying I know the organizers are documenting incredibly well all of the work that they're doing, but once the system gets going and actually responding to people, you're hoping that the people that are responding will be documenting well?
No, the people making the calls. I mean, my concern would be essentially whoever's organizing this needs to have a certain level of QA. Mm-hmm. So for example, documenting that such and such citizen was called on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, wait a minute. How come they didn't get a call Friday? I don't know how possible that is, but I think as much as they can, that's probably a good idea. Just to, if things get missed, somebody will know,
And I'm not sure if the way that they're building the system would accommodate that, because what they're looking at is neighbors helping neighbors. So right. I think what they're looking at is actually releasing control of it from the organizers and putting it in the hands of the neighbors that are helping neighbors, just giving them best guidance, best practices. But maybe I could suggest to them that when you're giving that best guidance, you suggest that they keep a log of their activities.
Right. Something like that. And it may not be practical or practicable, mm-hmm. but I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if possible.
Yeah.
Laura?
Yes.
And certainly, Josh, I truly respect and applaud those thoughts and comments, and I think that would truly be a good way to reach and stay in contact with people. Mm-hmm. The reservations that I have surround, and please nobody take this the wrong way, surround a group of folks that aren't aware of everything they're going to need to be aware of. If we start making phone calls to folks, as this progresses, there are going to be a lot of different things that we're going to hear. There are going to be a lot of different things that we're told. There are going to be a lot of different things that we need to be able to cue in on as a discussion is going on, even related to background noise. Mm-hmm. And there will have to be a very high level of confidentiality. What I might, and so I think two things. One is we need to not rush into something like that. However, understand that if we truly want to do this, we need to start it up sooner rather than later. And I would submit that, and we can get this done. That this could happen if the folks wanted to collect information for us. We can do that right here out of the fire department.
You can make calls.
It would not increase my workload at all. But we have people that could do that, and that project, if you will, would be pretty successful.
Yeah, I think what I was referring to, Tom, I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree 100%. I think that it would be, from my perspective, as simple as, an X in a contact made box. That it's just some way of knowing, and not with detail at all, not responding to questions, anything else, but just for continuity. And so again, that may not be possible, but no, I absolutely agree. That group should not be responding in any way that it's your responsibility. But again, if you get to day 5 and no contact is made, who knows? Like, what do you do with that information?
Let me give you a for instance. And within this town, everywhere in this town, this type of a situation is reality. If somebody with no education, no training, no idea what they're getting into, they just want to make a phone call to make sure that people are okay. When that phone call is made, as things progress, as things get more stressful for folks, for the citizens, number one, it won't be as straightforward as, are you okay? Do you need anything? Do you need any assistance with anything? It's going to get a lot more detailed, a lot more in depth with that, because the individual is going to drive that conversation. Not the folks that are making that phone call. The folks that are receiving that phone call are going to drive that conversation.
Yeah, their needs.
So within that, we come in contact with people on a very, very regular basis, whether it's in person or on the phone. I can just note a change in their tone of voice or a change in their response during a conversation, and I know there's something going on, and it would be wise for us to make direct contact with them. Whereas other people wouldn't even begin to pick up on something like that.
That's true. Do you feel like you can cover every citizen in Putney, though? I mean, I guess, and that wasn't meant to be snarky at all.
It would not, for the most part, it would not be me personally.
Yeah.
But out of the fire department, yes, we could. If we had that information, if we had the information made available to us, who wanted to be contacted and on what frequency, then yes, that could be done and would be done.
Okay. So I have a question for you, Tom, because this group is very seriously considering going to a public format, and they have, so they're considering changing from a survey and putting and checking in with everybody that has participated in this survey to make sure that they're okay with this, and putting it into a spreadsheet publicly so people can just connect with each other easily. How do you feel about that?
I mean, at that point, I think it's a different scenario in that that's just connecting people for general conversation.
It's not just for conversation. It's based on needs and willingness to support needs. So it could be, I am going through chemotherapy and I need rides to the hospital. And the guidance sheets that I sent you had kind of scenarios for each type of thing, how you would transport somebody in your car, obviously that you're doing it at your own risk. And I feel like, having read the guidance that they've come up with over and over again, they've done a really good job, and they've even changed it. I think I've sent you 3 different iterations of it. But I'm just, would you be comfortable with that? Because it feels like to me that as this thing evolves and changes, and we all have to evolve and change with it, a public format like that may be the most sustainable format for the organizers, because if the organizers get sick, they can't really organize anymore, and they have to have backup on that. And this allows it just to be a living document that people enter, need, and connect with other people.
This may have already been addressed in how they're managing this, but I would be concerned about privacy issues with that.
They have talked about that extensively, and what they are doing is creating accommodations for people that are concerned about privacy, so that they wouldn't be either their name wouldn't be listed in the public format, only their need or their desire to serve, and then they would be connected privately through a coordinator, or they wouldn't be listed at all, and the coordinator would try to connect them. That's my understanding of it. It's an evolving thing, so I may not be up to date on every aspect of it at this point. I wasn't able to sit on all of today's meeting, but they've been meeting every day and talking in depth about these things and looking at models throughout the state. And it seems like this model is the one that is working most effectively at this point within communities to kind of create these little neighborhood pods where neighbors can say, oh, I didn't know that person 3 doors up the road from me needed this thing. And I can do that. And now I have a direction on how to do that as safely as possible, because obviously we can't ensure safety for everyone in this. You know, it is at their own risk.
Right. Again, I truly do appreciate everyone's desire to help.
Mm-hmm.
I get that and I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
However, again, just as simple as following the directives that are coming down to us from the state, that type of function goes directly against the most recent directives that came down. So I guess, and certainly don't take this wrong. At the end of the day, I personally and professionally can't sit here and say, yes, I think these are good ideas. I think these things
Mm-hmm.
are appropriate to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't. Again, like I said at the outset, anyone who has not taken this seriously and has not heeded the suggestions, guidance / directives that have come down, we need to start that, and everybody needs to do that. If we say to a group of folks that and again, I understand their hearts are in the right place, their efforts are greatly appreciated, but if we as a municipality say, yes, we think, we applaud you, we think you're going in the right direction, we think this, and we whether we say we approve or not,
mm-hmm.
at that point we as the municipality are sanctioning their activities.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I think we would be doing the absolute opposite of what is required of us.
So,
can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
If you do handle all the calls through the fire department, going back just a little bit, Laura, if you do handle all the calls through the fire department and understand that you want people who are trained in handling those kind of calls, do you have volunteer people who might be able to handle them if the calls get too much, people that you would trust would be able to, as using your example, hear the change in the tone of the voice, or be able to pick up on a need that the person who's being called might have and that might not be direct about it? Do you have people that could support you in that?
Yes.
Do you have a list of those people?
I can put the list together, yeah.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you.
I mean, I think, one thing we need to consider is the fact that, yeah, I totally hear what you're saying, Tom, and I think it's very important, and maybe this is that statement, that we as a town don't sanction this, but it's going to happen whether we sanction it or not. So I guess my initially bringing this up is to, and maybe we should just stay out of it, but my concern is that because this is going to happen anyway, and because they aren't professionals, that there are going to be blind spots in it. And so, should we take any role in advising to try and avoid that, or should we just make the blanket statement that this should really be handled by the fire department, knowing full well that it's going to happen regardless of what we say? I mean, I think, I don't know. I'm not sure what the balance is there. I don't disagree with you at all, and I definitely understand and recognize the possible downside of this. But again, it's already happening. So,
Yeah.
Right, exactly, and to a certain degree, it will continue to happen. I mean, we get that. That's obviously understood. I guess if there's a desire to create more of a very defined list of folks who wish to be contacted on a regular basis. Again, understanding there's a huge difference between everything that's going on today and what will be going on a week from now or 3 days from now.
Mm-hmm.
So if folks want to be contacted so that they can understand what's going on townwide, they can ask questions, be provided with information about what's going on. So maybe some contact referrals if they need certain services. If they just want to talk, at that point, that should come, and it's sanctioned by the municipality. The reality is that should all be coming out of here, and we can make that happen. That's not an issue.
I guess I would be concerned, Tom. I think that's great, but I'm concerned in you saying that 3 weeks from now that may be just downright impossible for you to do. I hope that's not the case, but it may be, and I don't want to at all negate what you're trying to say, but your capacity, if the shit's hitting the fan, somebody doing outreach probably is better than nobody doing outreach, and I understand that may be a misstatement, but I don't know. I just think I think we have no idea what's ahead of us, and I think honestly that we need to, as much as possible, yes, this is a great idea for you to take from the fire department as long as possible, but if you get to the point where you have to prioritize, something like this is going to drop off your list pretty darn quickly, and I worry about that.
Can I read something from this group that they forwarded me to share with you, because I knew I'd be sharing, and we're kind of jumping into our next select board item, but I think that it's really pertinent to this conversation. So Ruby McAdoo, who is one of the leadership team of this group, and I'm just a liaison. I'm not in any way involved in actually guiding any of their actions. I'm more reporting back to you and then reporting from the select board back to them as much as possible. But they've sent me this. The Putney Mutual Aid Group, Helping Neighbors to Neighbors, has been steadily working producing key resources and tools, namely the volunteer guidelines, a resource document and system for collecting volunteer ability and need that provides for confidentiality, as well as empowers the community to help each other. 2, we've also been working on our organizational structure, which at the moment is a leadership team of Ruby McAdoo, Kathleen Dewich, and Sarah Amor Jones. The larger group will stay active as needed and work on moving key projects forward. The structure of how that looks is still in process. 3, represented on the Putney Mutual Aid team are individuals from the town of Putney, Putney Food Shelf, and Putney Community Cares. We also have our 2 state reps as part of the groups. Specifics around organizations' representation on the group, the individual residents, is a work in progress. 4, there was large overall agreement, though we have not entirely worked out the details, that all organizations represented will give Putney Mutual Aid the opportunity to review any written communications. In part, we want to have clear messaging around the role of Putney Mutual Aid. Also, Putney Mutual Aid will adore this. I don't think she meant adore. I think she meant will give the same courtesy to the collaboration organizations. They've already begun this process with the Putney Food Shelf. And 5, in summary, we are still looking flat out to develop systems and infrastructure that will enable neighbors to support each other in the safest manner possible. Our volunteer guidelines outline the risk involved and group actions into high risk and low risk of exposure and transmission. We want to recognize that people are acting in neighborly ways already and want to communicate those risks clearly to help minimize spread. We also want to support the community in their desire to help each other. These points are being made by one of the leadership councils, so Laura has something to report to the select board. We've appreciated her presence on the team. So I think that the point about this happening already is really important for us to understand. And I understand what Tom is saying, that it's really, you're in kind of a very difficult position. If you approve this, you're approving it in a, from the position of being an emergency management director, and that comes with all kinds of liability. But I worry about us not giving guidance and not having presence. And so where do we find the middle ground on that? How do we continue? How do we give best guidance and have some presence without us as a town compromising ourselves?
I think you use language that we should be very careful to make clear we're not doing. We are not approving this. This is not a town group. At the same time, I personally, and this is strictly a personal statement, am grateful to those people for what they're doing and what their intentions are. But we cannot, I think what Tom is saying clearly, and I agree with them, we cannot sanction this as a town-supported thing. I think that you being a liaison with them gives them feedback. This is obviously a public meeting. I think, if there was the desire, some representative could come and ask questions of the town, or they can listen to this and say, this is what you guys are thinking. But I think that an important difference between us approving it and us recognizing that it's happening and feel that it's a good thing.
I didn't mean to infer that we should approve it. I was saying I understood why he wouldn't. Did I?
I didn't think you did. You
Okay.
just said, you used that language, so I wanted to clarify.
Okay.
You said,
yeah.
If we approve this, and I think we are not approving this. I mean, it's not a town entity, so we have no authority to approve or disapprove. We can encourage it or discourage it, and Tom is clearly discouraging it as far as sort of liability is concerned. But I think he also, I'm guessing, recognizes that neighbors are going to want to take care of neighbors, and that we all know that's a good thing. It's just the ability to do that professionally is limited by the fact that they aren't professionals.
Yeah. So how can we, let me think about this carefully. How can we give them best guidance? It's the group has asked a few times for Tom to review, and I've sent it, and I haven't put any pressure because I recognize his time, and I also recognize that he might be uncomfortable. How can we give best guidance so that things don't go, so that we can mitigate whatever we can, and not condone it necessarily. At the same, obviously on a personal level I do, but as a select board member, I know I can't. So.
Laura?
Yes.
What I can do is tomorrow, I'd like to think that I would get to it tonight, but I know that's not going to be the case.
You probably shouldn't.
Tomorrow, I'll go through all that. I'm only going to assume that there's likely been some changes in guidance that we're receiving as far as safety concerns, things like that. Between the time everything was put together and now, or tomorrow. So I'll look everything over and very simply, just like I'm going to be doing with Anna, just put across the general safety related guidance, and then plan to keep that updated as or should things change, and as we need to modify it going forward.
That would be really helpful. And I think what would be really helpful from you too is to know, I mean, I think in their document, they do a really good job of when things should be directed to you. But if there's anything that's missing from that on when things should be directed to you, inserting that wherever it belongs. Because I recognize from having listened to and worked with them a bit that they really aren't trying to take over your role. They're trying to supplement what we're able to do for the community.
And certainly, believe me, I'm not looking at this as anybody's trying to take anything from me or us. I'm not trying to discourage. I truly understand, appreciate, and respect all the work that these folks are doing and what they want to do, what they're trying to do. Again, from our perspective, we just need, we need to make sure that we're following directives and putting that out to the public. And we just need to make sure everyone is as safe as they can be. That's all. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I think that's all. I think we all feel the same way.
So again, I'll take a look at all that tomorrow. I'll start first thing in the morning, and then we'll get things back with that tomorrow.
Okay. I'm sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
I just would add, two things. One, to be clear, as a directive from us, that we are not asking Tom to take responsibility for supervising this or managing it in any way whatsoever. We're asking him if he can offer professional advice on a level that he seems is reasonable. The other thing I would ask of you, Tom, and I think you would do this regardless, is if you see anything there that clearly contradicts, other than sort of the whole concept as I hear and understand, it contradicts some of what your role is. But, if there's anything that clearly is stated in the directives that you've gotten that contradicts what they're trying to do or what they have laid out, you should make that clear.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Yep.
Yes, please. No, I think that's perfect. Thank you, Josh, for putting it that way. It definitely isn't our baby, but I'm glad that it's happening on a personal level. I think that it could come in very supportive in bigger ways because of the volunteer names that they're collecting. I think that can be very helpful down the road for all of us. Hopefully not. Hopefully we don't need it. So, yeah.
Laura, just one other thing. I know you folks asked me, and I neglected to mention it. You typically ask for the numbers, if you will, and I neglected to mention it. As of 1:00 this afternoon, throughout the state, there are 123 positive test results.
Holy smokes!
And 8 deaths.
Yeah.
And 342 citizens of the state being monitored by the health department.
Oh my gosh.
So, the positive test results, that number has gone up dramatically over the last 24 hours. And the number of people being monitored has increased slightly. But honestly, and obviously, any increase in any of those three numbers, those three categories are very concerning. So,
Tom, do you think that's because I know that that there were a lot of backlog tests, and so do you think that we're seeing this dramatic increase in part due to that?
I think that's a piece of it. I think that's the piece of it. I think the bigger piece of that is the fact that more testing is being done.
Yeah.
So, and as more testing is being done, obviously those numbers are going to increase.
I think that one thing I would make, and this is, I'm not adding this as a professional statement, but anecdotally for me, epidemiologically, that sample size is still remarkably small, and I don't want to negate the fact that it's a very large jump, but it's also still in real numbers comparatively, it's still a very small number. So and not without being able to analyze how many of these tests are backlogged, how many patients are symptomatic, whether they're new, whether they're old, so on and so forth. It would be very hard to draw any sort of a solid, good conclusion from looking at those numbers. And they're very important numbers to have. And in retrospect, we'll be able to look at them and learn from them. But to draw conclusions in the moment, I think epidemiologically is pretty dicey.
Yeah.
You're right, absolutely.
I'm curious, we hear a lot about the death rate being 1% to 2%. And if we look at 8 deaths, does that mean that it's highly likely that we have at least 800 cases? Is that a flawed logic?
No, I think it's very likely that we have way more cases than we're recognizing at this point. That's almost guaranteed. I think the other thing that really skews that, and again, this is part of the reason why I'm saying sample size is so small, when you look at where those deaths were, the fact that they were almost, or more than half of them are concentrated to one location, that just throws your numbers off completely. So it's really hard to analyze small bits of data like that and have it mean.
Concentrated to one and to a very vulnerable population.
Exactly. I mean, it's all, to the best of my knowledge so far, everyone who has died has been somebody who was at high risk if they contracted this disease. So, and we know that that's the group that's most likely to have fatal outcome from it. But, we have no way with the numbers in front of us to compare that to a bigger sample of who's tested positive, who hasn't tested positive, what their risk factors were. I mean, it's just, these are, doing epidemiology on something like this is really complicated.
And Laura, just to follow up with what Josh just mentioned, and nothing, Josh, obviously you just haven't had the information yet. The reality is there are confirmed deaths that of folks that were not within the high risk categories.
Within Vermont?
I can't say that. I honestly don't know. I know in other parts of the country that is the case now.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you 100%, Tom. I'm just saying the Vermont ones. I mean, we're aware that five of them came out of a home in Burlington.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood where you were coming from there. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's all.
no, I'm strictly talking about the Vermont numbers. No, the nationwide numbers are very different. There's a lot of valuable information in the nationwide numbers. Right. Still, the sample size is relatively small, but no, I totally agree with you. I am in no way implying that this is not high risk for absolutely everybody involved. But
no, I wasn't suggesting that for a moment.
Yeah. Okay. In the state of Vermont, what we have again, my understanding is that 6 of those patients, 5 were all from one facility. Another one was a very elderly gentleman. Those numbers all make sense based on what we've been learning. Nationwide, very different game, and statewide, we can rest assured that there will be cases that will not fall into that group that we would assume is high risk, and hopefully those are limited, and statistically they're very limited, but that doesn't make it any less real when it's you or someone you know or love that has it and happens to be 35 years old.
Tom, out of curiosity, do we know how many of these positive tests were in Windham County?
With without looking at the map off the top of my head, no. And at least as public officials, what we need to be aware of too is that map that everybody has become accustomed to is not necessarily being updated every day. And it just simply comes down to that the folks up north just don't have the manpower to commit to that. So that map that everybody sees may not be 100% accurate.
Well, we're also a bordering county to 2 other states, so very, very closely. So.
Yeah.
But Tom, can I ask a question?
Without looking at that map, I wouldn't be able to tell.
David, you were gonna.
Yeah. One of the things that you said was that each positive test case gets followed up on very closely. And the information that they're gathering from that, is that guiding us in how we need to conduct ourselves to keep ourselves safe any more than the guidelines that they sent down to us to protect us by not getting this, by not contacting people? What are they learning? Like Josh says, it's a small sample size, but they must be getting new information all the time. It isn't just travelers, it's community contagion. Now, what else? What else are they learning from that that's helping you? That will help out.
Honestly, nothing. Again, the guidance is presently, and as far as I know, and unless this virus begins to mutate itself, and there are a lot of changes in presentations and numbers. The way we're conducting business now, the way we're protecting ourselves today is it.
I think also, David, that would fall very tightly under privacy laws. So, I mean, for example, I'm guessing when they're tracking possible contacts, they can't say you were in contact with David Babbitt on, March 12th and he tested positive. Not that I'm just using a scenario. What they can say, I think that the way it drives the process is that they then use that to reinforce that sort of public understanding. I mean, all of this is voluntary still. So, quarantine is voluntary. So if they're tracking this and seeing who the contacts are, they are presumably going to those contacts and saying, you have potentially been in contact with someone who was potentially infected, and we are asking that you self-quarantine.
Right. Yeah.
That's about as far as it goes. So
the reason I asked that question is it seems like the numbers coming out of New York show that the volunteer system isn't working, and that the curve is really steep. And
the volunteer system of quarantine? I'm sorry.
That would support us to have it not be voluntary, and that information released at least to someone like Tom, so it could help us control this.
And David, unfortunately, you're absolutely correct. Yeah. In other places, it's pretty well proven that if people don't comply with the guidance and the directives that are given, this is going to spread. That not complying is not helping anybody. So that's why we're pleading and pleading and pleading for everybody, all the citizens, do what's right, do what's being asked of us, and that's the only way we're going to stop this. That's the only way that we're going to level out the curve. If people choose not to do this, then the curve's going to continue upward. There is no enforcement that's going to take place. The governor of this state and other states have said that very plainly. This is all the honor system, if you will. It's all voluntary compliance with the true hope that people understand and they get it and they do what's expected of them.
And
even if I know, based upon different email chains that I'm attached to, I know there are groups of folks out there who are actually public officials that are questioning the governor's his legal abilities to issue these directives that he's issuing. And that's pretty disheartening. That's very disheartening for public officials to begin to question, because that means there's a shift in understanding of doing what's right to becoming political and argumentative and potentially defiant. And that's not going to help anybody. So David, again, the answer to your question is, unless martial law is instituted, then honestly, the resources do not exist for that to happen in a broad scope. Even if somebody wanted to enact that, for that to occur, the resources aren't there. So, and to threaten such a thing, that's not going to do any good either. So, again, everybody at every level is just simply asking for voluntary compliance, and that is the only thing that's going to stop this.
And I would guess, David, we're sort of getting off on a tangent, but I would guess that our curve probably follows relatively closely New York's curve at some stage. They just happen to be talking, for every one person we have, they're talking 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, whatever it might be. And we might be a week behind them or 10 days behind them or whatever it might be. But that curve's going to be predictable until implemented policies are being followed. And in New York, I mean, you look at the pictures of New York City, it's quieter than I've ever seen it, that's for sure. I mean, there are people who are not paying attention, but it's a whole lot different than it was 10 days ago. That's no question about that. So I think that those curves are what they are. The majority of the curves are going to be based on population density and transmissibility of the virus. So it's going to show up. There are going to be similar tracks sort of regardless if the same policies are being implemented. Just raw numbers are very different.
All right, so everybody stay home, please.
I think Tom's right. I agree with Tom.
Yeah.
That we need to,
lesson.
yeah.
And not just to protect yourselves and your loved ones, but also to protect our first responders and the people that have to go out. I'm one of those people. I support folks that that very likely would not survive without the system that we have supporting them. And so please do it to protect all of us that are trying to do the work to support others. Think of it like a snowstorm. You don't go out to protect the other people that do have to go out. Stay off the roads. But thank you, Tom. That was really helpful.
Yeah.
Sobering.
Very sobering. And we are going to go into the select board report on action. And I think that I have pretty thoroughly discussed what I've been doing on my end to communicate with the mutual aid group and communicate back to you all. And I just want to reiterate, Tom, that everything we're doing or they're doing, I shouldn't say we because it's not me, it's them. Everything they're doing from what I see is from a really respectful stance of the work that you have to do. And any guidance that you can give would be greatly appreciated. We want to make sure that everybody in this town is staying as safe as possible.
Okay, again, reviewing all that information and getting back, that's my priority for tomorrow morning. So.
I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yep.
Karen, it looked like Karen, I know you you're sort of turned sideways. It sounded like Karen might have something to add.
No, I agreed with Tom, especially following the directive of the governor.
Yeah.
More people will stay safe. And I appreciate everybody's efforts as well, you know, from a municipal standpoint and the volunteers. I think everybody is coming together, but it's about the timing, and you know, when that's going to happen, we don't know. And we know at some point too, Tom, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you know, the Emergency Operations Center will be, you know, up and running, you know, so we need to stay safe and healthy so we can man that center with the first responders, if that comes down to it.
Right.
All right. Well, do you have anything else for us, Tom?
I don't, unless anybody has any other questions.
No, I don't.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you so much. All right, I feel like we should all take a moment of Zen. Just do a little deep breathing.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands, sanitize. Don't breathe on anyone you know.
6 feet apart.
6 feet apart. We are practicing social distancing in this space as well as outside of this space as a select board and town governance. So hopefully we're setting a good example for all the folks out there. So our next item was select board report on action to date. Josh, do you want to report out anything you might have?
I don't really have anything. I met with Tom today for about an hour and just talked about a lot of the stuff we're talking about, a lot of practical things. You know, I mean, as we all have recognized and are aware, you know, our ability to support Tom is mostly through our verbal support and or if and when the time comes, our financial support as a town. But, you know, we are very much depending on him and his folks to do the job they do. The other thing I would say is I'm definitely aware that the educational institutions, Putney School and Landmark, are working very closely with Tom. That's one thing that we've certainly talked about that in the last week, but hasn't come up today. But they're very much working to do what Tom wants them to, do what the state wants them to, and doing what they all know and think is best. So I just want to reiterate that they are definitely being good neighbors.
Good.
David?
I also took about an hour today and talked to Tom and asked a bunch of questions, and all of the things that I asked were addressed tonight here in this meeting. So, and other than that, I'm personally closing my business tomorrow afternoon, and you know, gonna fire up the chainsaw, go on the woods, stay away from everybody. I don't have anything else.
Yeah.
Well, I'll help in any way that I can. You hear that, Tom?
I don't.
He's gone.
I think he's gone. Yeah.
He left us.
Well, I just want to say, human to human, I recognize how hard it is for you to close your business, David, and really appreciate the sacrifice for all of us.
Oh no, there was a couple of things. I got a website for filing for unemployment. We probably already have that information, and a couple of 1-877 phone numbers people can call who don't have a website. We can put that out too.
I think those are in our latest.
They've been out there.
Yeah, Karen's definitely gotten them out there. I think they're up on our website as well, possibly at least through the public health notices.
I'm sorry. Did anybody hear what happened with the Congress, with the Senate and the House? Did they approve the bill for the aid package? Do you know?
No.
I don't know whether it's completed or not. I would say, sort of adding to what David said, that people should, the number of resources and the variability of who those resources are going to be available to seems like it's going to be very broad. So anybody who runs a business, works for a business, is independent, anything, I strongly encourage people to just explore possible financial avenues. I know going through the state for things like that is a pain in the neck, but if you're unemployed, get in touch with the Department of Labor, because there's a huge amount of stuff going on to support whether you're a small business or an individual, an employee or an employer, so on and so forth. There's a lot going on. So I think it's well worth reaching out to those folks if you are in a circumstance that you need it.
Yeah, agreed. That's an excellent point, Josh. And Karen's been doing a really good job of putting that messaging out in the community. And I've been trying to amplify it as well. And I think that's all we can do at this point, is to support people in getting the information.
Yeah.
So, okay. So if we're comfortable moving on, we are now on unemployment for employees. Karen, you wanted to speak to this?
Yeah, so David, you did mention the website on the Department of Labor. We do have 3 employees right now that are not working. 2 are high risk, and the other one was not enough work at the office. So we've directed them to go ahead and apply for the unemployment. We haven't seen anything come down from the state. As far as I know, and this is changing on a daily basis as well, right now it was 60% of compensation, and it was supposed to be right away, so there's no waiting period, but these people have been out of work for at least a week now. So, and we haven't seen anything come down from the state. So we're monitoring that, and we're hoping that it'll be quick. But other than that, there's information on the website. And again, for the people in the community, if you're out of work, please apply. Because the other thing too is, once the stimulus package is passed, and FEMA now, I just got information on FEMA, we should be tracking all of this stuff in the community. So the businesses that are impacted, there's websites out there. I encourage everybody to look at our website and utilize the information that is out there to help you. Because it's going to come back around in the end, and we don't know how large this is yet. And it's a little scary, but any financial impacts, you know, we'll be looking to recoup some of that money.
I think the other thing that I have heard several times, and I don't know what the reality is, but seems to be the case, is that all of this stuff is going to be first come, first served, because that's the only way they can do it. And those lists are adding up quickly. So I think the sooner people at least get their name on a list,
yes,
the more likely they are to get a response sooner. So I would encourage people to do that in as timely a fashion as they're able.
Yeah. Okay, so now we are on interest notice for taxes and sewer water delinquencies.
Okay, so thinking about the future, I downloaded some information from VLCT. Josh, I don't know if you got it because it bounced back, but go ahead.
Between yesterday and today, my inbox got overwhelmed, and
okay,
so I gotta sort that out tonight, so I don't have it, but that's okay.
So what I learned today from the information from VLCT, So penalty and interest, if a town had voted to assess interest and penalties, we cannot waive that, Josh, as a board.
No kidding. Okay.
So we still have to apply interest and penalty, but residents could potentially abate it. They would have to go.
They could request an abatement.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So at this point, moving forward, it appears we're still going to be sending out interest notices and penalty notices. We do have water and sewer. The quarter ends the end of March. So 30 days from the billing, if somebody's not paid, we will have to assess a penalty.
With our notice that goes out, can we, and you know, obviously, this is spitballing, is it possible to attach a notice that, you know, if this is a hardship, you can apply for abatement?
I believe it's already printed on the bills.
You think so? Okay.
Yes, so it's printed on the bill that people can abate.
Okay.
And there's certain reasons to abate as well.
Yeah.
So my thought is to see what happens, see what the overall number is, and then discuss it.
Okay.
I think that one of the reasons Karen addressed that to me when she was talking about it was because she and I had quite a long discussion about this. I think that I'm guessing I share the opinion that we would love to be able to not include penalties and interest during this time of hardship for people, but apparently statutorily that's not possible. And Karen, I don't know whether you can add that to that statement that goes out with stuff, just to make it clear to people that we're not doing this out of spite or anything else. It's just that we're required to.
Correct.
But the abatement is important. But we also obviously don't want to penalize people any more than we have to. So that abatement is really the only route they have from this of it.
Right.
But we could send a notice that says something like, we recognize that these are extremely difficult times and, you know, unfortunately our hands are tied in this approach. And if you are unable to meet this due to hardship, please reach out to the office to discuss abatement.
Yeah. No, and I think the other thing, which we've certainly talked about in general about tax sale, is that especially given interest and penalties will still accrue, you know, we don't, because Karen and I talked a little bit about the fact that organization for the tax sale needs to start happening, not right away, but relatively soon. You know, most of those folks that we're talking about, or all of them, are at least 2 years in arrears if we're talking about tax sale. But we also don't want to, by delaying, well, again, we can't do this, but if we were to delay collection, we are in some ways adding to the scale of the burden that's placed on those people. So it's a tricky spot to be.
It is really tricky.
And talking about tax sales, we can temporarily delay it. So our fiscal year ends end of June, and then we have that 30 days where we can still collect money for that fiscal year that we're closing out. So the timing on a tax sale is critical. We right now, for delinquent taxes, are at $205,361.87. And approximately, what was the number, Alyssa, for
this year
tax sale on the spreadsheet? Do you recall?
No, I can get it real quick.
All right. It was over 100,000, but I think.
Yeah, both of those, sort of historically speaking, those are both big numbers. So
Right.
we need to be paying attention to that because we don't want to stress out and put people in a worse position.
The other thing too is with income taxes being delayed till July 15th, we will not see a tax rate until after that date, and the consolidated school district has not voted on a budget. We don't know when that's going to happen. So, that being said, we're going to have to bring in as much revenue as much as we can, because right now I feel comfortable with what we have for operating, but if we are delayed in getting our tax bills out, we may have to look to borrow money. And I can't tell that yet until we have some more details of what's going to happen.
I'm guessing, and we'll have to look to the state for guidance on this, but I'm guessing that they will be trying to figure out how to manage that because it's going to affect virtually every town in the state.
Correct.
The other thing that we'll have to explore is the legalities of sending out essentially a municipal tax bill to be followed by the educational tax bill, or a municipal bill with an estimated educational, or something. We're gonna need that. We're gonna need that money coming in a timely fashion, because we're fine now, but come August 15th, if we're not having anything coming in, that's going to be a real problem for us. So
right.
We're going to have to lean on the state for guidance on that. But I just so we all know, it's on the burner.
107. All right. So Alyssa just informed me that for the tax sale, we're looking at $107,000. Now, a few of those will go to tax sale, but our hope is that, we can collect some of it. I'm being optimistic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you did well at that last year at this time. So, this is going to be a more complicated time for people, no question. But, I think you were both thorough and fair in how you approached it last year, and it seemed to be pretty effective. So,
thank you. And we'll see what the banks do too. If a lot of people have taxes escrowed, so if the banks are tight, money's not moving, I'm not sure how that might work.
It's a whole new world.
I don't think they have the legal ability to delay that. So I'm guessing that that's high on their priority list. But of course, that doesn't mean it'll happen.
Well, that would save us, Josh, because a
I
lot
suppose that's true.
lot of tax payments come through escrow.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
But if mortgages are deferred for 3 months.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Sorry.
You'll get ours, because ours isn't through escrow. So.
But we'll see what happens. We just gotta, one day at a time, and I'm trying to think ahead and be reasonable, and
I think that, we're likely to encounter goodwill from those who are able, if we can come up with some sort of, again, within legal realm,
right.
With some sort of estimated tax, and hey, even if we had to, we could put out a letter to all the taxpayers and say, hey, if you could make a payment towards your taxes, that would be helpful to us. And I'm guessing we would get some response to that.
Right.
Yep.
Josh, in all your years on select board, have you ever faced anything like this before?
No, definitely not. No, I mean, no, the most complicated it's ever been for us is just that the education tax sometimes, and this I think happened last year as much as it ever, that number is very late in coming, and it just pushes us to the limit of getting those notices out. But we may just have to take a different tack on it this year. So.
All right. Well, I have faith that Karen can pull us through.
With help.
With help, of course. You have great help.
David told me he would willing to lend us the money if we need it.
Sure, 20%. 20%. You got it. How much do you need? I'll write you a check.
Yeah.
I heard that, David.
It's on video.
On tape.
Yeah. That's been recorded, David.
Not worried.
Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. So future purchases, fire engine and highway department truck.
So given our current status and not knowing, I wanted to put this out on the table for the select board to think about, but so we have two major purchases. I have advised Tom and Brian to move ahead with bids for the new fire engine and the dump truck. I have a meeting with Vermont Municipal Bond Bank tomorrow, virtually, and so I'm going to continue that because the summer awards will be coming out, but the board really needs to consider whether we want to postpone any major purchases at this time, with not knowing what the financial future is going to look like.
How does that work, Josh? The town voted on that? What can we actually do?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think that these circumstances are such that we could probably, well, I don't know. That would be a legal question. I don't know. I mean, typically, these are binding articles. So it was approved. Are we bound to spend that money in a certain time period? I'm not 100% sure. Karen and I also talked about this the other day. A couple concerns if we put it off, as one of the reasons we were interested in doing the fire truck sooner rather than later is because it saves us money. So if we put it off, it's going to cost us more. The flip side of that is that with the bond bank anyway, the way things are, it's very likely that we'll get an even more favorable interest rate than we were talking about to start with. So, I don't know. That would be a question for Larry, whether we have, or for VLCT probably, whether we have leeway to do something different on that. The other thing that my personal feeling would be, yes, going ahead might create a little bit of a hardship for us in the short run, but these are both long-term purchases. And, as all-consuming as this pandemic is right now, it too shall pass. Right. We don't know how long it will be, but when we're looking at 5 and/or 10-year loans, it's a relatively small percentage of time that this is likely to be a problem for us. Hard to say.
So if we have, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm not a lawyer, but the way that it was written, I don't believe that we were ordered to do this. The town gave us permission to do it.
I think I would agree.
That said, I am fully supportive of us continuing to go forward because of especially with the fire truck, because of the concerns around trade-in value and cost and all of the things that we have so thoroughly discussed so many times, and the fact that it's an essential piece of equipment, and looking at the greater long-term picture, feels like it would be remiss of us not to, but yeah, that's just where I'm at.
So the question I had was about the timing of finding out about the bond bank and how, if we could put that off at all until we saw where the town was after August, and see how people were making payments on their taxes if hardships had hit them, so that we were in a bad state. How long do we have to decide about buying the truck or the fire truck or the other truck? It all has to happen within the year?
So David, just to let you...
Do we buy ourselves some time to assess the situation better?
So the payments, David, on the fire truck and the dump truck, we wouldn't see that until fiscal year 22.
Yeah, it's out there for us as far as actually making the payments.
But the process of deciding whether or not we actually do it still.
Right.
It's a good question. I mean, that's a bond bank the highway truck is just a simple loan from a bank, so that's not really an issue for us. But the bond bank question, Karen, I don't know. What we wouldn't want to do is go through all the steps to try and borrow from the bond bank and then delay it if that meant we had to go through all those steps again, because it's a pain in the neck.
Yeah, I would not do that.
Well, and that would be a good question to ask of the bond bank person tomorrow is, can we do all this paperwork and then shelve it till the next round, or once we've started the process in any given round, are we committed to that round?
I will ask that question tomorrow because it's in my head.
Okay.
I know there's a winter round as well.
Right, yeah.
And we did the spring round for the gravel pit.
Right.
So, we'll have to discuss that, but I will get clarity on that question.
I mean, that's also a question for if we're putting the trucks out to bid. That would be a question for manufacturers also. When do they need a bond secured in order to be assured that they're going to get payment? And I'm not sure what that, if they're not going to, if we know who we want to go with for a contract, for example, but we put it off till spring, that means that we don't get our truck till 7 months later or whatever that is. Is that a concern for us both as far as price and function is concerned? And I think price-wise, yes, probably it's a little bit of a concern. Functionally, I'm guessing it doesn't make a huge difference, but...
Does it make a difference in trade-in value as well?
Right.
Exactly, yeah.
So, what's going to happen with the highway equipment is Brian's already speaking to vendors, and come July, he'll have a price, and then they got to build the truck and the body, and he probably won't see delivery until September. Now again, that payment won't be due until fiscal year 22, the first payment. And it would be about $40,000.
Well, it sounds like we need more information.
So if we wanted to at least...
Go ahead, Dave.
I say, so if we wanted to postpone the highway truck to see where we were at, could we do that as long as we did it within this next fiscal year because we voted to do it? How much, do we have any leeway? Could we put out bids later than he is now, not decide in July and then not be committed then, but be committed 6 months later?
Well, 6 months later would put you right in the middle of winter, and that wouldn't be good for Brian.
Okay.
So the timing of the truck is critical. So you're either going to put it off a whole year, or you don't put it off.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, we have a truck already.
Yes.
So,
yep.
The risk of that, as we've talked about the risk overall with using, it would be really unfortunate if, we got to 10 years and 4 months and we blew an engine, but that's a we take every day. So, I think that's statistically a very slim risk, but I think it's one. I mean, I think Karen going ahead and having the guys at least have the bids in hand it is useful to us.
Yes.
And then we have to keep looking at it as those numbers come through.
Okay.
All right. The quarterly financial reports, financial outlook for future.
So I sent you quarterly reports. I'm not concerned about the highway department. And the library looks good. Water and sewer look good. General funds is fairly good. There's, you know, the pool and the fire department are about, I think they're almost 80%. So the pool is at 88.46. And then the fire department is at 78.37, which is not bad. Overall, I think we're still in pretty good shape. So I'm not concerned at this point. And I have spoken to both departments and reminded them of budgets, and they're well aware of them. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention that we'll see what happens in the next few months.
Any questions, guys?
No.
Okay.
I do have one question for the board, though. Sorry, Laura.
That's okay.
Because I just spoke to Emily about this. So the board voted on the library being stained, the building, and Mo Momini is looking to do it end of April, early May. So one single coat was approximately $13,500. 2 coats is $18,000. So I reminded Emily, I said, if you can get away with 1 coat, that would probably be best at this time. And seeing as everything is like all non-essential businesses or stay at home at this point, end of April, early May, we won't know where we're at. So I just wanted to bring that up because it is like on a schedule now to do the library.
I remember we discussed this exhaustively too. And can't quite remember whether or not there was huge advice on the difference between putting 1 coat and 2 coats. No.
I mean, I think that, you know, sort of needless to say, 2 coats is better. You know, I think also if you just look at the economics of that, you know, you're getting twice as much material put on the building for only 50% more than it costs you to put 1. And part of that is the fact that the first coat just takes more work and more material.
A lot of bleach.
How much do we have in the budget for it, Karen? We have the full amount in the budget?
Well, it's in the undesignated fund, which has about $18,000. I'm a little nervous about spending a lot of money, not knowing what the future is right now.
Remind me, I think, Josh, that you were really up on this. 2 coats, how much more longevity does it give it? Is it...
That I would have to... You know, I mean, given I just noticed the other day how clearly in need of staining the library is. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it looks like it needs stained, definitely. I would have to defer to Mo on that, and I think Mo would give us a clear and honest answer. You know, you could just say, would we be crazy to put on just 1 coat now? And if he says yes, then we probably listen to that. If he says, the fact is that just getting one coat again on it, one coat is going to take a lot of material just because you're covering something that really has very little material on it.
Mm-hmm.
That second coat is what'll give you the longevity, but I don't know what that difference would be.
Okay. David, did you have something?
I just was going to mention that part of our discussion, I remember, was deferring to Mo and also looking at the different sides of the building, because sun exposure has a lot to do with how it wears off.
Mm-hmm.
And that maybe he would have been willing to look at it and say, the truth is the back two sides really don't need two coats and the front two. So,
You're reminding me. Yep. Yep. We went down this road. Oh.
For that. And I know from staying in my house for years and years and years and getting sick of it, I finally painted it. So, not that we're going to do that there, but the front side of my house that faces south, I would put 3 or 4 coats on, and the back side, I would go over in a quarter of the time, and it was just fine, and it looks just fine every year.
Mm-hmm.
So
Maybe
I'm
that's
sure he
the
figured
approach.
that into his bid, and I think we should definitely protect it whatever way it needs to be protected.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, again, we could ask him, we could say, what do you think, Mo, of putting 2 coats on the south side and 1 on the rest? And,
Right.
And that may be reflected, as David said, that may have already been taken into account on the 18 for the second coat. I don't know how we looked at that, but
I'll get clarification on that again.
yeah. But I think that experience tells me in general, not town experience, but we don't want to head down the road of deferred maintenance. We're better off spending that money now than we are putting it off longer and having to spend 25 to do it next year.
Right.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay. Town managers report, Wyndham County Sheriff report.
Oh man, look at all this.
Talk fast.
All right, so Wyndham County Sheriff's report, I spoke to Sheriff Anderson. He has reassured us that we will have deputies. If it's not our regular deputy, it may be someone else, but we will have coverage, so that made me feel good. The water meter reading is started this week. We're having Joe also hand out the Don't Flush It Volume 1 brochure, which right now it's very important that no disinfecting wipes be flushed, no paper towels. So all the users on the system will get the brochure. There's also a health notice for all users. The state has mandated that all wastewater treatment plants to chlorinate the water. So that notice is being handed out to every user as well. I know I emailed the select board on that, so you can review that.
And that's COVID related and temporary, correct?
It's a temporary order right now, and when the state lifts it, we'll stop the chlorination. So the chlorination is on a very low dose at the moment, and Simon's Operations Services they're taking directive from the state of Vermont on this. So I'm in contact with Chris Hayes. We had a 2-hour conversation on Saturday. I'm reassured and I'm very confident that they have this handled. He has stated that, they watch for bacteria, any type of contamination. They're testing all the time, so our system is safe. So people, if anyone has a question, they can call the town hall and we can get them answers. But for right now, it's on a low dose of chlorine.
And I just want to add that that's a precautionary measure. There has been no evidence linking COVID to water treatment plants at this point.
No.
No, and I mean, Karen is saying this, but I just want to make it perfectly clear that we chlorinate at a low level all the time. So that's not something different for us. We just, the chlorination level is based on those test results regularly.
Right.
So they follow testing, chlorinate appropriately. Essentially what the state, from what I could decipher from it, essentially what they're saying is shock the system a little bit with chlorine, because just so we're not taking a chance. But it's not in protocol for us that we would be doing that. It's just the volume of chlorination that we would be using at this time.
It's a mandated level.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's merely an abundance of precaution.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're in good shape there. Let's see what else. Oh, office and highway department hours. Right now, the highway department is still on a 40-hour week, and the office is on a 4-day schedule, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. As things shift, like Tom said they will, and the governor, there is a stay-at-home executive order right now for the state of Vermont. Some people are essential workers, which transportation and obviously keeping business going and keeping people informed. We are still here. That may change. So as it changes, we'll keep everybody posted. Let me see. The Lister's office has a deadline, just so the select board knows. The grand list has to be lodged by April 1st. It's not the final grand list. It's the first lodging. And they have gone out and done all their site visits with the property owners that allowed them to go into their homes. Otherwise, they measured, the buildings, and they were just outdoors doing the site visits. So that's all completed. So now they have to get all the information into the system before April 1st in order to lodge that first grand list. The final grand list will be lodged in June. So they're busy right now, Doug and Jordy. So the business survey, I've been working with the Business Alliance Group, Lisa Papazian and Mike at the G Store. That's almost ready to go out to the public to get information and try to help some of the businesses that have been impacted here in Putney. So we're kind of reaching out, seeing what they offer for services, if it's takeout, what do they take for payments, that kind of stuff. We've also created a local resources survey, and we're going to work with the farmers market and get that survey. It's just about ready to post onto social media, and we're reaching out to the community to see what local products we have. We know there's farmers, there's meat producers out there, people with eggs and chickens and meat. So we're trying to consolidate what we have in the community so people, instead of traveling into Brattleboro, they might be able to get product right here in Putney. And it's going to help these people that are struggling right now because they're losing income because their eggs are not going to the Putney diner. So it's another resource that we're trying to coordinate. And I'm really thankful for the people out there that are, taking a stand and helping the community and other people. I think it's great.
Yeah. I'm really thankful for you, Karen, for having pulled all this together, because Karen, in her spare time, has been doing all of this. And
I have a good support group here in the office.
She has an amazing support group.
And I think,
that's actually, will all of this go up on the website when it's?
It will.
Fantastic.
And I'm hoping it's going to happen before Friday.
Fantastic.
Because it's so close to being there.
Yeah.
And just to share with everybody, I tried to stay away from Google Docs, but all these people that use it, now I'm teaching myself, the forms, the docs, and I have to be truthful, it's a little bit easier when you're trying to work together on a document. So
proud of you. It's great collaborative work.
You can teach an old dog new tricks, David.
But don't ever call her an old dog.
My phone rang a lot that day.
Oh.
Don't let anybody tell you you're untrainable, David.
Oh, no, anybody tell me anything, that's the problem.
I wanted to just bring up one thing related to the lodging of the grand list, and that is the reason that there's an initial lodging that's basically an estimate, but then there's the grievance period.
Correct.
Grievances may be complicated for us given the circumstances. I mean, that all depends on how timing plays out, but that could be a sticking point for us, so we should just be aware of that.
Can I add, Josh, that usually a grievance, the listers set up, one appointment at a time. So, it may be 4 people in the room, but you're right. We'll have to look at that because right now the town hall is closed to the public. But, and at this time we've really stopped all visitors pretty much. It's just employees, Brian comes in, but Joe comes in and Tom will stop in here, but pretty much the public, not so much.
Well, I know we had a very small number of grievances last year, so hopefully that trend continues, and that's attributed largely to the fact that the listers have been so effective in their work. So hopefully that continues, but that could be a little bit of an issue for us.
Does grievance have to be done in person? Can it be?
It might be able to do it over the phone or Skype or Zoom. We might be able to set that up, Laura, for them.
Yeah, be worth thinking about in advance before it comes up.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Jordy. They've been really out straight, Jordy and Doug.
Yeah.
And you have on here business as usual to the best possible extent. So
it is business. We gotta continue conducting business.
Yep.
So.
All right, we're moving on to warrants.
So I'll make a motion that we approve and execute warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I guess discussion signing would be how are we going to do this without David and I in the room?
Okay.
Yeah, wondering that myself.
So
I have correction. Hang on.
Oh, is this the starred one? Because I actually So there are exceptions to how we process payroll and other bills.
Yep.
And it looks like the second exception is the one that Karen is giving us guidance towards. The second exception allows the select board to authorize one or more members to review and approve orders on behalf of the entire board. A vote to give such... Okay. Well, we have to, it has to be, we have to move to a point, I would assume in this case it's me because I'm actually sitting here. So Laura Chapman of the legislative body members to approve and sign orders for the warrants.
So moved.
For this time period. Okay.
And seconded.
Okay.
Did you get that, Alyssa?
I'm trying.
I can give you the language too. It's
Can I have that one?
Yes.
I'll just add it.
I don't want to. It's okay later. So, and then I think that. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And then I don't think we actually finished the motion on the warrants. So we did a motion in a motion. So can we all? It's been moved and seconded for the warrants. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Payroll warrant dated March 27th, 2020 in the amount of $17,604.31.
Don't blow it, Laura.
I'm trying. No pressure, right? Thanks, Josh.
Hold it up to the screen in case you need it.
Yeah, right here. Can you read that?
14?
Okay. I'm going to try and find all the things that you would ask questions about and ask questions about them.
Accounts payable dated March 14th through March 27, 2020 in the amount of $66,544.23. So it's kind of large because we have the VLCT passive, which is like $20,000 plus in there.
And Simon Operation Services.
Yeah.
Is another 10,001.
What was the People's Bank, Alyssa?
The U.S. Bank?
5,580.
Yeah, what is that?
In this one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Firematic Supply Company, is that for?
That's for Tom.
Is it the credit card, Karen? No, it wasn't that.
No, it's $5,500, and I didn't see no like loan payment.
Oh, that's the taxes.
The payroll
taxes.
All right. Okay.
That was the payroll taxes. Did you catch
Phew,
that?
yeah, I mean, confused.
So the fire tech was two fire jacket and fire pants.
Wow, they're expensive.
They're very expensive.
Oh, smokes. And we paid the Windham County Sheriffs.
Yes.
Which adds a little bit. You guys, I'm doing it.
It's okay.
I was just wondering if we could do this going forward, if we could have, but it doesn't look like we can.
Well, the thing is, and Laura, we talked about this because you asked whether or not you had to be here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think we need one select board member, and we'll decide if we go virtual. You know, I mean, we have BCTV here tonight, but
this is their last night with us.
We can help you.
For now.
okay.
Yeah.
So we can record, and then we can upload to you. All right. So we're still going to need a select board member here to be present. And at least get one signature on the warrants.
Yeah. Okay.
Do they have to now sign, or as far as the nominee?
I would prefer, because the liquor licenses have to be signed off on Josh and David as well. When you come down, you can also sign the warrant.
I didn't lick them.
You didn't lick what?
The warrants.
Yeah, but I might tomorrow.
But she might tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, just for me, Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give you my stamp.
We can get you a stamp.
Okay. So other business.
Oh, we have an executive session.
We have an executive session. Oh, okay.
And Josh, select board members, at this point, I don't believe we're gonna have a decision.
Okay.
I don't think so, no.
No.
Okay. So that probably means you can.
So
you have to decide. You have to vote to go in.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we enter
Are you still?
into enter executive.
And I second that.
Can you read why we're going into executive session, please? It's number 1 on that handout I gave you, right here. Oh, I sent it to them too.
Okay. Title I, VSA 313, the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, provided that the public body shall make a final decision to hire or appoint a public.
So to get this started, it's a real pleasure and honor to introduce Tim Ash, the President Pro Tem of the Senate. Welcome.
All right, well, thank you, committees, and welcome everybody. I'm glad you were able to make it for take two of Working Lands Day. I know the other one got snowed out. I'll just tell you, it was about 8 or 9 years ago, a committee room just around the corner, I was standing there with 4 other senators. Bobby was one of them, and Ginny Lyons, who's still in the Senate, was one, and there were 2 others, as the legislation that created the Working Lands program was being drafted and finalized. And somewhere on the second floor, there were some House members doing the exact same thing. It was late at night and in April. And I don't think we could have imagined then how much success we would have had with the investments we've been making in the Working Lands program. When it was first pitched to us, I feel like it was 2011 or 12, my years get a little mixed, but when it was first being pitched, people were saying, this program promises to make exactly the kind of investments that double down on what is best about Vermont, a triple bottom line approach of people who take care of our lands, people who want to invest in rural communities, local food, local wood products, and so on. And we kind of took a chance when we first passed that legislation that would come to fruition, but I think the handouts that you're looking at now show dozens and dozens of investments all throughout the state in communities who need it most, creating jobs, creating economic activity, and I think it really has furthered exactly the kind of goals that were promised in the beginning. And I'll just say this is because I'm not going to be in the Senate anymore after this year. This is the last time, and I don't know how many of you, I know many of you will be familiar with the show Leave It to Beaver, all right? So if you remember, my favorite character on that show was Eddie Haskell. You know, he was always brown-nosing Beaver's mom. And so I'm not typically Eddie Haskell, but since I'm leaving, I can do it. And I just want to acknowledge Paul Costello's role. I don't believe that without Paul's advocacy, we would have created the Working Lands Board and Fund. It wouldn't have been sustained, and it wouldn't have grown over the years. And so many of you will benefit from the work that Paul has done on the advocacy side, but I do just want to especially acknowledge his role. There have been many others, of course, but Paul really was the kind of magnetic north on this one, so I want to thank Paul.
And I would like to say that, you know, we're going to miss Tim in the Senate next year, or whoever's there, but if I'm there, I'm going to really miss him. When he was first elected President Pro Tem, he called me into the office and he said, you know, Bobby, he said, I may be out of Chittenden County, but I really care about the other Vermont out there. And I want you to do rural development and some forestry issues and things like that to help rural Vermont out. And you know, I've never forgot that and have appreciated that and all of his support over the last 6 years while he's been speaker, and hopefully we'll have him as our lieutenant governor and
Bobby, you've done enough.
But anyways, thanks, Tim. Appreciate all your help over the years. So now we'll get right to it. And Carolyn?
All right. So we're going to be hearing from some folks. And Lindsay, you're up first. over here.
Yeah, please, and if you can introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lindsay Curley. I'm the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development, and it's truly my honor to be here today to address you on the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative Day, Legislative Day in the State House. I'm amongst the 7th generation in my family to live on the family farmland in Middlesex. And some of my most favorite childhood memories are time spent with my cousins working on my grandparents' farm. Whether we were gathering sap during sugaring season or stacking hay bales in the heat of the summer to prepare for the long winter ahead, I couldn't have known it then, but I look back and I will always value the time that I spent with my family working on the farmland. So like so many Vermonters, the working landscape is part of my heritage and was once my family's sole source of income. Though we no longer farm on the land, I do hold dear what that land has meant to me. I live there still today, and I can't help but wonder if there had been opportunities made possible like those that are offered through the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative, if my family might still be making a living on our farm. The Working Lands Enterprise Initiative encourages economic growth by supporting entrepreneurs in the working lands industries. The initiative brings leaders of agriculture, forestry, and commerce together with budding entrepreneurs to encourage innovation through public and private funding sources, including loans and grants. These programs directly impact businesses and service providers by helping to improve the infrastructure and create jobs while protecting Vermont's land. Successful business owners know they must continually make investments in order to grow their business and have to take risks. These programs support businesses through these critical growth stages and help mitigate the risks that must be taken to bring their companies to the next phase. We take pride in the work that we're doing to support and invest in the food, farm, and forest industries, and I'm honored to be part of it. Growing and investing in the working lands enhances the lives of all Vermonters, and our goal is to promote an active, working, and vibrant landscape, the foundation of Vermont's communities, families, and our economy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. Yes.
Oh, and shall I introduce the next?
Sure.
Okay, so it's my honor to introduce Secretary Anson Tebbetts, Secretary of Agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Anson.
With your permission, I'd like to just introduce a couple of people from the agency who really manage this program and are doing a bang-up job with it. It's Deputy Eastman is here as well, and Lynn Allen, who's our program manager, who's put this all together and manages it year-round. So I just want to recognize their leadership in making this program so successful. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor as always, and we appreciate the ongoing support of Working Lands. We're all working extremely hard to try to improve the rural economy of Vermont, and this is an important program to reach that goal. This program makes Vermont more affordable by investing in infrastructure to those small companies. Governor Scott is well behind this program, believes in it, and has put some extra dollars in his budget this year because of his strong endorsement of this program. This program brings the leaders of agriculture, commerce, forestry, and all those that make their living off the land together. We're all leveraging those precious dollars that you folks have to manage to grow the Vermont economy, and we appreciate the ongoing support of this committee and the committees throughout the legislature for this approach. Support for food, farm, and forestry is critical to Vermont's future. You'll hear some personal stories today where companies have had to take a big risk to get their businesses to the next level. These investments by the Working Lands program encourage innovation, and in many cases, these companies get to the next level because of this program. They add jobs, they're creating more products, they're growing their operations, and growing the Vermont economy. We all need an active, working, and vibrant landscape, and this program is critical to that success. And that success goes beyond the farms, it's also about the forests. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to join on Working Lands Day. Senator Ash referenced, was it 2012 or so, some late nights down here and upstairs. And I was here then as commissioner and was, remember running back and forth upstairs and down. And it really was something. And I think it's appropriate to reflect back and to realize I don't think we all thought there was real promise to this premise. But it's really amazing to see what has come of it and the people who make it work, from our staff, our partners, and importantly, the recipients of the grant monies, the farm and forest owners of the state. And that's, I'm going to be brief. I think we all want to be, because you should hear from them, grantees, and that their stories are always amazing. I like to say, when we make things like world-class food and forest products, furniture, etc., we make Vermont. We make the best of Vermont. And this is a working landscape in that it works in an ecological way by scrubbing carbon dioxide, by cleaning water, providing flood resilience, right? It's working whether we're here or not. But so the landscape works, and this working landscape that we're talking about is the people who work that landscape in a close, careful, intelligent way with all kinds of co-benefits and impact. And it's really worth celebrating. And I want to just thank all of you for continuing to support, all of our partners who have helped build it. At the beginning, it was an idea, and we had to build a grant program and a board and process, while also putting money out and trying to quantify impact. And I just think it's a raging success. So I want to also just be quick to thank, on our part, as you know, there's the 3 agencies that are to the board. And in the early going, I was there and served on the board. A few years ago, when we added Deputy Lincoln to our team, Sam was kind enough to take over the day-to-day function as my designee on the board, and he's done a fantastic job. So I want to thank Sam. And our lead staff are Essex Caledonia County Forester Matt Langless and our wood utilization program lead Paul Frederick, who provide a lot of technical assistance and really do a lot of work on top of their normal jobs. So I really want to single them out and thank them. In a couple of quick notes, just this is about to reflect sort of a nimbleness, and I think in adapting to change and continuing opportunities and challenges, the board continues to think about where to go next and how. Examples being the recent decision to scale up forest impact investments in 19, focused on low-grade wood markets as well as dairy, just a larger impact model. And along the supply chain. Also, another quick shout out would be to Ski Vermont. I think it's an interesting, they've been significantly providing support over the years, $50,000 I think to date. And I just think it's a nice way of reflecting that we have this important working landscape that supports the land and land health, economies, and we tend to focus on that, but remember it's also culture and our way of life and our quality of life. And that includes the recreational pursuits of the state. And Ski Vermont's interest and investment in the program is just one reflection of those co-benefits that are totally consistent for providing for outdoor recreation as well, and the big impacts that come from it. Lastly, we have a business skills committee chaired by Sam Lincoln, and working with the Ag Agency, Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and others, about to pursue the development and launch of a new platform, an online directory, a working lands business development directory, making it easier to find professionals like service providers, as a tool for searching and contact information, just to connect people and make it easier. So we're excited to launch that new platform today, and I think I would then introduce the program manager, Lynelle Schmoller, to take it from there and explain that.
Thank you.
So thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Michael. And I'm actually going to ask one of my colleagues to come up and help me, Laura Masseria. Laura Masseria is another, I'll let you talk.
I work for the Agency of Agriculture, and I do marketing and promotions.
Good morning again. So I'm Lynelle Schmoller, and I'm the program manager for the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. Really thrilled to be here today, and thank you so much for your continued support of a really impactful and important program for the state. So I really want to give more time to the past grantees, so I'm going to be pretty quick here. As Commissioner Snyder said, this is a platform that I want to give some kudos to Ellen Taylor. She's here from Vermont Sustainable Jobs Funds. We've been collaborating on this for the last several months. And Lauren is actually, we're going to do a little bit of role playing here. But first, I just want to, a couple quick points. The tool allows for a search of the contact information of various service providers who have particular expertise a business might be looking for. The directory only contains a listing of nonprofit and public sector organizations that provide these services. There are also many private consultants who also work with Working Lands businesses. And the directory is not intended to preference any service provider over another, but simply make the information available to Working Lands businesses to then take the next step. And our intention is to continue recruiting providers to join the directory. So Lauren owns a farm and food business, and everyone just wants to give their attention to the screen. This is the portal. So she owns a farm and food business. She has 7 years of success as a fruit grower, and she also produces value-added fruit preserves. So she's clicking on to value-added. She's got 5 employees. She recently added 2. Her brother is a lead trainer and human resources manager, which has enabled her to spend time on the bigger picture of the operations. She recently went through a successful land transfer with her aunt, and now she's actually looking to add goats to the new parcel of land since she just learned cheese making from Kate Turcotte. And so she's actually going to click on to dairy as well. Kate suggested that Lauren dust off her existing business plan and start fresh. She is located in Windham County, so she's going to click on Windham County. And she's kind of unsure of what stage of business development she's in. She's had good growth. Is it early? Is it growth? She hovers over the descriptions, she sees the definition, and she clicks growth. This is the perfect way to describe her needs. She really enjoys networking in a classroom setting, so she's going to choose workshop as her desired approach. Also clicking business planning there at the top. And then she's going to hit search. And as she scrolls down, she's going to find that there's actually 4 programs that match her needs. The website links are there. She can click onto the website, and from there she can determine who will be the best match for services for her business. So if you have questions, you do have a handout today. It does have my contact information, but I do want to shift back to Secretary Tebbets and some conversations with grantees. Thank you so much.
Well, that's pretty awesome because, you know, as we in state government, if we can make it convenient and easy for folks and efficient without a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, and they can go right to it, I think that will be incredibly helpful for our people that are looking to expand their businesses. So that's kind of cool. So grantees, I don't know, what order you want them on? You want to?
Well, most of them hope are in the front. I do
Okay.
see Pete Coleman's front.
Right,
there.
you want them again? Sure. So come on, why don't you tell me?
Maybe I can be first? Not that I want to.
Why don't you get back to work making that wonderful product?
Yeah.
All right, so
Go
Pete,
into it.
Pete, some of you may know Pete.
Yes.
Pete.
Hi, everyone.
So Pete, introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Hi, my name is Pete Coleman. My company is Vermont Salumi. We make value-added pork products, predominantly. It's all pork. Sausage, salami. I know we have a new beef product as well. We started making bresaola. It's a product that hails from northern Italy. It comes from the eye around in the back of a cow's leg. Anyway, we started 9 years ago selling sausages to farmers markets in Montpelier and Burlington, working out of a room about as big as this, attached to my apartment, and we started selling wholesale and slowly grew, and then started working with Vermont Packing House in Southern Vermont. They started doing all of our raw fabrication. We utilized Maverick Food Hub to develop a line of salami, and a year ago, about now, we broke ground on a project in downtown Barrie. And we took over the old Homer Fitz building. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. Been vacant for, I don't think it's had a successful running business. I mean, there's been a few people taking rent there, but no one's made it work since, I think, Mr. Fitz did.
Since Homer left.
Since Homer did. Yep, I think Homer was the last guy to make a real run at it. And I think back. We plan to utilize the front portion as a retail component, as kind of a marketing branch. I think we can actually do numbers there too. I think it'll work. And yeah, I was the recipient of a pretty significant amount of money, and that helped make this happen. You know, I've kind of bootstrapped this from the start. We've never taken on a lot of debt. I'm still the only owner. I'm in more debt now than I've ever been, but it's actually pretty manageable, I think, for where we're at as a company. We're now selling product all the way to Ithaca, New York, Portland, Maine, and we just started getting a couple of accounts down Maryland, Pennsylvania, and even a couple in West Virginia. So we're excited. And this new space allows us to pull off. We have so much capacity now, which we're really excited about. But I think, you know, speaking to the working lands, you know, it's evidently valuable for me, but I think what's really important is, I think it's really important for if maintaining this, I don't know, agricultural economy here in Vermont, if that's what you all want to do, then I think as a business owner, I've seen that you got to make investments. It doesn't, like, I mean, whether it's a relationship, whether it's your garden out back, you either have to put in time or resources one way or the other. And I think the diversity that this can create and help build is really nice too, because it's not just whatever dairy or just woods. I think it's a spread, which is really valuable, because I think it's becoming evident to us that we need to create kind of some diversify our, you know, the way we generate revenue in the state, and I think this is a good way to do it. Let's see. Yeah, I think, you know, part of it, if that's your goal, if that's what you want to do, I think this is a very, very viable way to get it done. And as a small business owner, this money is crucial. Like, it can be, I don't know, I want to say, maybe it's the type of thing where maybe it's not a make or break, but maybe it's the type of thing where all of a sudden you take on an equity partner and you lose some control of that business, or maybe that's the value also I see in it. Is that it's just, and as I've grown, it's taken more time and more cash than I would have ever imagined, and that's why I think these little injections here and there really change a business, or allow us to make these, you know, steps. Like, we were in the Matter of Food Hub able to produce, you know, like 400 to 500 pounds salami or dry cured meats. And now, you know, we're in a space where we'll be able to hang 45,000 pounds eventually. You know, it'll take a while, but like, we can sell product in there. It's like we can be a formidable business, and before we couldn't. And I think these are the help that just, you know, get business owners to go, I'm gonna go for it. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to thank all of you for your support, what you're doing, and I also think, yeah, it's, you know, I can thank you all because if you do want to maintain this viability in your ag businesses, I think you got to invest in it. It's just, I just don't see any way around it, actually. And you can rely on the private sector to do it all on their own, but it's also great to see a partnership.
Pete, have you had any challenges sourcing enough work to keep you going?
No, we are now having to utilize a lot more out of state. If you want to invest in the pork market in state, I think the viability of it would be a good thing to analyze, but also scaling it. You know, there's not a large size or scaled hog farming here. I think one nice part is the consistency in the price point that out-of-state suppliers provide you with. Also will then allow from pork being able to purchase a lot more from in-state as well, because what I've found in my past, I bought a lot of pigs in Vermont, is that consistency and price point are big hurdles. And even just being able to say, yeah, I need 4,000 pounds of hams. People just go, yeah. Next year, I'll put them in 50-pound boxes and freeze them over the course of a year. And so, the scale is not there. All right. And that's a good problem for me. You know, I'm happy to be there finally, to have to kind of go, yeah, we used to buy out, you know, 3 pigs a week, and I'd cut them up and I'd do this and that, but we're just not, that model is no longer for us.
Yeah, thanks.
But I also think it's worthwhile to even say is that, I don't know, I think having more Vermont pigs is really valuable, but I like the idea of it, but maybe it isn't functional as well. I mean, I don't know. I think you have to look like, well, if some of these farms are at like 4,000 hogs a week or something, and we're at 40 for our largest farm. Where is the sweet spot where they need to be, where they can be competitive on price and provide the consistency, but maybe until you're at 2,000 or 3,000 hogs a week, maybe it doesn't even make, I don't know. I think it's good to be able to grow your business utilizing sometimes a more affordable and consistent product, or rely on those who that's what they've been doing forever, you know? Like,
Thanks.
Yep.
And how many people do you employ?
Currently, not that many, because we do all of our raw fabrication at Vermont Packing House. So they have 70 employees. I got a bookkeeper. I got a full-time production manager. I've got and a couple people that help me with I also pay someone in-state to help with out-of-state sales. But no, we keep it pretty lean.
Yeah.
But we'll change that. But I don't see us ever having too many employees. Currently, the way we're structured. Well, you never know. Who knows? Who knows what can happen?
Yeah. Businesses change.
Business change, the way you do business change. You know, maybe someday I'll say, hey, you know, we don't need to be working with Vermont Packing House anymore. I'm going to start doing all the grinding and stuff and et cetera, build some, you know, much bigger. And who knows, maybe a bunch of large size chain grocery stores around the U.S. start picking up our products and we'd say, yeah, we have to do that.
Brian has a question.
Peter, how did you first hear about the Working Lands Initiative?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think I've looked for grants in the past. I think I've also just been in the circle of other food producers and.
Well, you mentioned you're at the farmers market, so maybe talking to somebody there. And
yeah, you know, I haven't done farmers market for probably 8 years, but.
Probably through Mad River, right?
Yeah, probably Robin or, I mean, I just know a chunk of the folks in the room as well, and I mean, I grew up in Montpelier and kind of right around here, so I don't know. I can't even remember. I don't remember the shining moment when it was brought to my attention.
Just curious. Thanks.
Yep.
Good. Well, thank you.
John.
Just quickly, how I noticed you're the only business who has Vermont in its business name, and so this came up yesterday during dairy marketing. How's that helped you or added to your story?
I think there's an inherent perceived value associated with the name. I wouldn't say. No, I think people get interested, but I also don't think it's. I think it's valuable. I think we do, like I said, have an inherent perceived quality associated with us. But honestly, when I name the company, I think I'm really bad at naming things. And it's just like, shit, here we go. Let's go. Better just to do it. I don't think I wasn't like, this is going to be my, well, all the doors are going to magically open because I got Vermont in front of the word salami. To be honest, I kind of don't like my name, but I'm just.
I think your company name or your personal name?
My personal name was changed actually when I was 8, so.
You could change it again.
I could.
Vermont.
I could.
Yeah, Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a value. I think I wouldn't say people were like, oh, I definitely opened my door to you because you had that Vermont name. Yeah, it doesn't. I still have to work to get the sales done. And I think on the shelf.
That'll never end.
That'll never end. Well, no, I think on the shelf it probably helps a little bit. I can't give you like a tangible, real. I think it's got value. I don't think it's not to make or break in a business whatsoever.
I would just add, I think this is a win-win story because he started sort of the ag aspect, but now he's gone to a downtown that needs some help, we all know, which I think is an important component. I've toured the facility, it's gorgeous, and then when he gets his retail operation open as well, I think he's going to be supporting some other ag-related food businesses. So I think it's kind of neat that he's started in the hills and now he's also helping in downtown, which is important as well.
I will chime in on that. I do think actually that a lot of these downtown spaces that are 9,000 square feet, where it's like, what do you do with that? And like, it's too small for a box store. It's way too big for a mom and pop something or other. It doesn't have a ton of parking. What do you do with it? And I think these mixed-use kind of manufacturing and retail could be a good approach to tackling those, or breaking them up or something. But yeah, those buildings were empty, have been totally empty for a long time, and I don't think my landlord was pretty excited to have conversations about renting it.
Chris?
I want to go back to the supply, and do you get any Vermont pork right now?
We get some Vermont pork and some Vermont beef. We're working on a whole muscle line, part of my challenge too is our product lines are made predominantly from 2 cuts of meat. We're working on developing a whole muscle line, which would incorporate more. So carcass utilization is one of the biggest challenges. And so, like I said, if I'm like, oh, I need 4,000 pounds of hams, the farmer's like, well,
what do I do with the rest?
What do I do with the rest? So, in part of what we're doing now is developing this a program that would incorporate all cuts of the animal, and I think that will allow us to much easier purchase whole animals, which keeps, I think, the farmer's task super simple, and then allows us to develop a product line from that. And we started like all Vermont everything, all Vermont garlic, all Vermont wine, all Vermont pigs. I used to cut them all, and I literally went to the farmer that I was working with, and I showed him the spreadsheet, and I said, "You see where this is going? Like, we're done, both of us, in 6 months or whatever, And so I think longer term, I think what I see is a good portion of out-of-state meat, but help, where we have better margin and, able to buy. I think we'll have a few product lines that we sell a lot more volume of, and relying on some out-of-state pork will really help us to make that happen, but then being able to create product lines that we can utilize. And also, just working with farms, I found that buying whole animals keeps their job super simple. If you can alleviate that, like, we need your bellies, your hams, and your shoulders, but then you're stuck with the rest. And, we're at enough of a volume now where, like, if you're stuck with the rest, it's a lot to get stuck with if you don't have a market for it. So part of my goal would be to develop something that takes that burden off of them and allows us to do it. And I think we can do it.
I've sometimes wondered if we have small farms basically, and some small producers that we're helping kind of get bigger. And I wondered if there's a role for us to try to, maybe through working lands and food hubs, have tried to do this in different ways, but an aggregator that you could turn to instead of trying to deal with individual farms.
That's the other thing I always found challenging is, you buy from 2 or 3 super small farms, just the logistics of it, like I showed up late to this meeting. Could you imagine me trying to organize 3 farms and getting the pork to land at the slaughterhouses and the pickups and this and that? Like, it's just not gonna happen. I think I also found too, when you got 2 really small businesses working together, sometimes it's really challenging because everyone's still kind of bootstrapping it. Everyone is like, one little mistake is like choking feeling on both sides. Whereas if you're working with really a larger producer and they really help you scale, I think then I could see if once we become a much more formidable company, it'd be easier for me to take on some smaller pork farmers and just be like, just send us what you can. Oh, whatever, your pigs were a little off weight this week, we'll just grind them all. Like, I don't know, I think then you can absorb those challenges, that learning curve. But if both parties are learning at the same time and you're both making mistakes, I think it's really detrimental to both companies. But if you're working with a really formidable company that's consistent and provides a price point where you can make money, then yeah, that would be kind of my approach.
Did anybody shop at Homer Fitz? Remember, they had change, right? That you pay, and the change would go up the pneumatic tube and then come back.
It's in my office.
So yes, you got to institute that when you have a retail space.
You need to hook up the vacuum lines. But
right.
If anyone wants any signs, I've got some signs in the basement.
Oh,
so
wow.
I can try to get it back to the family.
I've
They only want
connected to it. So.
No, I've got his Eric, right? Eric is like his, I don't know what Eric Levine, I think. Anyway, if you want some signs, come on. I tried to give as many of them as away to the family as I could, but. Good.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
We're not opposed to out-of-state pork as long as it comes from Washington.
Thank you for having me. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I was one of those early pork producers that was working with Pete at the very beginning, and that was challenging. And although it did help grow my business. I have a little bit of a different story for you. My farm began in Middlesex and was a 3-acre tiny little farm. I was a teacher at the Rumney Elementary School, and I wanted to find a way to stay home with my kids and do something meaningful. And so I decided that farming was a great idea.
Raising pigs.
Yeah. And turns out it's pretty challenging. But what we did was we signed up with Farm Viability. And Farm Viability took our farm from this tiny little diversified farm. We started the first year, I think we did 20 pigs and 50 chickens, broilers, and 50 turkeys. And it grew to, on that location, we bought the Vermont slaughterhouse for chickens, the mobile unit, and we started producing inspected chicken. And we did, that first year, we did 2,000 broilers. Farm Viability helped us write our business plan to be able to actually grow and support ourselves by farming entirely. And we were able to then move to Glover, where we live on a farm that's 188 acres. We grew the farm to, we did 6,000 broilers. We did about 100 hogs a year. We had a herd of 60 beef. And I was like, we're doing everything and we are great. Then, as the farm really grew, I leaned on Farm Viability a lot and learned how to analyze the enterprises that were making money and the enterprises that were not making money. And I would say that the most important thing that we got out of the Farm Viability was business planning, because I kind of went into the whole farm with a dream and thought, like, I can just work. I will just work my way to make this happen, and you can't do that. So, got divorced.
Sorry to laugh.
No, you come on. It's okay. I got divorced, and the farm, I had to make a big decision about what I was going to do with the farm. Was I going to stay farming? Was I going to be able to do this? I have 3 children. So could I sustain a farm by myself with minimal employees? And that's when I went back to Farm Viability, and Sam helped me a lot. And I applied for a Working Lands grant to scale up my laying hen business. And so we went from about 1,000 laying hens to 2,800 laying hens. And I would not have been able to do that without the Working Lands. It would not have happened. And I wouldn't have been able to keep my farm, to be able to stay there and raise my kids. So we kind of pared down on the other enterprises. I sold the slaughterhouse. Raising chickens in Glover, broilers is really hard on pasture. And so laying hens are hardier, and I was able to do that and ran the farm after receiving the grant and building. What the grant did for me was allowed me to build large, efficient, mobile chicken houses that could house 500 chickens per house. And it allowed me to grow my business, and I got to about 1,500 dozen eggs a week. We were selling them all through Vermont and New England. And I eventually, and we grew to, we had about 8 employees. So Farm Viability also taught me about payroll and job creation and all of that stuff that's really imperative, especially in the Northeast Kingdom. And I wasn't really aware of the culture of the Northeast Kingdom until I got there. And there's amazing farmland and amazing farmers and people who need jobs. And so we were doing something meaningful. I ended up last year deciding that the work, what my kids needed and what we needed as a family was changing. And so I made the decision to transfer my laying hen business to 2 different farms, to Black Dirt Farm and to Patrick's pastured poultry there in Rhode Island. And so even though I'm not doing it right now anymore, what I have done is helped these other businesses scale up and be profitable and be able to feed their communities and run profitable laying hen businesses. Like, I loved getting to be a laying hen egg farmer. It was a lot of work, but we fed a lot of people because some people can't afford to buy $8 a pound pork chop, but they can buy a dozen eggs for $5, and they know that they're good eggs. And so the way that my farm went through so many transitions and bumps in the road, and now I'm not farming, but my farm, my 188 acres is active. Jasper Hill leased all my farmland for the last couple of years that I wasn't using. And this year, Youngview Farm, who is a working lands recipient, and they are producing cheese, is using my land. And so even though my story isn't like, yay, I'm still just churning out eggs, what Working Lands did was help me scale up and help me keep my farm and teach me about business so that I knew what I needed to do and when I needed to do it. I really think that's most of it.
Pretty good story.
And now I am the Director of Marketing at Northeast Kingdom Human Services in Newport and St. Johnsbury, and it's funny because it's kind of similar.
They're a lot like your chickens.
You're hurting them all. No, but farming is about marketing. It's about telling the story. Why is it so important that people should invest in local products? What is the importance there? And that those skills that I received from farming, learning how to tell the story, learning how to market the products, it's hard. It's hard to get out there. And when you get to a larger scale, like selling 800 dozen eggs a week was pretty easy. Selling 1,600 dozen eggs a week was hard. And I had to work really hard. And now I'm doing this job that I would not be able to do, which is marketing why it's important to take care of your brain, basically. And I would never be able to do that job if I hadn't done this job. And one last thing is I'm also helping other farms and foresters in the Northeast Kingdom write working lands grants now and helping them with their business planning. And none of that would have ever been possible if I hadn't been able to receive the skills that I received from farm viability and the skills I received from having to write my own working lands grant. All of that is still being put to use today, and I feel like it's giving me added revenue too, because I'm writing grants for other people, and hopefully those grants will help support those foresters and those farmers to keep their land being viable. That's my story.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. From Bread and Butter. Yes, indeed. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Bratt, and I own and operate Blank Page Cafe, which is a small micro business operating at Bread and Butter Farm. I'm here representing not only my business today, but also Bread and Butter Farm on behalf of Corey Pierce, who owns Bread and Butter Farm, who couldn't make it today, and she's on a much-needed and well-deserved mini vacation with her family. Firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude to not only this committee, but Lynn Ellen and the folks at Working Lands and Sam Smith at Farm Viability, all of whom provide us with a deep level of inspiration and validation for all of the work that we're doing. Bread and Butter Farm has about 600 acres of land under management located primarily in Shelburne and South Burlington. We're uniquely positioned very close to population density, that being Burlington and Chittenden County. And our primary agricultural product is 100% grass-fed beef, pastured organic pork, and vegetable production, organic vegetable production. We also have what we like to call a diversified farm operation, in that at Bread and Butter Farm, there are a number of educational programs happening, all with agriculture and land management and sort of the core of that curriculum. We regard ourselves as land stewards first, and then operating businesses around that principle almost all the time secondarily. My cafe is located in the farm store at Bread and Butter Farm. We sell the majority of our product in a retail context in a very small farm store that is located in what was a milking part of a dairy barn. And what's really cool about what we're doing is that through my presence and my business at the farm, we're able to provide folks who visit the farm with a one-on-one interaction with somebody who's familiar with the farm and its products and can speak to what we're doing and why we regard it as a valuable tool for the community. And that, we've noticed, has really helped increase not only our market share and the immediate community that we serve, but also the market share for folks visiting Vermont. This Working Lands grant, we received $20,000 last year for very much needed infrastructure improvements related to a small expansion of our kitchen area within the farm store. And the way I think about it is, as many of you know, operating a small food business or a small food and farming business, oftentimes funding infrastructure improvements specifically from ongoing operations can be really difficult. And what the Working Lands Grant has enabled us to do is really quantify the inspiration and the creative visioning that is oftentimes part of our long-term strategic planning process. And what I mean by that is, we oftentimes will have these creative visions for what the farm could and we think should be, and it's oftentimes very unclear, and we're unsure of how to get from point A to point B. And the Working Lands Grant has really helped bridge that gap and has provided us with some financial support to take meaningful steps in that direction. And so that for us has been invaluable, and the resources are being specifically dedicated towards these infrastructure improvement projects that will help us create, I heard the word capacity being mentioned, create the capacity to be able to, A, reach more people, operate our businesses more efficiently, and a common theme here and common thread is hire more people. My business, my small micro business, has operated with just me and one part-time employee, and we're poised in the very near term this year, over the next 6 months, to hire 2 additional employees, plus several additional part-time employees, both seasonally. The farm has about 5 full-time employees year-round and 15 to 20 seasonally to support various events and just to accommodate the work demands of the season. So, yeah, we're tremendously grateful for all of this work. We think soil regeneration, ecosystem building, and creating a vibrant foothold for our community with regards to not only where food comes from, but also a place where folks can feel comfortable being on a farm and spending time at a farm and understanding what happens on a production farm. We think creating those opportunities for our community members is very important, and we've seen the transformative effect of creating those opportunities, not only for community members who are purchasing our food to customers, but also the next generation through some of our educational programs. We see that transformative power manifest in a lot of the kiddos that we work with around being and working in concert with the land and really appreciating animal production from an entire supply chain perspective. And so for us, becoming a little bit more vertically integrated, creating opportunities for myself as a micro business to become a wholesale account for the farm will create the sort of necessary impetus for the farm to grow and expand the agricultural operations, especially with some recently acquired land that we plan to work very closely with Sam Smith on developing sort of a strategic plan for the direction of how that will integrate under the fold of Bread and Butter Farm. And we look forward to continuing to work with folks at Working Lands and this group to play a collaborative role in how the agricultural economy in Vermont continues to transform and evolve.
Great. And I would add, if you ever get a chance, and there's a number of places around Vermont that have wonderful burger nights in the summer, and I know that's part of their operation. Four or five times a year they get together, they're sprinkled around Vermont, and that's part of what I think is important for these operations to remain viable, is to invite people onto the farms, and I know they have a lot of school children that come as well. So absolutely, appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So.
Before the rules.
Yeah, no rules. So there you go. Mateo's here, and Mateo has got a story, and it seems like he just started the other day, but he's now, 15 years old?
About to be 17.
About 17. Yes, yeah. But he's a mature company now, but he can tell his story.
Thank you for having us in. Before I get off on a tangent here, I want to appreciate the Working Lands Enterprise Board specifically. This program, I think, is a model and needs to be considered the beginning of something. I don't think that the impact, I think the impact can really be scaled. And I understand that's a question of resources, but we're in a moment in agriculture in Vermont where communities and states that invest are going to thrive and survive, and places that don't are going to wither away. And I know there aren't endless dollars, but I believe that the working landscape is probably the best investment that you can make. So. Andy and I started milking. Andy's my brother, and I wouldn't be here without him. He's back there doing all the hard work. We started milking cows in 2003. We bought the farm in 1998. It was an emotional, irrational decision. We had no idea what we were going to do with it. .com bubble was inflating real estate values, and we took some time to try and figure out what we needed out of life, and Jasper Hill is part of a three-pronged approach to satisfy intrinsic needs, meaningful work in a place that we love with people that we love. And so the meaningful work part for us is around developing the economic mechanisms to support the working landscape. 6 years ago now, we went through a visioning process. Previously, it had been like Vermont, and we've basically shrunk it down to a 15-mile radius of where we are. Our goal is to build a market, to build a pipeline to that market in which we can put high-value products and suck cash out of places where there's plenty of it and redistribute it in a way that commodity markets don't, or can't, or won't. And we started tracking our expenses 4 years ago by zip code. And there's a lot of waves of cash that flow in and mostly flow out of our business. We're not a wildly profitable business. We're You know, somewhere in the between 4 and 5% like return on our capital. It's, you know, profit is not the purpose. Profit serves the purpose, and the purpose is to build livable communities, right? So Craftsbury, Glover, Greensboro, and Hardwick is pretty much, you know, our natural community and our natural landscape, and we're building all kinds of enterprises and trying and failing, trying again at ways where we can create value through value-added businesses. We started a value-added pork business a couple of years ago, so we're also making dry-cured salamis. This past year, we started, we bought Oak Knoll Dairy, the goats, the bottling equipment and the brand, and partnered with a couple from California who moved out a year ago. This past summer we built the barns and moved the goats up and built a bottling plant. And they were milking 1,000 goats in California. So they're plugged into our whole situation in Hardwick now, up on Bridgman Hill Farm. And it feels like we're just getting going. We milk cows on 2 farms, and 230 cows at Andersonville Farm in Glover, 45 cows on our home farm in Greensboro, and this morning I think we milked 280 goats at Bridgman, and we buy milk from 2 neighbors in Greensboro, where we process that milk into cheese in 2 facilities, the Vermont Food Venture Center, where we're the anchor tenant, and a creamery at Jasper Hill Farm. We ripen cheese at the cellars at Jasper Hill in Greensboro. This past year we produced about 400 tons, so around 800,000 pounds of cheese from ourselves, and we ripened about 400 tons of cheese for other producers, including the Von Trapp Farmstead, Skolton Family Farm, Landaff Creamery in Landaff, New Hampshire, Cabot, Shelburne Farms. And we're full. So we've got a couple of big projects on the dashboard, the Yellow Barn Accelerator, Business Accelerator in Hardwick, which I'm really hopeful is going to happen. But that'll be a big leap forward for us. So, you know, our goal really is to create some vibrancy where we live, right? 15 years ago, it wasn't clear that Willie's store in Greensboro was viable or was going to survive, that schools were going to be there when our kids, you know, were ready to go to them. And so these are just some of the priorities. Cheese for us is just a lever that we're yanking on to try and transform our community and make it more livable.
It's a fabulous
Lever, yeah. So it starts with a mission, and our mission is to be the #1 thing, to be the standard bearer for quality and innovation in the artisan cheese industry, because we can't compete on price. We're not a low-cost producer. We have no interest in competing on price. Our only comparative advantage is quality, period. So that's like a religion for us, because it's the only way that I believe Vermont and agriculture in Vermont is going to be able to survive over the long term, because we are not a low-cost producer of anything here. So if we can't focus on quality, we're cooked. And I got to say one thing, and that is that something I've been thinking a lot about lately is that pricing drives scale. And what's happened in the dairy industry specifically over the last few years is really problematic, because equity is transferred from rural communities to urban and suburban populations through pricing mechanisms. And what we're left with is balance balance sheets where there's actual equity that's being transferred over just a few years. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been transferred out of rural Vermont to urban and suburban communities through a pricing mechanism is really problematic. I believe that the future for dairy specifically, and the working landscape, if we want to keep it, is going to be paying farmers for environmental services. And just got back from Switzerland, and milk and cheese is a byproduct of a farming system there that is really directed towards the conservation of their working landscape. And between 50 and 60% of the farmer's income in Switzerland comes from grazing their cows on Alps. So, anyway, and we have 104 employees this morning. Yeah, so we started. We started with my brother Andy and I, and 18 months later, our wives forsook their careers. We would not be with where we are if it wasn't for the sacrifices of the ladies in our life. They really got us over the hump. And it feels like we're grown-ups now.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
How about that microbiology lab?
Oh, yes. Right. The whole reason I'm here. So in 2013, we got a Working Lands grant for $50,000. We put up $100,000, and we built a microbiology lab. This came on the heels of 5 years of research that happened inside our business by microbiologists, systems biologists from Harvard, who used cheese as a model system to understand microbial communication. And they basically, cheese is an accessible a medium, it's reproducible, and they use the rinds of our cheese to study the microbial ecology and to look at how microbes communicate, right? What genes produce what chemicals that make up microbial communication. And as part of that process, thousands of samples were taken and sequenced, and we got to understand how the ecology on the rinds of our cheeses works. And we basically took hundreds of samples that were collected from our raw milk, from our cheese, from our environment. These are interesting strains, cheese-making strains that are indigenous to our farm and our process. And we banked them. And we're producing now fully wild, indigenous cheese made with microbes that have originated within our farming system. We're able now, we have 2 full-time microbiologists working in the lab now, and we're able, I used to describe being a cheesemaker as being like God, except you're dumb and blind, because we're unleashing these universes of life and then like wiping them out, and that's basically what cheese is. But now I describe it as being like God, no longer blind but still dumb, because we don't necessarily fully understand exactly what's going on, but we can see what's happening in our product now. It's really incredible. The part of the business plan had been to try and figure out how to provide services for other producers, and we've done some of that, although that part of the business plan never, or at least hasn't taken off yet. But it's been a huge driver for quality at Jasper Hill, and we're able to do things that even very large cheese companies can't even dream about. So thank you for that.
Very cool.
Chris? You guys, many of us were at your presentation at the Dairy Summit last year up in Jay, and it stuck with me, particularly this picture you have of your store downtown, of sort of dilapidated and now refurbished as a way of just the example of what you've been able to bring to the community. And there's no question that we're all very proud of your business, I think. But I'm curious, up your way too is Lawson's Brewery, and we have these sort of exemplary businesses that are highly dependent on local agriculture, and we have to have those sort of as anchors in a sense. But I've sort of joked, if local ag is all about cheese and beer, we're kind of in trouble at some level too, because it is about, we have to reorient the local in terms of food, right? We're not going to sit here in 20 years and import tomatoes from California if we're successful, I think. The climate's not going to let us do that, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if you can, it's sort of at odds, or how does it complement the statement that I totally agree with, where you've said, we have to be about quality because we're not going to compete on price, and how do we fit that with the fact that a third of Vermonters are struggling in poverty? And so I would love your help thinking that through. Maybe it's not just today, but I'm sure you've thought of some of these dynamics.
So you're talking about like the cost of like the products that we're producing, like kind of being like high value, high cost.
Yeah,
and not necessarily accessible.
And it has to fit in a strong ag economy, but it also can't be what we're all shooting for, I don't think.
So my response to that, because we've been criticized really openly by some.
Don't hear me say that.
No. Because that we couldn't survive making cheap food, right? Cheap food is part of the problem.
Absolutely.
With agriculture.
Yeah.
Our goal is to pay people enough within our community so they can afford to consume the products that we produce, and we do that. We, when we started our business, the median income in Greensboro was just over $18,000 a year.
Yeah.
This is like household income.
Yeah.
All right, and we just went through a housing survey. As part of that, we got some demographic information, and in the last 10 years, we've gone from about 20,000 to 36,000, and our median income is around 45,000 inside our business. That's for an employee.
Yep.
So
not household.
Yeah. That's how we're going about trying to address that particular question, and it's not something one business can solve, but it's part of. I saw some incredible things in Switzerland, and I hope I can come talk to you about.
Tell
them.
him what the farmers drive for vehicles.
So the average farm size, 24 cows. Okay. BMWs in the driveway, and the value that society there places on being able to walk in the Alps, okay, and the identity that's inherent and originates with the working landscape there is something that Swiss people are willing to pay for.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you make sure? What we live in is a trickle-up economy, where resources are trickling up to 1,000 people, and they're trickling out of our communities, right? We're trying to reverse that by trickling it back in to our community and spreading it around, and that works. But you're right. It doesn't work for everybody, and I think that the challenge is going to be to change the fundamentals of farm income in Vermont if you want to conserve the working landscape and make sure that people in rural communities are getting paid.
Just so we're clear, I don't think it's on your business. No. I think as policymakers, we have to figure out how we're able to balance the high-end, high performers that are having clearly an awesome impact on our economy, and, you know, the need to frankly produce more of our own food and make sure people in Vermont can buy it.
Do you attract many visitors to the Hardwick area?
We have no place within our company where a consumer, a civilian, can interface with our brand. It's we consider ourselves to be exporters, and we see a need to build some kind of place where people can come and have an experience. But I think that's going to be in the 5 to 10 year plan for us.
Terry had his hand up. Terry.
I remember at the Dairy Summit, we were talking about the housing shortage. I wondered if you had any solution to that, or because of the conserved property.
So part of the challenge in Greensboro is around wastewater infrastructure and zoning, right? So we've got 10-acre zoning. And then you've got Greensboro Bend where there's very depreciated housing stock, and I use the word depreciated in the most polite sense of the word. And it's impossible to see how we can get where we're, had to revitalize the housing stock there without wastewater infrastructure because of the Lamoille River and flood zone issues. And so we worked with Paul, who is a personal hero of mine, in the town of Greensboro on a community visioning project. And one of the things that came out of, there were four things that came out of that, but wastewater infrastructure was the number one thing, because it is the linchpin to try and solve some of the housing issues. I think we're going to lose our school. We've had, in the past 4 years, we've had over 20 families with children move to our community, and with children, and 0 of them live in Greensboro because there's nowhere to live, right? And so we're working on it. I hope it's not too late for Lakeview Elementary School.
That's the one in the Bend?
No, it's the elementary school is in the village of Greensboro, but it draws Stannard and most of the kids are
That's
coming
a
from.
pretty nice school.
It is, but our numbers dropped under 50 this year, so it's a problem, and it's not because there aren't young people with children around. There's just nowhere for them to live in our town. They live in Craftsbury, Glover, and
Vicki?
I was just going to ask exactly what Terry asked, so thank you, Matteo.
Has the federal milk inspector been to see you lately?
Yeah. Yeah, we're on their list.
Yeah.
They show up right on time.
One problem that we have, that we as state policymakers, you talked about walking through the Alps, and one issue we've run into this winter is Kingdom Trails, which is a little bit east of Viewpoint. They're in danger of losing some of their trails because they may have to put some of their private landowners the trails through Act 250.
Yeah.
And, it makes no sense. We should be adding to these trails and welcoming the people with the money, bring it up, and we can keep a little of it.
I absolutely agree. In Greensboro and Craftsbury Outdoor Center, Highland Lodge trail systems, I believe that's the future of, that's going to be an important component of the future of the economy of where we are.
In your section, So we're working away at that and trying to fix it.
Thank you.
Mateo, thanks so much.
Yeah,
Say
thank
hi to
you.
your mom for me.
And just jump right in.
Tell your story, sir.
All right. Good morning. Thanks so much. I'm glad to move beyond the field into the forest, and I have slightly a trick question for you. This is a table, it's chairs, it's game pieces, it's wainscoting, it's windows, it's many, many products. It's also a nice piece of maple, and it also doesn't know state boundaries. This grows in upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and beyond that. And so when we think about the forest and we think about the working landscape, from my organization's perspective, it is beyond this state. But I thought I'd have to compete with food samples, so I brought some something else. So I passed this around. It's a nice piece of wood.
Take a bite out of it.
Exactly. Not too many teeth marks. So, the Northern Forest Center is a 22-year-old organization working across 4 states in the Northern Forest, from, as I said, from upstate New York across the Adirondacks into Vermont, New Hampshire, and 2/3 of northern Maine. Our focus is really on the forest economy. How do we create viable jobs within wood products manufacturing, wood heat, and outdoor recreation? All those are incredible values that produce jobs and create vibrant communities if we do it right. Over the last 3 years, we've been a beneficiary of the Working Land Service Provider Grant, and we've provided, in turn, a number of services to wood products companies across the state. Over just the last 2 years, our partnership with the Woodworks Council and a direct grant to ourselves has resulted in our delivery of services to 14 companies that employ over 550 people, have $128 million in gross sales, and utilize 21.5 million board feet. So when you want to talk about scale and impact, these are a collection of 14 companies that in aggregate are using quite a bit of labor, producing a lot of value, and using a lot of wood from the region. 3 different quick stories I want to share with you and how we provide our services. Number 1, some of you may know Ken Gagne from Gagne Lumber down in downstate near about Pittsford, outside of Rutland. Yep.
Yeah.
Pittsford, thank you. We helped him secure, we love funding from you all for his power transition this past year from diesel fuel to 3-phase power on the grid. That was huge in his transformation in greening his company, but also setting up a more sustainable path from a financial perspective so he could look long-term at succession planning and maintaining that mill in its production in the state. Second is us providing direct technical assistance to companies like Vermont down in Wilder, Britton Lumber in Fairleigh, and Built by Newport up in Newport. We've helped with lean manufacturing principles, business planning, financing, management coaching, and these are all of larger employers. We on the service provider side, with some of your direction by staff, are well coordinated as to the liability program on the smaller micro enterprise side. As we move up, we've been really filling the niche with some of the larger businesses. One of the things we've done this last year was actually to convene CEOs together, and we're calling the Northern Forest Board Forum. Some of you all know that if you're working as an individual business and entrepreneur, it's a lonely endeavor. And when you get together with others, you can trade a lot of trade secrets, if you will, coach each other, mentor each other. But we have 8 different companies that participated. Appalachian Engineered Flooring up in your neighborhood. Timber Homes, Vermont and Montpelier. New England Woodcraft down in Brandon. Treehouse Hardwoods and Mill Shop in South Burlington. Andrew Pierce Bowles in Heartland. Linden Furniture in Linden. And Built by Newport up in Newport. We're entering the 2nd year of this program, and what we're finding is that each of these companies are not only getting assistance from our staff and our coaches, but getting a lot of assistance from each other. They're building business connections peer-to-peer, and they're looking at things like ERP systems. That's an enterprise resource planning system. A peer-to-peer advice basically saved one company $150,000 on not buying the wrong product. Seems like a pretty good savings to me. We're also in a couple other areas that I think are really critical when we think about the overall health and vitality of the wood products sector in the forest economy. As some of you know, that piece of board comes out of not a square log, but a round piece of wood, right, a log. On the edges are pallet wood. On the other edges are bark. In the middle are chips. All those go on to other value-added products. So we see wood heat as a way to support the
state to achieve its climate goals, but also to help support low-grade wood markets that are vastly critical to local silvicultural practices. You all know that, but it's like weeding carrots out of the garden. You can't just take the best ones. The other ones do not produce long-term in sequestering carbon, keeping water clean, and so on. Other piece I want to mention is mass timber construction, wood insulation, new advances of wood. We and our partners in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, with the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund and others, and in New York, are really looking at this regional wood basket of 26 million acres. And how can we really provide value-added jobs and products out of that to serve the nearly 100 million people within a day's drive? So the benefits of forest stewardship obviously go well beyond just wood products manufacturing and the companies that I've shared with you. It does go into the recreation economy. And I also want to say that because of our ability to look across 4 states, I would compliment you all on just saying that the Working Lands Enterprise Board is unique in its northern New England neighbors, particularly of New Hampshire and Maine. There is nothing like this that exists. And I'd say that state policy showing that and providing funding is a clear commitment to the working lands. You all know this. Other states look enviable at you all to be able to get that legislative done. Thanks to Paul, thanks to many others. So I congratulate you on that and appreciate the partnership. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Rob.
No, appreciate you working with Dalton Newport and Appalachian Flooring. Yeah.
Great outfits.
Yeah. What about Columbia? Do you do anything with them?
We have not. The scale they've worked at is kind of beyond us a bit, you know, and they're working more in that larger commodity space. I mean, as agriculture, you know, same as in wood products, you work on commodity side stuff and you're in a whole different, you know, ball game, if you will.
Do you ever co-partner with generating facilities where the mill could use a dry kiln and where you get heat, say from a wood-fired generator, they could build kilns there to dry wood, or is that?
Absolutely. The co-location of facilities like that to use efficient use of waste heat, electric generation on site is absolutely where we need to go to in the future to stabilize those energy costs. Most of the examples that I can cite off the top of my head are in Maine right now, but I'd say that as we work and get closer into some of these different companies, particularly some of the sawmills in the state here, there is ample opportunity for increasing efficiencies and looking at that cost control that is really that very little margins that these companies have.
So we're in the process, Chris's other committee, of relicensing like Rygate. And they have a tremendous amount of heat that could be utilized for kilns or some other process, greenhouses.
Absolutely.
And it would be great to co-locate.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Let's take a moment here because I think one of the challenges that we face when we talk about wood heat compared to biomass electric generation is those are very distinctive energy efficiencies, as you know, and very different carbon calculations. An independent study we commissioned talked about 50% better on greenhouse gas emissions from wood heat compared to fossil fuels. We don't have that same benefit on the electric generation side. So the more we can capture that waste heat and create those efficiencies is both a business benefit but also a climate benefit. So we have talked to some of the folks at Rygate and are trying to figure out where we can be helpful.
Oh, Vicki had a question.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear where you live, Rob. You're helping the Northeast Kingdom. It sounds like you're networking in a large radius of places, but where are you based?
Well, it's kind of a secret. I sneaked over the Connecticut River on my way here. I'm actually living in exile. I grew up down in Andover on Marsh Hill Road, and so I'm actually, our headquarters is in Concord. We have staff people scattered across our broad region, and our wood products provider actually lives up in St. Johnsbury. But this is almost as good as looking at a PowerPoint. But this is our map of a region, 26 million acres. So people say, where do I work? And I say it's in the car. But we've got a great staff and a great sense of group of partners. So we extend as well as we can across the region. And I find that my 2-hour drive here is probably similar to some folks coming from Brattleboro or down south.
That's right.
So yeah, we travel a lot, but it's that regional perspective we find is really helpful to connect the states beyond their borders.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Secretary Tubbs, if you don't mind, I just wanted to make a quick note of time. You're respectful, I know someone's coming in at 11. We have Sam Smith here from the Grill Center, Gwen Piccolo from Central Enterprise did not come, but one of her clients might be here.
Yes.
To speak for a few minutes, that'd be great. And then, if I don't have time to read the note from Parker Nichols from Vermont Wildwoods, I will send it electronically. But we certainly would like to hear from Deputy Commissioner Sam Lincoln additionally.
So,
Okay.
great.
Morning. 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 It's nice to be back here again, speaking with you folks. So I'm Sam Smith. I work for the Intervale Center, and I'm the Director of Agricultural Services there. I also do a lot of, my office is also my car because we work statewide. And so we provide business planning services through funding from the Working Lands Enterprise Board, and then also through the Vermont Farm and Forest Viability Program to about 100 farms a year, farm businesses. We provide those services from concept to exit. So I primarily spend a lot of time doing transfer succession planning right now. And I'd like to thank all of you sort of for your vision and for Paul, well, Paul's gone, but for the vision around this program and the support that it provides, not only for organizations like ours to do this type of work, but also to the numerous farms that have been the recipients of these grant funds. You know, this is sort of, it was just said that we're looked at as a model, and when I go out, I just got back from the National Farm Viability Conference in Minnesota, which was partially put on by our farm viability team, and we're looked at as a model nationally for the type of initiatives that we have going on in the state, and this is one of those initiatives. People are really envious of us, and so I just want to acknowledge that. I could talk about, you know, we have had a huge number of contacts with the WeLab funding in terms of our organization, but also the farms that I work with. When I talked about that spectrum of farms that we work with, when I first started the Intervale, which was probably 7 or 8 years ago, we had a farm viability contract that allowed us to work with 20 farms a year. And that contract was limited to working with those farms. They had to be in a certain stage of business, and the planning process takes 2 years in that program, so it's relatively intensive. And we received some Working Lands funds back in a partner grant with a couple other organizations, I think in 2015 or 2016, that allowed us to start to leverage funds to provide services to the sort of concept or newer beginning farmers that we actually do a lot of work with now. So if we look at our current sort of 100 farms a year, I would say probably 60 of those are in the concept and startup phase. And those are not farms that we work through farm viability funding with. So we've received several Working Land Service Provider grants over the last 3 or 4 years. And they've been for a relatively small percentage of our budget, but they allow us to work with these farms in really distinct, short engagements that allow us to do, we call it coaching, but basically get them started off on the right foot. So we help vet their concepts before they get into business or in that early stage of business, yeah. And then instill some values in terms of business management. We have a portion of the funds is set aside for technical assistance, so we can hire consultants to come in. Probably the biggest one with this group is we try to get them into QuickBooks so that they have good financial data moving forward, because I think all of you know that our agricultural sector is changing, and a lot of the entrepreneurs you heard from today, they are business people first, farmers second. And that's what we're really trying to instill. As we move away from the commodity markets, our farm business owners have to have a whole new set of skills. So I just wanted to share a couple stories. Well, one in particular, I have 2 farms that came up as I was sort of looking through the list of the farms we've worked through in terms of the Working Lands funds. And one of them was a Working Lands grant recipient, and that's the Bear Roots Farm. They're currently in Williamstown, but they just opened up the Roots Market, which is in Middlesex. If you haven't been there, I think this is the future. Senator Pearson, you asked that question about how do we get food into the hands of people with lower incomes, or how do we make food accessible for our local populations. And I've been working with a number of farms in the past year or so that have really decided that they're going to commit to the direct local market. And that is a good example of a farm that really has, they bought a retail space and they outfitted it, and it's a year-round operation, and they're providing vegetables year-round, and they're at a relatively accessible price point. So I think that that's sort of the future of where we're headed. They've received a Working Lands grant. We provided them with business planning support, and I think they're really poised to be successful in that. You know, they've bought 2 farms in the state so far, and that's all been in the span. I worked with them right when they moved here in 2013, right? So, and then the other farm is Old Road Farm, and they're in Granville, and I look back and they were one of our original Working Lands coaching clients back in 2017. We sat down with them and did a little bit of business planning, taught them how to do a cash flow, and they're now poised to purchase a property that really, and when we talk about our rural community and our rural economy, the small farms that will be the hub of employment and the sort of community culture that we need in our rural towns, those farms have to be anchored by these really strong business people who have a vision to provide a product that can be sold direct or to regional markets that can provide a living wage for them and their employees. So once again, I'd like to say thank you for doing this and providing the guidance, and thank you, Lynn Ellens, for letting me speak today. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I always love to come back and talk to you about farm viability and business planning.
Yeah. Any questions? Well, thank you for your time.
My name is Jetta Mandel Abramson. I was a beneficiary, I guess, of the Working Lands Enterprise Grant for the Center for Women and Entrepreneurship. It was a wonderful business class I got to take, thanks to you all. Really benefited me, as I had no business experience before taking this class, and writing the business plan had been excruciatingly difficult for me. I got to take this class and it was great. So my husband and I are a startup saffron farm in Newbury, Vermont, and we focus on regenerative agricultural practices in order to, preserve our planet. Sequester carbon, build soil for our saffron, and we're small at the moment. This will be our first this is our expansion year, I guess. We'll be planting our first acre this summer, which is very exciting. We have a 10-year plan to expand into 9 acres total on our farm in Newbury. We will be introducing a small ruminator herd, probably of sheep and goats, in order to build soil and sequester carbon on our property. And we'd like to eventually sort of move into the agro-tourism industry a little bit, building cabins to host cooking classes as well as regenerative agriculture classes on our property. And eventually we'll have, if everything goes according to plan, which it will, we'll have about 30 to 40 employees on our property. Seasonally, of course, as saffron is harvested and processed once a year. So we'll have about 2 months out of the year where we will be hosting about 30 to 40 seasonal employees. So we are in the stage currently of finding funding for our project, and as I mentioned, that business class that you folks afforded us was integral in the ability for us to build our business plan and be able to find funding for our project. So that's sort of where we're at.
So you live in Barry?
Newbury.
Oh, in Newbury.
Yep.
Yeah. They're good farming country over there.
Indeed, yes, especially for saffron.
Takes a lot of a lot of little crocuses to make.
Yeah, it's between 150 and 200 flowers per gram.
Wow.
So
They're 28.3 grams per ounce.
that's correct. That is correct.
I'm a dyer, that's all I look at. Yeah.
And UVM's doing a lot of research with
Yeah.
saffron, so, and especially crop block grants have been supportive of that. I think you have a conference coming up in
That's
March.
right.
March,
Yes,
so-
yes. Yeah, we've been in close contact with the folks at UVM for several years, and we've been experimenting on our property for the last two. So we're quite confident in the next step forward.
Cool.
So
Well, thanks.
Oh, John, did you have a
No,
quick
I just-
question?
Going further, since we've been talking about this, what are the processing, because hemp's running into a lot of processing problems, and marketing challenges ahead for saffron, even if you can grow great saffron?
yeah, so our marketing techniques are we're going to be selling our product primarily in bulk. So wholesale. We will reserve a few ounces to sell retail to local clientele, farmers markets, and we've been quite successful actually selling by the quarter gram and gram thus far with the product that we've grown so far. But we plan on we're going to be actually this coming month, we'll be bringing samples down to a variety of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, but also out of state, Boston, New York City, to clients who have expressed interest already in purchasing bulk saffron from us. So our marketing strategy is more or less going door to door, face-to-face, samples, and then non-binding contracts. So for purchase for next year. And then hopefully these clients will also be able to grow with us as we will be scaling up. We should have about 5 pounds this coming year. And then, of course, by the time we have 9 acres, we'll have considerably more than that. So we are hoping to have clients that are able to scale up with us. Luckily, there are a lot of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, which is wonderful. So we have quite a few clients already who are hoping to purchase saffron from us, which is wonderful. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Processing.
Oh, yeah, processing. So in our 4th year, we plan on expanding into 2 more acres. So we'll have 3 acres, harvesting 3 acres in our 4th year growing season. And then 2 acres per year after that. So in our 5th year, we will actually be building a processing plant and drying facility on our property, which will take significant resources, but I'm sure that when the time comes, we will have that all worked out. Maybe with a grant for you. So.
Or at least by the front door to the place.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for spending time this time here today with this group. The working lands in Vermont are going through a period of extreme transition with our global economy changing, rewarding the lowest cost producer, and as it was put earlier, that Vermont's not a low cost producer of anything. Historically, for generations, centuries, Vermont's working lands businesses, our farms and forest businesses, have produced commodities that they plugged into a pipeline where they had value added and were turned into consumer goods elsewhere. And there's this great transition as we see that model is not always going to work for various sectors of Vermont's rural economy. And the Working Lands Initiative, supported by you, created by you, and the other branches of the government, is the hub. I can't state anywhere near as well as the many people you've heard sit here today the hurdles they've overcome, the challenges they face, the expectations for how they manage their businesses, how they engage with the environment, how they manage employees, all these great transitions that these businesses are facing as they maintain the vistas, the working lands, the environment that we have, and your support for that is greatly important, and as well as
the funding that you put into these businesses, as well as the policy considerations that all of you have in front of you in your committees that affect these business owners across the state. So we're very proud of the work that's gone on here collaboratively, and the many things with the targeted focus with the private sector business owners that are on this board. We are, as Commissioner Snyder said earlier, adapting and being as nimble as possible to change and address this. We've made a lot of changes in the last few years to the ways that the money is spent and where it's focused to help create opportunities for people to successfully navigate this transition in the economy, the rural economy. In just a few days, the Working Lands Enterprise Board is going to announce funding for 26 businesses for grants, putting out some of the $1.6 million that you all provided in funding. And I know that, again, in the last few years, some of these businesses, there's hope on the horizon for the way that this money is being spent, that some of these businesses that were traditional commodity producers, that they're stopping those commodities before they leave the state and adding value to them. And through the grants that will be funded by this board, or the business planning processes that are funded by this board. This sector employs nearly 80,000 people, and it's growing. And it's just such an important part of our culture. These are salt of the earth people that work the land, and they're our neighbors and our select board members, our business owners in our towns, and it's a way of life that we want to sustain very much so. Thank you very much for all your work. This between the board, the legislature, and the private sector members here. This is really the hub of that transition, and I'm pleased to work with you all on that. And thank you for your attention to it.
Thank you, Sam. And Sam, I'd like to thank you and the other commissioners and secretaries for all the work on trying and achieving getting the workers' compensation rates down so our small farmers and small producers can afford to have employees and pay at a somewhat reasonable rate. It's really 30 to 40%, I believe, reduction has been, and that's very good.
Well, I'm pleased. Thank you for that, and I'm pleased to always say that there was a great team that worked on it, and others that deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased to say that after all of the work on it, not only that we're now competitive with New York and New Hampshire, a place we weren't 4 years ago when this started, and that is due to just a natural reduction in the injuries and claims that have happened on businesses, but also the work of the Department of Financial Regulation. But I consider it foundational when I talk about this, that the workers' comp issue in the forest economy is foundational. How do we go to parents and say, how do we have your daughter or son work in the most dangerous occupation in the country if we're not going to train them properly and cover them with the insurance that's required by law? It's foundational to growing that sector of the economy, and I'm hopeful that all of our work together on that will be, again, transformative as we look at employing more people in that sector.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everybody.
Is there anything else?
Just one final thought. I know we have some board members here, and I think it's important we recognize they spend countless hours evaluating the applications, making really difficult decisions. And I think a few of them here, some of the board members could stand and just say hi. Yeah. They spend so much time on it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, everybody. This has been wonderful.
We're going to start this morning with an update from Dr. Levine.
Good morning. I'm going to make 5 bullet points today. First, I want to show you some data. Most recent data as of March 31st. Areas in blue are new cases, and the gray are cumulative cases. So we had 28 new cases and are up to a total of 321 cases total. You can remember those numbers. The rest of the curve is more just to look at the way the curve is playing out. It's also important for us to know how many of the tests we're doing are positive compared to the total number of tests that are positive. That gives us a nice indicator of where we're going and how prevalent COVID is in the population to some degree. So if you could ignore the last 3 days, because we hold back some of the data, making sure we know all of the true negative tests that have been sent to the lab, and just look at these bars, the gray and magenta colors deal with the negative test results at the outside lab we use, as well as in our Vermont Public Health lab. The blue are the positive results. But the important part of the graph is this yellow-green line that you can see trending upward. So when we use results dated by the date the specimen was collected, not necessarily the result came out, and we look at how many were positive, you can see a distinct trend going in an upward direction of the percent of all the tests that are done that are positive. And they're now in the 10 to 12% range. Way back early in the epidemic, they were down less than 5%. Second point, I have, again, some not encouraging news regarding deaths in Vermont. The total as of yesterday was 15. And the newest deaths, 2 involve elderly people in group living situations, one in a nursing home, one in a senior living community. The other 2 were individuals in the hospital. Third item I'd like to mention is people often ask when there's an outbreak in a facility, what exactly happens? And I've told you that there's a lot that goes on with regard to infection control and trying to make sure that we separate people who are cases versus those who have potentially not been exposed, work on the healthcare workers at the facility if it's a nursing home, work on the residents of the facility if it's a senior living community, and do the appropriate isolation and contact tracing work. We do have an outbreak response team that also goes to these, and I just wanted to show you the fact that our outbreak response teams have now really reported to 8 total facilities. So that's a number that's growing. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone as COVID becomes more prevalent. We're behind many states in terms of the number of facilities, thank goodness, that have had a case. But this is something that we're going to be seeing as an increasing trend. Fourth thing is just again to let the public know and to remind my physician, nurse practitioner, and physician assistant colleagues of the fact that we do want to test in a much more expansive way. The public wants that testing, we believe, and we certainly want to provide that testing so that we can do a great job of making sure that those who have the condition know they have it and can properly isolate themselves, and that those they've been in contact with can have a chance to understand what their level of risk may be. And so we can provide some surveillance of the whole population. So we are still making sure that everyone who wants to be tested is symptomatic, but it can be mildly symptomatic, and is connecting with their healthcare providers to obtain an order for the test dependent on the clinical judgment of that provider. Then the last thing is just some recent update from the Centers for Disease Control regarding exposure risk. I don't think it should be a surprise for people who've been listening to these for a while, these conferences, to know that one can transmit COVID-19 in the asymptomatic state and perhaps never become symptomatic, or in what I would call the pre-symptomatic state, where you don't know you have it yet until you got sick a couple days later. There's now, growing evidence and really confirming what everyone suspected, that there's about a 48-hour period before symptoms might appear that someone could be capable of transmitting the disease. So I don't say that to create great fear in the population, because again, I don't think that's a new fact, but it does let people know that if there is a case that they're familiar with, that rather than date their time of contact, last contact with that person to the day they got sick, work back 48 hours. And in fact, our contact tracing epidemiology teams will be using that in their guidance as well. But the more important message is that social distancing is really now more important than ever. Because if you're only social distancing yourself from people that don't look so good to you or that may be coughing, that's not what the purpose of it is. It really is in recognition of the fact that there's people out there who aren't trying to harm you, but they have no idea they're sick yet and are going to become sick, and they may be capable of transmitting the disease. And I'm not telling everyone to go out and buy masks, but we're expecting that the CDC is much more intensively looking at the whole issue of masks to see on a population basis if that would or would not be an important intervention. I will caution everybody right now, it is not considered an intervention for the public to be using, so don't go out and buy masks. But with this new information, they're going to be studying that much more, I think, rapidly, and we'll have more word. I'd like to have the governor come back now to make his comments on the theme of this press conference.
Thank you, Dr. Levine. I want to begin by thanking Vermonters for the way they're dealing with this massive disruption that COVID-19 has brought to our lives, changes that are necessary, but most of us have never experienced in our lifetimes. Every day, I'm encouraged by what I see and how Vermonters are changing their behavior to help us slow this spread, support our families, our friends, our neighbors. From the outpouring of support for frontline healthcare workers and businesses like grocery stores, making special hours for seniors to safely do their shopping, to teachers organizing a drive-by just to maintain a connection with their students. Governor Dean Davis once said, Vermonters have always had a strong sense of duty to their neighbors, passed on from generation to generation. And we're seeing that here today. Even the simple act of staying home is making a huge difference in the battle that we're waging to slow the spread and defeat this virus. And while I know you're already doing and giving so much, it's difficult to ask for more, but unfortunately, that's what we need. Last night, I issued a call to Vermonters to support our COVID-19 response. This includes asking those with medical experience to volunteer for our Medical Reserve Corps. As many of you know, Vermont faces a workforce shortage across all sectors, but especially in healthcare, even in the best of times. With all the hours these workers are putting in, and unfortunately, we know some will become ill. We need to build this Reserve Corps. If you have this experience, I'm asking you to please visit vermont.gov/volunteer. And others who are just looking for ways to help can also visit this page to sign up to support their neighbors in need. I want each and every Vermonter to know that I know how hard this is. It's hard for all of us. Very few of us can remember a time or an event that has affected each of us with such real consequences. And I know that the uncertainty of this situation has created a lot of fear. Many are concerned not only about the health of their family, but their financial future as well. And that's okay. After all, let's be honest. Our sense of normal and the comfort and stability that comes with it has been put on hold. So we need to fight this deadly outbreak across the state and the nation in most parts of the world. And the way we're doing this, by really taking this within our hands. I want to reiterate that each step we take is guided by the best available science and data that we have available to keep us safe. But I know that doesn't lessen the impact these decisions have on each and every one of you and your families. Vermonters are independent, self-reliant, and tough. And we take care of each other through tough times, putting the needs of others ahead of our own. That's what being Vermont strong is all about. That's the spirit I see every day. And that's why I'm certain we're going to get through this, and we'll do it together. But today I want to take some time to talk about what's available for people who are dealing with a very real issue of economic uncertainty. Those who have already lost their jobs and are worried about their next paycheck. Those businesses who have closed or reduced their workload and are worried about their employees and their customers, but also know they need to pay their bills. These are very real costs of this crisis and touch all of us, but without exception, touch some more than others. Here in Vermont, we've taken many steps to provide relief, and will continue to work with the legislature to reduce the economic burden of COVID-19. This week, Congress and the President came together to pass a $2 trillion emergency aid package that will add to what we're doing. In a moment, I'll ask Secretary Curley, Commissioner Harrington, and others to go over some of the support that's on the way. Things like expanded unemployment insurance and help for those who might not otherwise qualify for a traditional UI. Loans and grants for small businesses with incentives to hire back employees after this crisis has passed, and cash for those who need it most to buy food and pay their bills. But let me be clear. We continue to think about what else can we do. Nothing's off the table if it helps Vermonters and our businesses weather this storm as best we can and move forward towards economic recovery. I want to thank our congressional delegation, Senator Sanders, Congressman Welch, for their support on this important bill, but especially Senator Leahy for his steadfast support of Vermont as Vice Chair of Senate Appropriations. It's our hope the tools being made available will help ease the burden as we confront COVID-19, and that this economic aid will make it a little easier for small businesses and individual Vermonters to make the tough decisions needed to flatten the curve, build our healthcare system capacity, slow the spread, and save lives. We're going to get through this, and we're going to do it together. Not because of any one person or any one strategy, but because we're all united and we're Vermont strong. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Secretary Curley.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. I'd like to start by echoing some of the Governor's comments. I too am encouraged every day by what I see. This is a day-to-day, hour-by-hour situation, and we recognize how hard these last few weeks have been for our business community. The hard decisions they have had to make and the uncertainty all Vermonters face as we try to navigate this unprecedented time in our history. The Agency of Commerce is focused each day on trying to address the many questions coming in from our business community, while also developing and implementing business support tools for both the near term and further down the road. We know it is our duty to try to assist those in need by providing resources and creating initiatives that will allow businesses and individuals to emerge from this crisis on solid footing. I also want to acknowledge that our hardest days may lie ahead, and we will continue to work on your behalf, because when I say that we are in this together, I truly mean it. We know a lot of businesses and Vermonters are wondering, what's next? What's available for me now? So the Agency of Commerce has put together a support resource page on our website, accd.vermont.gov. That resource center will be updated in real time as the coming days, weeks, and months unfold with the latest available resources and exactly how to access them. Vermonters will see some financial relief in the coming month. The President signed a federal stimulus package that includes direct one-time payments to most Vermonters. The direct one-time payments will provide $1,200 to individuals with annual incomes up to $75,000 or $150,000 if you are married filing jointly, plus another $500 for each qualifying child. The money will be automatically deposited into your bank account per your most recently filed tax information, or it will be directly mailed to you in the form of a check to your home. The money will arrive in the next 30 days. We are encouraging all small business owners to consider applying for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. By applying for this loan, a business harmed by COVID-19 is also eligible for a grant that provides an emergency advance of up to $10,000 within 3 days of applying. To access the advance, you must first apply for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan and then request the advance. The advance does not need to be repaid and may be used to keep employees on payroll, pay for sick leave, meet increased production costs due to supply chain disruptions, or pay business obligations, including debts, rents, and mortgage payments. This resource is available to businesses now, and you can access it by reaching out directly to the SBA and filling out an online application on their website, www.sba.gov, or by reaching out to your Regional Development Corporation or the Small Business Development Center. We are also encouraging employers to take advantage of the Paycheck Protection Program. This incentive program can help small businesses keep their workers on payroll by providing loans to cover expenses associated with payroll. Eligible recipients may qualify for a loan up to $10 million. Loan payments will be deferred for 6 months, and if businesses are able to maintain their workforce, the SBA will forgive the first 8 weeks of payroll. This is a significant incentive, and these loans will be accessible via your lending institution. We encourage you to reach out to the lending institution that you trust and have a relationship with to start this conversation today. We realize many Vermonters and business owners will face tough realities in their ability to make mortgage payments on their homes and businesses. Whether you own a single-family home, a commercial space, or a multifamily unit, we are encouraging Vermonters to get in touch with their mortgage lenders now if you will be facing economic uncertainty in the future. accd.vermont.gov has additional information about federal forbearance laws for individuals with a federally backed mortgage loan who have experienced a financial hardship due to the COVID-19. The governor has also asked the agency to put together an economic mitigation and recovery task force. We are actively building this task force with experts from the hardest hit sectors, along with expertise from lenders, financial advisors, and others to help us navigate mitigation efforts, as well as develop additional tools for employers. This task force will be charged with creating economic tools and policy to work towards a swift, comprehensive economic recovery. Are these programs that we are talking about today enough? We know that we will need to do more, but it is a start and a foundation to build on as the realities of this crisis set in. The full team at our agency is working as I speak to develop creative ways to help Vermonters. I want to thank all Vermont businesses for understanding and putting the health of well-being Vermonters first. It is not an easy time, And while we may be physically distanced, we are still neighbors, friends, and family, and as the governor said, a community that is working together to remain Vermont strong. I would now like to turn it over to Commissioner Harrington to speak about the unemployment program and benefits for individuals who have experienced loss during this time. Commissioner?
So I want to start by taking a moment to acknowledge all those individuals out there that have lost their employment due to the COVID-19 situation, and those that are really struggling to get through to the department. We recognize that there is a massive number of individuals out there that are doing everything they can, whether it be online or by phone, to contact the department. We recognize that we are working extremely hard to make sure that we are in contact with those people. I wanted to make sure we took a moment just to recognize that. I'll share a little bit more about what people can do in just a minute. I also want to point out that I didn't prepare written remarks today because I want to keep this as plain as possible. As many of us know, UI law is not the most easy to understand. It's pretty complex. So in order to make it understandable for those people out there watching, I just want to speak to the general overview of what they can expect. It's important to know, and I would ask that everybody who's out there be as patient as possible as we are working through this situation. As you can imagine, and as we hear across the country, this is unprecedented times with large numbers of people reaching out to every state's unemployment insurance office, and every state is overloaded in some way, shape, or form. So the most patience you can give and just, again, continue to be resilient and try to get through to our department, that is the best course right now. We are using an all-hands-on-deck approach. We have reassigned people from other units. We have opened up additional phone lines, but I know that even to this day, people will call our claims center and are unable to get through. Our task have a monumental situation before them, and they are doing everything they can as a staff to process these claims and get money out the door to people. I want to give some perspective. In the past 2 weeks, we've processed more claims than we do in a typical year. We are definitely over 30,000, if not 40,000 initial claims that have been received by the department in the past 2.5 weeks. We'll have more concrete numbers coming out tomorrow for everybody. We are taking our 30-year-old mainframe system and pushing it to the max. It was not designed to take on as many claims in such a short period of time. So the system is working, and we have people who are tending to the system around the clock. But just know that we are doing everything we can with the limitations of the technology that we have. And that's not unique to us. That is, most states across the country have old systems that were set up many, many years ago and are struggling to keep those systems running under such immense pressure. In some cases, I would also say that we are ahead of the game in terms of being able to get forms online and people connected with an individual on the other end of a phone line. Many states have shut down their phone lines completely or have turned to us to ask us how we put this form online and how we're managing it. But again, I know that's a little solace for those people who are struggling to get through to us. As a department, we've tripled our staff on the phone lines. We have waived work search requirements. We've also shortened that payment process, which was typically 2 weeks or more, to 6 to 10 days, really depending on whether someone is receiving a check or electronic fund transfer. We're also making it so that claims are not denied because someone's not able and available to work because they're quarantined or self-isolating at home. We are treating those people as if they are able and available and therefore eligible for benefits. We've also added as many electronic forms as we can online so that people can do as much self-service as they can. I also want to talk about as a state what we've done, which is expand benefits to those people who are either impacted directly or indirectly due to COVID-19 or have to stay home because a family member is sick. We've also extended benefits and relief to employers. So those that are having to lay individuals off or people who are having to work from home will find relief in their benefit, in their taxes come the next calculation. This also includes people who are in a high-risk population and are needing to stay home at the direction of a healthcare provider. From the federal perspective, and I know the congressman is here to speak more about that, but let me just talk about what that means in plain terms. We are getting a lot of questions about a $600 additional relief for individuals. If you've already filed a claim with the department, there's nothing more you need to do. That $600 will be automatically added to your claim when you file for this week. And so let me just share from this perspective that the first step in the process is opening an initial claim. And once that initial claim is open, you will file at the end of each week for the week prior. And so that $600 is applicable to this week. So when people file next week for this week, it will be applied to that filing. The other piece that is talked a lot about are those individuals that may be coming short on their benefit period. So our benefits max out at 26 weeks. The federal government has extended that by an additional 13 weeks. So if you are concerned about maxing out your benefit period, there is relief there for you as well. Both of those are relatively easy for the department to implement, and people can see that relief in the coming days. The one that will be harder and be a team effort across state government will be the pandemic unemployment assistance. And this is what provides relief to self-employed individuals as well as independent contractors. We're essentially standing up a totally separate unemployment insurance system for these folks. And I imagine that it will be some partnership between us as well as the tax department to determine eligibility for these folks and what their weekly benefit amount is. We did something similar to this during Hurricane Irene, but that was on a much smaller scale. We don't have that option before us today because of the massive number of claims that we will receive once those people start filing. So the important thing to note for those individuals is that it will be a few weeks before that system is stood up, but there is an opportunity on our website to submit your name and contact information so that the department can contact you with that information when it becomes available. I want to also mention that there's another piece of this bill that is not directly impactful for individuals, but more from the state, and that is additional relief for the first week of benefits to help protect our trust fund dollars, and that came out of the federal bill as well. At this point, I just want to take a moment to give a special thanks. There are people who have really helped us along the way. One, those people in our department who are working extended hours, they are absolutely committed to making sure these claims are processed in a timely manner. I also want to take a moment to thank Green Mountain Power, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont. They early on were able to stand up a supplemental claim center for us and are taking calls on a daily basis. But also a special thank you to those who are impacted by COVID-19. I want to say thank you for your patience during this time. And I want to reassure you that just because there may be a delay in processing somewhere along the way or you're unable to get through, that will not impact your eligibility, and it will not impact your benefits. You will still be eligible for those. Wherever possible, we will backdate those and make those retroactive under the law. And so please know that if you are not able to get through immediately, you are not at risk of losing benefits or not being eligible for benefits. Those will get paid out. And finally, just a couple takeaways. One, again, as I said, I promise that those who are eligible for benefits will receive their benefits. Two, if you are eligible for benefits and are wondering about that $600, there's nothing you have to do other than file your weekly claim as usual. And three, we are updating our website at labor.vermont.gov with information on an hourly basis. And we are also looking at other ways to push that information out and extending our public outreach as we speak. So with that, I will turn it over to the Congressman. But again, just want to thank everybody for their patience and support during this trying time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Governor, thank you for your continued steady hand as we go through something that hasn't happened in this country in a century. The last pandemic we have to face was in 1918, the Spanish flu, and it's been 100 years. And the state of Vermont is being mobilized to do what's required to make us safe, and that's social distancing. But the consequence of that is that we turn the lights off on the economy. So the question is, how do citizens who'd like to be working but are abiding by the public health order pay their bills? And today is April 1, and this is the first of the month that we've had since this emergency has been declared. Rent is due, utilities are due, and that's on top of the day-to-day expenses of food and groceries. It's time to change your tires, hopefully, to the summer tires. How do you pay those bills? This is the role of the federal government to help individuals and to help the state comply with the social distancing that's required in an acknowledgement that this means people don't have that paycheck they have so long depended on. So there's a partnership here where the federal role, and Senator Leahy, as Governor, you mentioned, is playing a major role for us as the vice chair of the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee. It's the role of the federal government now to be the backstop. It's the only governmental entity that has the fiscal capacity to meet the fiscal challenge that has been imposed by the coronavirus. And that's the $2 trillion package that was voted on and passed nearly unanimously. And I'm so pleased that it was bipartisan, a 96-0 vote. Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer in the Senate, and virtually every Democrat and Republican in the House. Now, I want to just talk and reemphasize how this helps individuals and small businesses. And Secretary Curley and Commissioner Harrington, thank you for your comments on that. But number one, a $1,200 check. Every single Vermonter whose income is $75,000 or less is entitled to a $1,200 check. And you don't have any, most Vermonters won't have to do anything in order for that to be received. If you filed taxes last year, there'll be an automatic payment from the Treasury to your account. And that, according to Secretary Mnuchin, the Secretary of Treasury, should be in your account within 3 weeks. There's some details. If you're a Social Security recipient, but you don't file taxes because you don't have to, the Treasury is attempting to set up a smooth process by which you can get that deposited as well. So for each individual, $1,200. If you're a family of 4 with 2 qualified dependents, you could get up to $3,400. That's going to help in the short run. Number two, thousands of employees have been laid off, and they're going to have to depend on unemployment. And the bill provides, as Secretary Harrington said, $600 of supplemental unemployment to any qualified person on top of what they're entitled to in the state of Vermont. That employment, those unemployment benefits can last for up to 4 months. And hopefully we'll have made a lot of progress on addressing the health crisis by then. So an individual can get $1,200, number one. Number two, an unemployed individual can get state and the federal supplement for unemployment. That's going to be essential as people try to pay their bills. Next is small business. You know, in Vermont, we so depend on small business. It's everything from the country store to individuals who are self-employed. They plow driveways. They have a hair salon. All the things that Vermonters do to keep body and soul together and provide services in their community. Those folks are all entitled to apply through the SBA for that $10,000 grant that Secretary Curley was talking about. That any small business, and that's defined as fewer than 500 employees. But in Vermont, a lot of times it's 3 or 4 or 5. It's a country store. It's a small restaurant with, let's say, 6 or 8 employees. It's a self-employed person who is plowing driveways. All of you are out of work, or your work is dramatically reduced. you're entitled to apply for this emergency assistance that is going to be turned around, hopefully, in about 3 days, and that's up to $10,000. That's going to give a boost that really is vitally needed. And then we also have a program for small businesses who are so close to their employees. I mean, it's like family. There's so many of our small businesses. It's where you get your paycheck, but it's also where you live your life, a lot of your life. And our small employers, by and large, it's family, and they treat them that way, and they want to keep them on payroll, but they don't have any business and no revenue. So the payment protection plan allows a business to seek up to 250% of their monthly payroll, and if they use that to keep their employees paid, they don't have to pay that back. Now, that's a good thing because you keep that connection between the employer and the employee. Our goal in these economic plans is, first of all, one, to recognize that folks who aren't getting a paycheck, it's because they're complying with the public health order that requires us to social distance to beat back this coronavirus. Number two, we want to do everything we can so that that relationship that people have, employer and employee, and individuals who have their own businesses, that when this is done, they're going to be able to turn that switch, go back to work, and do what they love to do. So these are the major programs that are being paid for by the federal government that are going to be administered largely by the Small Business Administration and our Vermont banks and credit unions that will play a major role in this. Our Commissioner Harrington and the state of Vermont, this has got to be a team effort. And finally, I want to say that there'll be some glitches, and I want to encourage all of us to be patient, because I know that the state is going to be working as hard as it can to process these claims. Any Vermonter who's getting frustrated or small business who's getting frustrated, they can call the Secretary's office, the Commissioner's office, go online, call our office. We'll do every single thing we can to smooth this over and to get it right. But the bottom line here, April 1, bill paying time, and there are funds there to help with individuals with that paycheck, $1,200, with the unemployment supplement, $600 a week, with small businesses, with that $10,000 grant, with small business, with the payroll protection plan, up to 250% of their payroll. And also for small businesses that are already borrowing money through the SBA, there's a payment relief program that they can apply for to get relief for up to 6 months on those payments. So there's an economic cost to this, but we can get through it. And we'll get through it by working together, by being patient with one another, and by Vermonters, as usual, working hard and helping others more than they think about themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Welch. We'll now open it up to questions. So we do have a few people on the lines of our own from our administration.
Yes, so just a few announcements for the folks on the line for questions. We do have on the line to take your questions, in addition to the people in the room, we have the SBA District Director Darcy Carter, Human Services Secretary Mike Smith, Education Secretary Dan French, and Public Safety Commissioner Mike Sherling. We also have Secretary of Administration Suzanne Young in the room, and I will note that Congressman Welch has another appointment, so has to leave shortly, so he may not be here for the Q&A. Please know you are muted by our system. You need to hit *6 and then just begin speaking once you hit *6. If you have your own personal device muted, you're going to have to unmute that as well. Please be ready to go when we get to you. And just a reminder too that if you ask a question and you do have some clarifying follow-up questions, you need to go ahead and just ask those. I'll give you a pause before I move to the next questioner. We do have 27 members of the press waiting to ask questions, so please just be considerate of your colleagues. Please listen to the other questions, and if one is asked that you were planning on asking, you can just pass when it gets to you. Thank you all. We're going to start in the room with Ann Galloway.
Thank you very much. I wonder if the list is going to be made available
of the facilities that have COVID positive cases?
Sure, we can make that available.
Can you list it off right now?
Three that everyone should already be aware of: Burlington Health and Rehab, Quarry Hill, and Pinecrest. The others include, most recently, Birchwood Terrace, Taft Farm, Lancaster Condo Complex, Shelburne House in Williston, and the UVM Home Health and Hospice.
Would it also be possible to find out how the PPE is going to be distributed? I'm aware that you have a big cache of supplies now, which is wonderful. How are you going to distribute the ventilators and all the materials?
The question, and this might be for Commissioner Sherling, is how will the cache of PPE that we have collected be distributed?
Good afternoon. There is a process by which the health department, in conjunction with the hospitals, create a priority list for the distribution of personal protective equipment. Those requests then come into the Emergency Operations Center and then are executed by a logistics team that's made up of the health department, the National Guard, and the Vermont Agency of Transportation for daily distribution.
All right, Stuart?
Could you address the some essential employees who are frontline people who are minimum wage under this new scenario, federal state benefits could actually earn more sitting at home on the couch? Is that fair? Can you do anything about it? And can you address the eviction question across the state?
I can speak to that piece. It is possible, just for people to understand that someone may be eligible based on their prior income for state unemployment insurance benefits, and that can range anywhere from the minimum of about $190 to the maximum of $513. On top of that, they will be eligible for this additional $600. That same equation will apply to those independent contractors and self-employed individuals when that program is operational. I think we recognize, and Secretary Curley can speak to this, that that may pose a concern for businesses who are out there, and I think we'll address that when the time comes. The priority right now is making sure those benefits get to those individuals who are in need. I can't speak to the other.
Yeah, I'll address the eviction and foreclosure issue as well. Just keep in mind, this has been 3 weeks since we had our first case. We put a lot of steps into place that had an impact on Vermonters and Vermonters' lives. Some of them closing down businesses, restaurants, bars, and so forth, and essential businesses staying open. But for the most part, again, for those, we want to hear from those who are being evicted. There's a lot of fear in what that means. But with what we laid out today in the packages that are available, whether it's for the business owners and the individuals who are going to get a lot of money on top of what they normally would, this should provide the relief. We are working with the legislature at this point to be ready if we need to put this into place immediately in terms of a stay on foreclosures and evictions. But we haven't seen the need at this point in time. But we're fully cognizant, aware that if we have to make this change, we will. But again, this is a ripple effect that you have to be aware of, that everyone has to pay a bill somewhere. So if you can pay your rent, please pay it. And if you're being confronted with eviction, please let us know. You can call 211, or you can call us directly, 828-3333, and we'll answer that and address it as we need to.
All right, Calvin?
I wanted to ask about compliance issues.
we've heard from some businesses, you know, of course, staying open, some are closing. I guess, what are you doing about businesses that sort of fall in the gray area, like car washes or other things? I guess what sort of businesses are you seeing and sort of what's being done about that?
Yeah, Secretary Curley.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Kelvin. Over the last week, we've provided guidance for more than 30 sectors, and we're working to make sure that we cover any of those gray areas. It's taking a little bit of time, and in the meantime, what we're asking is for business owners to do their part to try to understand how they might comply without our specific guidance at this time, and looking at the executive order and asking themselves, is the service I provide or the product that I provide critical to the COVID-19 response, or to ensure health and safety to our citizens at this time? And so we're asking people to make their best judgment. I would also add that I would encourage people to give folks the benefit of the doubt. And if you're looking around and you think that somebody is putting somebody else at risk or in harm's way, if you're comfortable trying to educate them and sharing with them that there's this guidance on the ACCD website, that would be great. If you're not comfortable, again, you can reach out through our website. We have an email where we can take that information from folks. And as the input comes in, it signals to us where we need to provide more education. So we're doing that as fast as we can, and we really believe that Vermonters want to comply.
Yeah. Quick follow-up regarding last night's order with the big box stores and the suspending of selling non-essential items in person. How does that apply to smaller businesses as well, like a small mom and pop grocery store that might sell non-essentials?
Yeah. So again, the goal here, right, is to stop folks from congregating in areas for non-essential items. So the inquiries that we were receiving indicated to us that we needed to put out more guidance. It's not new guidance, but remind folks of what our hope is. So I would say even to the mom and pop stores, you know, please, if you can limit the non-essential items and find a way to only sell those curbside. Again, we don't want to prevent people from getting something that they believe they need. If it's a school supply or some electronic, we don't want to prevent people from getting that, or an appliance. But we're asking folks to really consider, is it something that can't wait right now? And they can work with the retailer to pick it up curbside. And we're seeing a lot of desire by retailers to comply with that.
So for Governor, in your order on travel and lodging restrictions, it stated that lodging facilities are to close except for stated exemptions. So you also said this is with Airbnbs as well. Can you please clarify what stated exemptions are? Is that documentation that you need? Do you have to have documentation to stay open? And is the state regulating the market where there are over 300 Airbnbs open and available for rent this weekend in Vermont?
Yeah, we're monitoring the situation and trying to provide guidance the best way possible. We want to prevent people from coming to Vermont, and that may be those Airbnbs. I read a story this morning where Sun Valley, Idaho, had their positive rate has increased dramatically because they left a lot of businesses open and left a lot of these opportunities and hotels and so forth open for business, and people came. We want to prevent that from happening here in Vermont, and that's our goal. We'll continue to do everything we can to make sure they're shut down and provide, again, for that guidance. We had the Attorney General here. There is enforcement action that could take place if somebody avoids that, the order, and we'll continue to do the best we can to make sure that happens. Because again, the goal is to get through this as quick as possible, and if we can prevent people from coming to the state to recreate or just to come to the state in any way, we'll do it. But if you do come to the state, you need to self-isolate for 14 days.
Has the state been in direct contact with Airbnb?
I can answer that.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have been trying to have direct contact. It's been challenging, but what I will say is that we have received information, and we can tell by the Airbnb website that they are recognizing what we are asking, and it's becoming clear that they are even trying to help us encourage people to do the right thing. So, there may have been contact at this point as of today. I know that's been very much on our list of things to do, but I can't confirm that there's been an actual connect at this point.
All right, we're going to go to the phones now. Just a reminder, *6 to unmute, and then just go ahead and start asking your question. Greg at the County Courier.
Hi, Governor. We've had a couple readers reach out to us, wanted a question asked. The DMV normally has quite a backlog on a normal basis, and so some of the readers would like to know if the state is working towards moving any of the testing online so that the backlog isn't any bigger when in-person business can resume.
Are you talking about for those seeking a license?
Yeah, I think the questions were for licensing and specifically the written test, like permit test.
Yeah, we'll get back to you on that. I just want to remind everyone that we did extend the registrations, licenses, and renewals by 90 days. So for those of you who are concerned about that, that's been taken care of. And we still do business online. And so you can continue to register if you'd like to, or renew your license if you can. But we'll get back to you on those who are seeking to obtain their license for the first time.
All right, and one other question, Governor. You have issued a stay home, stay safe order, and then last night have asked for volunteers to come out and help with different things. Is that sending a little bit of a mixed message? Well, we're not asking them to come out. We're asking them to sign up because we might need them if we're not successful in taking the steps we've put into place. Have been to try and make sure that we don't extend beyond that line in the healthcare system, the capacity of the healthcare system. So we're trying to prevent the need for volunteers. But if we exceed that line, we want to be prepared, and that's why we're setting up surge sites and so forth. But we need, you can have all the surge sites you want, all the physical ability in place, but if you don't have the personnel, it's all for nothing. So we have to make sure that we have people in place to be there, the staff and so forth, in order to have the surge sites successful. So we're taking names at this point, and you can do that online in at the site that I mentioned previously. My understanding was that the website was also taking names for other volunteer needs like food shelves and other volunteer programs that need to stay running. Well, again, we want to see who's available for what, and we'll point them in the right direction. We're doing a lot of things online at this point, so we may need some help in that capacity. So we just want to see who's available and have an inventory of that so we're prepared.
All right.
Thank you, Governor.
Pat Bradley, WAMC.
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess now. I wanted to follow up on Stuart's question earlier regarding some of the minimum wage but essential workers. Earlier today, the Senate Pro Tem sent out a letter looking at possible strategies to help financially support them. And he's asking some of the senators to, as he puts it, explore methods to provide essential workers a pay bump to recognize their critical contributions to Vermont and ensure that they're not worse off financially for working. Governor, would you support a pay raise for essential workers, especially those in lower paying jobs?
I know across the board that some have been offering some of those increases in wages in the private sector. I am more than willing to work with the legislature as we have constant conversations. I'm going to be talking with the Speaker and the Pro Tem this afternoon. I'm doing it on a biweekly basis at this point. So we're willing to work with them, as we've said, and they've been willing to work with us. So we'll do what we can to provide relief in a manner that's appropriate.
How viable could this be, considering all of the financial constraints everybody is moving into with the pandemic?
Yeah, obviously, we're going to have an incredible strain on the state budget. We'll experience this in our last quarter that we're entering at this point in time. And it's unfortunate, I mean, for all of us, but we were on a pretty good roll there with our budget to this point. But this is the new normal, and we're going to have to deal with this as well. So first things first, we take care of the crisis and keep people safe and make sure that we're doing all we can to prevent this spread. And then we're, as Secretary Curley had outlined, we're setting up an economic task force to take a look at what we can do to make sure that we can get this economy rolling again when it's safe, and provide relief for those who are in need. And I would count those frontline employees as some. We'll see what they come up with, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, Marcus from WVMT. Marcus? Moving on to Sean Cunningham from the Chester Telegraph.
Kurt, right here.
All right, go ahead, Kurt.
Okay. Governor, can someone talk about the broken health and rehab issue? We're hearing in Burlington from a number of people there that are complaining the belief that everybody at Burlington Health and Rehab, for people that work there, people that are patients there, should all be tested, and that they have not been. Can you respond to that, please?
I'll have Dr. Levine answer that.
They are actually all being tested. I also
Everyone, including every patient?
Patients and staff.
Okay, and when did that begin?
As we speak.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to expand on my previous answer about the 8 facilities. None of them should merit a scarlet letter. This is really something we're going to see more and more, not only in Vermont, but across the nation. Some of these facilities actually are just living communities. They don't have any health care associated with them. And so as part of the members living their daily lives, infection can be introduced. It's not coming necessarily because they're a healthcare facility. Just wanted to elaborate on that.
All right, Sean Cunningham, the Chester Telegraph.
Hi, this is a question for Secretary Curley. The state has put a lot of effort into revitalizing and supporting downtown. Are there any plans specific to helping downtown so those efforts aren't lost?
Absolutely. We also received word that there are significant federal dollars that will come to us through, and they will be dispersed as community development block grants. So we are confident that communities can create a plan, a proposal, and apply for those dollars to continue the great work they're doing, as well as to use that money to provide relief that's related to this emergency specifically. And there are more details to come. We're waiting for guidance on that. Yeah, just to mention as well, if you go to the accd.vermont.gov website, there should be a landing page there to address communities, and again, it will be built out as we learn more information.
All right, Judy Leach.
A question about the visitors and second homeowners who may be staying in local accommodations or Airbnbs or even second homes. If they become sick, what should they do? Where should they go? I know they've been asked to quarantine themselves for 14 days, but suppose they end up with it.
Yeah, we will take care of them, Judy. It's important to know that once you're here, we'll take responsibility and provide for that relief and the health of the individual. So they should report, call the health department, call their provider first of all, and then get a test if appropriate, and then we'll monitor from there.
Okay, so something like the community health centers of the Rutland region or a physician they know.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Dr. Levine to answer the next part of that question, if they should be using their own provider from another state or whether they can use somebody locally.
And the answer is either, really. Obviously, if they have a close relationship with a provider, they should connect with them. But if they have no one to turn to, obviously we have a system to be able to get them connected.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Hi, Governor. This is a couple of questions about sole proprietors. As you know, there are a lot in Vermont, and I thought I heard Congressman Welch say that the $10,000 grant would be available to them. And also, there's a lot of sole proprietors and even people with who are working or on commission who are losing a lot of money, but they're not exactly unemployed, but they're taking a big hit. If someone could address those two issues.
Sure, I can try. This is Secretary Curley. To answer your question, yes, sole proprietors are eligible to receive that grant. So they need to apply for the economic injury disaster loan and signal to, when they're applying, that they would like to be to apply for their or be eligible for the grant as well. So that's the answer to that part of the question. In terms of if they're going the route of trying to seek relief through the unemployment insurance program that Commissioner Harrington was talking about lifting, that, again, I'm going to have to turn that over to him in terms of how that might be, what's the word? Administered, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think that's some of the nuance that we are still expecting to receive in the federal guidance that should be coming out this week. But I would just say that, whether they claim themselves as an employee of another company or if they're self-employed, unemployment insurance is designed for people who, through no fault of their own, lose their wages. So again, it's not only for those who become unemployed, but if they've seen a significant reduction in the wages that they're receiving, they are also eligible. So no matter the course, I would just say it would be appropriate for that person to either reach out to the department or at least file and open a claim, and then we can work out the details on the back end.
I think it's
so Michael, even someone, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, just keep in mind, this has never been done before. Not anywhere in our country has this been done. So we're standing something up that we don't have all the details on, and it was passed and signed into law about 4 or 5 days ago. So some of these details that I know people want to know are just not available at this point in time. We're doing the best we can to try and dissect the federal bill and to be in partnership with our congressional delegation to find out all the details so that we can implement this and get the relief to Vermonters that need it. But they have to be patient in some respects because, again, there's no playbook on this. It hasn't been done.
How about on the commission side where people are employed, they are working for somebody else, but their wages are going to go way down, but they're not going to be technically unemployed?
Yeah. Again, I would just repeat that, again, the UI program is designed for people who also lose wages. So it's not just based on employment, it's also through loss of wages. Again, there are a lot of variables in there, and whether they're, again, a direct employee or many times they're considered an independent contractor. So the best thing they can do is fill out the claim form, open the claim, and then we will work out the details with them after the fact.
Thank you for all your work.
All right, Mike Donahue.
Hi, Governor. I'm wearing my hat
dealing with border issues. The Islander reported this morning that the state is now recording the out-of-state motor vehicle traffic coming into Vermont. The AOT has employees parked at 29 entry points along the four borders checking registrations, and it's an around-the-clock operation for the foreseeable future. And the Islander was told this is not an enforcement effort, but more fact-finding. So once the state has the facts that confirm out-of-staters are still coming, what does the state of Vermont plan to do with the information about people coming over the border? Are they going to file it away or take some sort of action? And secondly, the state is also saying Grand Isle has no reported cases yet, but yet starting today, they've established a COVID test site in South Hero. And when we printed the story last night, we got a lot of reaction saying, why didn't they set it up at Sandbar and leave it in the Chittenden County side rather than coming over the causeway and having sick people come to Grand Isle?
Yeah. First of all, this is, let's see, the first part of your question. As far as the data collection, it is just that. Anecdotally, we'd heard that many people were coming to the state, and we wanted to have some sort of baseline to determine whether this was indeed the case. And so we set up these points at the points of entry so that we could determine how many people are coming into the state and from which states. And we're not taking registration numbers or anything like that, just looking for colors of plates to determine who's coming in. And then we'll react accordingly, depending on what we see and how many are in and out and so forth. Obviously, we need a lot of goods and services here in Vermont. That continues to happen, but we really just wanted to monitor what was going on. In terms of the test site, is that to you, Dr. Levine, or somebody on the phone?
I'm not exactly sure of the intention of your question, but let me see if I'm going to answer it well. Bottom line is,
maybe try to make it clear. There are no cases, COVID-19 cases in Grand Isle County, and now suddenly there are potentially people with the COVID-19 that are going to be coming into a new health test site, and people are wondering, why are you bringing them into South Hero when you could have them stop at Sandbar State Park in Milton? And
okay, yeah.
That's done in Chittenden County where there are cases.
I get it. So wouldn't it be strange that there are no cases in Grand Isle County, but everywhere around it there are? Right? So the bottom line is maybe it's because people in Grand Isle County haven't had access to a facility to do testing, and that's why they don't know they have it and we don't know they have it. So we just wanted to provide the opportunity for people residing in that county to have a more convenient site to get tested at. And the site is not one of the pop-up sites like we're doing down in Putney. The site is actually part of a federally qualified health center that already exists there, and that will have special hours for the testing to occur. So I wouldn't think we'd see an influx of people coming to that site unless that was their primary care site in the first place, and then they would, of course, want to get tested there. But that's the logic behind how we've really strategically tried to develop test sites where they're needed in Vermont to provide access to testing for the citizens of Vermont.
All right, we are about 45 minutes into questioning, and we still have a dozen reporters on the line. So if you please keep your questions short. If you have additional specific details you need that don't need to be answered by the people on this stage, you can follow up with us afterwards. Just please help us out. These folks have other things they need to get to. Wilson Ring, AP.
Hi, thanks. Dr. Levine, after listening to you speak for so many days, do you see any positive news medically or scientifically from where we are right now?
Yeah. You know, we're going to see more cases in Vermont right now because we're doing more testing, but we're not seeing such a steep increase in the slope of the curve at this point in time to alarm me that we're way behind. So we're going to watch that very closely, but I think that's a good thing. I think another good thing is that though we've mentioned a number of facilities that have had outbreaks, there's a lot of good public health, boots on the ground work occurring in those places, and we have the opportunity to really nip things in the bud, so to speak, and really work productively. I think the other good news is that we are able to test. We have sufficient materials to collect specimens and to test those specimens. We got wonderful news about PPE and truckloads of materials, and now some of our supplies we can actually characterize as being in the millions of pieces as opposed to hundreds or thousands. I could probably think of a bunch more, and I'm not trying to put a silver lining on an epidemic, but there are good things happening, not the least of which is Vermonters are doing what we would like them to do. They're socially distancing. And when you drive around now or walk around, it's lonely. And that's exactly the way it should be. So I think that that's a good thing as well.
Thank you.
I think, Wilson, you'll also see, and many of the reporters will see tomorrow with the modeling that we've created, you'll see that the steps we've taken are having an effect. And unfortunately, the aggressive nature that we've taken has created an opportunity where we may have fewer cases. That's our hope. And it won't look like success in some respects, but to us, it's going to be successful if we can bend that curve, flatten that curve out, and not exceed our capacity to take care of people.
All right, Kat, WCAX.
Hi, this question is for Dr. Levine. You mentioned that masks are not being considered as an intervention for the public right now. You're telling people not to go buy them. But you also said that there is good data to suggest that there's this 48-hour period before people might recognize that they're symptomatic. But they can spread the virus during that time. So shouldn't people be wearing masks in somewhere like, say, grocery stores to minimize the chances that they might expose others to a virus that they might have and not know it yet?
Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion, and certainly one that some of the Asian countries have just taken and run with, if you will. I think there's going to be more in terms of science-driven approach. So I would hesitate to just embrace something that would give us the illusion that we're protecting ourselves. And I'd much rather see a science-driven approach that actually can state that there is efficacy, and it's been shown, even if it's in limited study and limited situations, to help. But I will also reiterate that people who are currently ill but have wandered out really should be wearing a mask, because it does prevent some of that large droplet aerosolizing that others could suffer from.
So just quick follow-up on the kind of illusion of safety. So then was wearing masks discouraged because they aren't effective or because we had a short supply of them?
No, I'm concerned about the lack of effectiveness, that we'd be fooling ourselves. The supply is improving substantially, but clearly prioritizing those in the professions who need them the most, for sure. It's also, when we talk about testing a mass population, one can give the illusion of lack of disease in an individual who has tested negative but actually may still be in a pre-symptomatic phase. So these are very challenging and complex questions which we don't want to just answer on the fly, but we also don't have time to do major interventional trials to assess. So we have to take the best science we have and work with it. And like I said, we will watch very closely for what the CDC has to say about masks, because what they came out with about this pre-symptomatic period only leads to questions like that. And they have to be answered on a rapid time frame.
Thank you.
All right, Lisa, the Valley Reporter.
Thanks for taking my call. I want to return quickly to Airbnb, VRBO, and homestay, or HomeAway folks. They seem to be still accepting reservations in my area and in other parts of the state. What specifically, or how specifically, is the state working with the hosts and with those parent corporations on shutting down all the hosts in Vermont? And the second part of my question is, will the fines and penalties accrue to hosts as well as the parent corporations?
So this is Secretary Curley. I think Commissioner Sherling can help with this a little bit, but again, this is where I was saying, as we receive feedback and learn where folks need additional support and guidance and education, we want to give it, to help people comply on their own. If they're not complying, there are certainly things that we can do to increase people's compliance. And I'll just ask Commissioner Sherling if he has anything to add on that.
I do, thank you. We have a digital investigations team that's looking at postings and creating a follow-up strategy for hosts, and I've been in direct contact with the Attorney General this morning. His office is reaching out, in addition to the Agency of Commerce outreach to Airbnb, HomeAway, VRBO, and others. His office is reaching out to them as well to advise them that digital postings are not permitted at this time.
Thank you. And will the fines accrue to both corporations and the hosts?
We haven't gotten to that point where we directly explored what the actual enforcement posture is going to be. We're still working on the educational components to ensure compliance.
Thank you.
Patricia Bennington Banner. Patricia Bennington Banner. All right, moving to Courtney Landon, 7 days. Courtney, 7 days.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I had to press star 6 like 5 times. I'm wondering, this might be a question for you, Commissioner Levine. Wondering how, broadly, how satisfied are you with the state testing ability? And I know you can't really speak much ahead, but just if you are currently satisfied, do you anticipate staying satisfied with the testing ability of the state? I know many states have reported difficulty getting test supplies, difficulty getting enough, and of course, as I'm sure you know much more than I do, other countries have seen the spread of the virus reduce have largely conducted incredibly wide-scale testing that the U.S. doesn't seem prepared to be able to do, never mind individual states. So I'm wondering if that's something you're concerned about, or are you satisfied that you'll be able to continue doing the amount of testing that needs to be done to contain the spread?
So something I've been concerned about ever since this began, but until later last week. And that's why we were able to lift some of the restrictive nature of testing, because we really did have access to all of the components of testing that are required to have a good program in place. Not a program that could test every person in Vermont right now if they just wanted to see what their status was, but we can certainly do what we're doing, which is test all the high priority groups we've always wanted to stress, but also what are considered low priority groups in the testing schema, which include anybody who is able to stay at home but has mild or moderate symptoms. And that's the group we really want to capture here and really want to provide answers to, and that will really help us as we begin to understand where we are in the trajectory of this virus in Vermont. So you asked if I'm satisfied, and I am satisfied, but I'd be more satisfied if more symptomatic people are tested, because I know that they are out there. And they should just know that we have the capacity to test them.
Patricia, just confirming that's you and not Courtney. Patricia?
I'm sorry?
Is this Patricia or Courtney?
Oh, I'm sorry, this is Patricia. I'll be myself.
Okay. Courtney, 7 days.
Hi, yes. This question is for Dr. Levine. Just a few weeks ago, you had said the health department did not plan on testing all staff and patients at Burlington Health and Rehab because it would not have been an effective strategy unless everyone there was symptomatic with illness. So I'm wondering what changed, and will this broad-based testing be expanded to any of the other facilities that now have cases? Thank you.
So the thing that changed predominantly is, most of the cases were at the very inception of the outbreak at that facility, but we have seen others develop over time, both in residents and in healthcare workers. So we really felt it was more important, again, for appropriate cohorting of patients, cohorting of staff to make sure that infection didn't spread from one part of the facility to the other, that we had reached a point where it would be more important for us to test across the board. I can't say that that's a policy that would be applied to every specific outbreak that occurs, because many of them are different. I think when there are healthcare workers involved, it gets much more complex. When there are residents of a facility that are living in a freestanding way, independently in their own apartments, that's usually a very different formula. And it all depends on how that environment is structured. Are there abundant opportunities for people to have been in contact with one another, and there's a relatively small number of them? Or is it a very, very large building like you might find in a large city in America, where there's no major congregating area, but there are many, many people living in their own apartments on their own floors. And that would make it less likely that testing an entire building like that would be feasible or actually helpful from a public health standpoint.
Thank you, Dr. Levine.
All right, Lee, WDEV. Lee. All right, moving to Ike from WCAX. Ike. All right, moving to Michelle from the St. Albans Messenger. Michelle.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. I'm actually going to, in the interest of time, I'll forego my question and I'll just reach out outside of the press conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Chris Roy, Newport Daily Express. Chris?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
There's been some discussion on social media about yesterday's ban to sell non-essential items, and some folks on social media discussing why that includes clothing. And I'm wondering if somebody can explain that. And I'm just wondering how the state is prepared for the loss of sales tax revenue from that ban.
Well, first of all, with clothing, there is no tax on clothing. I want to remind everyone of that. But what we're trying to do, and I hope people understand this, it isn't that we're trying to exclude certain items. We're trying to prevent people from going there in groups and masses just to shop for nothing they have to have at that point in time. So if we can take this break over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we feel as though we'll get ahead of this. That's what been our goal the entire time, to reduce the spread, get people coming together. That's why we've had to close so many businesses down. That's why we've had to ask people to stay home. And we want them to stay home and not go out and shop for something they don't really need at that point in time. So that's the goal, and it isn't to harm businesses. It's not to harm the economy. It's not to harm our revenue into the state. It's to keep people alive and keep people healthy. So that's what we're trying to do. Secretary Curley, if there's anything you want to add to that.
Yeah, no, I would just, just echo what the governor said, and to say if somebody determines they truly need something, they can connect with their local retailer and arrange for curbside pickup. There are still some online options. But again, just to echo his sentiment, our goal is to keep people alive right now. So we're not trying to target and tell somebody what is essential to them or not. But we do want to make sure that people have access to food and things that they need to stay alive and stay healthy. And we also have to be thinking about the employees that are working in these retail stores and not overload them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Olivia, WCAX.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good afternoon. So I spoke with Michael Pesek yesterday with the Department of Financial Regulation, and he said that at the moment they are just directing businesses, banks, people who insure others to help people out as much as they can, but they're not making it a direct order that they have to change payment plans, make any kind of deferment plan. Do you foresee the state making that an order anytime soon?
Well, again, we want to make sure that we're protecting Vermonters in any way we can. At this point in time, it's only been 3 weeks into this pandemic from our standpoint after the first case arrived here in Vermont. And so within that time, no one should be in the position, in some respects, to be evicted or foreclosed upon. The court ruled actually in Chittenden County that they could not do this. We'll probably see that replicated around the state. We've made sure that you can't have your utilities disconnected, and a lot of the entities stepped up on their own to do that before we put it in the order. So we're going to get the money into their hands as quick as possible with the unemployment and adding another $600 to that and the payments they're going to receive from the federal government. I believe that everyone will be okay if we can just weather this for another week or two. But if someone is feeling impacted and they can't get by and they're having their utility disconnected or someone is threatening eviction, please let us know. Call 211 or call us at 828-3333 and we'll work with them to prevent that from happening. If we get to the point, and we're working with the legislature to do this, if we get to a point where we have to take further action, we'll do it. As I've shown for the last 3 weeks, I'll implement anything that is necessary to keep people safe. And if that's a measure that we have to take, we'll take it, and I won't hesitate.
Thank you.
Joe, Barton Chronicle. I think you're on, Joe. Go ahead. Joe? All right, Patrick, Rutland Herald.
Okay, Olivia asked the question I was going to ask, but I also wanted to check in and see, with more and more people working from home, the governor, do we feel that the Vermont wireless and internet infrastructure is strong enough if more and more people are using that as their primary method of connection? Yeah, it's a great question and something that I posed as well. Our Public Service Department is monitoring that. Commissioner Tierney, alongside our Secretary of Agency of Digital Services, is also monitoring that. So far, so good. We're able to accomplish everything we need to, but with what we're asking of schools and so forth, it's going to be remote learning, and that's going to increase the burden on the system, so to speak. But at this point in time, I believe we're okay, but we're going to continue to assess this situation and do whatever we can to make sure that we have the capacity. Okay, thank you.
Ann Wallace Allen, Digger. Ann Wallace Allen, Digger.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, I just wanted to say that you guys, my question was answered.
Oh.
I don't need to ask anything else.
Thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you. I think we're gonna have to get these folks to their next meetings now, so thanks, everybody.
And we'll see you on Friday. Thank you.